Good morning. A little bit late. My computer is running very, very slowly. Jumping onto YouTube so I can pin the link. Hope everybody's been doing well. I hope our corner travelers made it safe and sound. Wow, this thing is slow. Slow. Copy. Paste. So I was up late last night working on baseball cards. I missed Mark and Ron by like 28 minutes, I think. I was taking a break from the baseball cards. Baseball cards hurt my back. Something fierce. It's the sitting. So this will be the 4th day, I think. I started on Tuesday. Wednesday. Yep. 4th day. So I've been working on them suckers for 4 days. And you're just sitting at the table. There we go. Pop this up. I'm just trying to pin the link, and like I said, my computer is just rolling. So I'll make sure all the tabs. The link. Yep, you're muted. Pin the link. So I saw Ron and Mark. Tayo came on with Luke. Okay, we should be good. And let's see. Let's pull this down. Let's close that. And man, what a combination of events during that live stream. He would see Mother Mary. Good morning. Someplace a champion, Wisconsin. That's how they were saying it, with a Boston accent. That's what Mark saw it as. But just the joy that came to me from watching them like interact, and it wouldn't have been the same if Teo wasn't there too. Teo really brought some flavor to the thing. So, yeah, it was a real joy for me too. And then I don't know. I don't even know what to talk about. I just woke up. We didn't really discuss yesterday whether or not I was going to do anything. I find I'm always thinking about stuff to do here, and I had a bunch of ideas yesterday, but I just don't feel moved. I thought about maybe doing something on Hell because in the sorting of the baseball cards, I could chuck the doubles. So I go through and all the doubles get piled up. I have a pretty big pile of doubles through this thing. I thought about I noticed a failing in my wife. Not in my wife, but in me relating to my wife. I made dinner last night. We had cheeseburgers. I took a picture. Good morning, Al. I even thought about Al. So I believe it was Neil had a comment on my last stream. And it brought me to, because if I don't do it a very particular way, in order for me to engage with the comments, I have to replay my video. Like my video will restart if I don't actually catch the little flyer. And it was this. There was an incident in the stream yesterday where when I was engaging with the comments, I noticed it was when I was talking about the different pathways we all take up the mountain. And I really did not intend for I see Al's back today, so I want to apologize. That was
Matt.
I saw some incongruencies in what was in here and what was being expressed. So yeah, so a little bit of confession. I also have not been cooking enough. I cooked one meal this week while I'm off playing with baseball cards. I desired to take more off my wife's plate this week and failed to do so. You all right over there? You're muted.
Yeah, I was texting Olson.
Anything I should pay attention to?
Later.
Okay. So I don't know. I got no real direction this morning. I'm tired. I gotta cut the grass. I got one more day after today off before I go back to work. I do feel like I've gotten some rest. I also think it was somewhat healthy, so we could talk about that too. Sitting at a dinner table playing with baseball cards for 4 days. Not very productive.
What are you gonna do with your doubles? You're not gonna throw them away, right?
Well, so I usually do that. I usually throw them away, and in throwing them away, my cards become incrementally more valuable.
Yeah, but not really.
Right. I know.
It's kind of like flipping a coin. It's like flipping a coin, landing on heads, and saying, "This time my odds are higher flipping a coin to tails."
Well, no, because who was it? Somebody was talking about exponential curves yesterday.
Only if it's like 1 in 1,000 out there or something like that. You know what I mean? Like you got to think about let's say there's 10,000 of them. One isn't going to change the value factor that much.
Not in like a nominal sense, but like in a real sense, I've just made my cards more valuable. And is that the right thing to do? And that's kind of how I was.
I promise, you're not right. But I will say this: you can still make. I'm going to appeal to. I'm going to appeal to your money side. Uh-huh. Actually, you'll make more money if you just go ahead and sell the doubles. Even if you do like a bundle where you just don't really pay too much attention. Maybe you take out the real expensive ones, but you just bundle them and say a bag of random cards. I don't know. Sometimes the kids like that, just they'll be at a show and they see these bags of random cards.
Well, so that it's interesting that you're asking me that because I thought I could do like maybe. Because what's the antithesis of throwing them away? And this is how I got into this whole kind of thinky thing about hell. Like, yeah, if I destroy these cards, like my cards become incrementally valuable. But what if I were to give the cards away?
Oh, there you go.
What if I did a little raffle here or just said who wants them? Could be like a little starter kit.
Maybe we could do. Maybe you could do a Grim Grizz donation thing.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking about his little beholder
Yeah.
right? And this is what I did. This is how I attempted to heal myself, and how during that process, and you can have a piece of it too. I was even thinking in like how that kind of nicely goes into the fact that I'm trying to leave something for my son, and how it's not much because the cards from most of the cards that I have come from the 90s when I was a kid, doing baseball cards. So it was rampant with the they don't do what they do now where they'll bring out different sets and they'll mass push out like certain sets and they'll keep other sets on the rarer side. Um, but I thought it could be cool. Now this could be also me conflating myself to think I'm more than like, oh, somebody else wants to participate. But nevertheless, I figured, hey, I'll box these things up. I'll mail them to you. Who knows? Because this is something else you need too. Hobbies die with generations. Like right now, there are very few stamp collectors. That used to be a huge thing for, say, my mom's generation and the generation prior. They used to collect stamps. Had a whole industry around stamps. These things here. Like nobody uses them anymore, right? And if there was a time to start being a stamp collector, kind of now's it, because they're never gonna, I very well see a time when nobody's going to be using stamps anymore.
Hey, do you have any foil baseball cards, or are they all tops? What are they?
I don't even know. I think I know what you're talking about. I have some Topps Chrome that I'm messing with right now.
So just to give you an example, okay, Derek Jeter, 93 Derek Jeter.
Mm-hmm.
The dedicated foil surface that makes high grade extremely scarce. The PSA 10 examples have sold for $200,000 to $600,000.
So the PSA's the graded ones.
Yeah, and then the 1990 Frank Thomas has no name on the front because it's an error. It sold for $170,000. Another Derek Jeter, 96, 200,000.
And that's what.
Griffey.
When was that they went for that much?
2019.
Okay. So we're getting like 7 years ago. I'd be curious to.
That's insane dollar amounts, though. I mean, that's like the diamond in the rough. My point is, though, what if you have a diamond like that in the
rough? Like I said, I'm not doing it for that, which is why, essentially, I think this is a healing process and a time of rest, because I'm not doing it to chase dollar bills. I do that in my kind of, how should you say, my day-to-day American ethos is to chase dollars.
You know what you could do? You could just start a Ko-Fi and do a silent auction for a raffle or whatever. Like whoever bids their one-time bid, whoever's the highest one-time bid to buy all the extras or whatever.
Do you guys watch Vice Grip Garage at all?
Yeah, I'd watch it.
Yeah. So, he has one of his issues is he doesn't feel like he can auction his cars because of his show. When they auction the cars, it just gets too inflated. And he feels like it's a poor representation of the true value of the vehicle, and goes antithesis to why he does his show. He does his show for the story behind the car, right? And what you and I can do with very little in having a project car.
All right, so you're more interested in the kindness gift part of it than you are a Because see, like when somebody does a silent auction, they basically, it's kind of like a gamble. They're gambling. It's like a grab bag, like I don't really know what's going to be in here. There could be something great. Maybe not. It's like storage wars, So like I'm willing to part with whatever, $25 or $50, whatever it is. So like the whole idea, like why churches like to do silent auctions is because everybody kind of puts up, they know even if they don't get it, it's going to a good cause. So they just are like, yeah, I'm fine with losing $20 if I lose it, whatever. But in a silent auction, it's a little different there because you're not putting money up for something you're not getting. You put a ticket in with a bid, and if you win the bid, you have to pay the money. So it's a little different. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's kind of like you're trying to spur something in somebody to kind of make it bigger than, make it more valuable, even if nothing's there. If something is there, who cares? Good.
Yeah, I kind of care because it is my son's inheritance. It's about all he's gonna get.
You might need to just at least make sure the ones that you go through, you make sure you're not giving away one of those $600,000 ones.
Well, if I am, it's a double. So.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, these are all my doubles.
I will say this though: if it's a $600,000 one, you might have something to say about there might be something in it to getting rid of another one. I still think they're both worth $600,000, and I just don't see the $600,000 card going up that much more if you had to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you think, Al? What should he do?
Well, the thing that came to mind is I had something similar. I collected football cards when I was young. Then when I was in college, I got into Magic the Gathering because it just came out and all my buddies were into it. I sold those a couple of years ago. Supposedly, I gave the guy a real good deal. The Magic the Gathering, they really appreciated. But my football, I don't know. I had some rookies, but here's the thing that came to mind. So I didn't share that hobby with my father. So I think that's the coolest thing for you, if you could share your love of anything with your child, because my inheritance from my father was an armory. He had an absolute armory, and I never inherited. I actually stopped hunting with firearms years ago. Went to a bow, and now I don't hunt at all. And honestly, he even himself, I actually reconnected with him a number of years after we had a bit of a disconnect. And he thought I was calling for the firearms and the knives and all that. And I'm like, I don't give a rat's about any of that. Yeah. So it was actually the memories. And I wish my father had spent more time explaining why he loved the firearms instead of talking about the firearms. You get what I mean? I wish I had connected more with my father than over goods. I wish we had spent more time fishing, talking, spending time together, rather than him, arguing about tangling lines. You get what I mean? I think fathers forget that it's the quality time that we spend with our kids. It's not what you're doing or with what. I don't know. That's my takeaway. So I wouldn't worry so much about what you're going to give to your kids. It's the time is the most important thing. That was my takeaway. Inheritance. I was just going to do an etymology on inheritance because you got me thinking about it.
Well, I mean, so we are. I've experienced quite a bit of death, and in different capacities too, as a family member, as a more distant individual in the thing. I've kind of been all around it. My work kind of keeps me there, unfortunately, and fortunately, because it gives me insight. And I'll say that, like, it didn't used to be as an important thing as it has become to leave something for my son. And one of the things in how I'm looking at it is that, for one, he's by himself. He's an only child, so to face the difficulties that are sure to arise from losing his parents. And I feel like while it's up to him to decide how the gift is received, those that have gotten something in that grieving process tend to do a little bit better. Like they're given an opportunity to kind of properly grieve if the inheritance is enough, right? But then too, it's like, because I've been thinking, this might be a little bit morbid, and I do not want to push my idea as being right or wrong, but I'm curious about the cremation kind of trend that's been going on lately, because there are instructions on the Bible on how to prepare bodies and do the thing. There's a ritual to this thing, and especially now, because one of the more awful, in my opinion, awful things that have taken place is like people aren't even having services now. They're just saying cremate me, and we're so in many ways that closure process that's been folded into the tradition is being wiped away. And so, and in order, this has also got me thinking then about whether or not we're going to remember in heaven. Like, and the last thought I had on this last night was, I keep my mother alive through my memory of her and how I represent her in my walk daily to manifest those things that she taught me into the world. And it was kind of off of branches. I was listening to Olson's Rando with William Branch, and he's talking about his lineage, and like all the things that are wrapped up in the making of Mr. Branch are kind of encapsulated there. So all those things kind of popping in there. And to just finish the thought about cremation, like we're not even leaving a place when you don't have a grave, right? You might have where the ashes got scattered, but I'm thinking about Forrest Gump talking to Jenny about his son growing up
under the tree,
and how therapeutic that would be to have a place to just offload your soul, like, and especially seeing how we weren't able to give my son a brother, sister, like blood family that are assigned by the cosmos to be with each other, So, I don't know. There's a lot there.
Well, first of all, we definitely remember in heaven, 100%, because it's the story of Abraham and all that. But I think that the main reason why cremation became such a thing was because it was more of a declaration to that this is a body, a vessel. That's all it is. And God's going to resurrect us all at the end, because there's been tons of people that inadvertently have been burned, right? And so it's like the idea
and intentionally.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
At the stake, right?
So the idea is it's almost like a declaration, stating from a faith standpoint how we see God and how we see this thing, right? But I think I can't speak for obviously everybody that's gotten cremated. I was thinking about this when I went over and I went to that church that I got baptized in. My mom and dad got married in across on the coast. And it was like I was sitting there and it dawned on me, this is where I was baptized. And then it dawned on me, wait a minute, grandpa's and grandma's grave's like right down the street. Like they still believed in that. And then for a moment I was like, it'd be kind of cool to swing by the grave. And then it dawned on me, no, I know they wouldn't have wanted that. Like they wouldn't want me showing up at a grave and like memorializing them in that way, especially the way that I see, the relationship and faith I have. I recognize other traditions, liked the memorial aspect, and that, and again, no casting shade on that. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
um,
right.
I don't want anybody that lives, after me to be doing that to me. It would be nice if they have a memory of me, if they have something that they that reminds them of me. But at the end of the day, a couple generations from then, I'm going to be barely known, except maybe somebody finds this stupid crap,
Yeah.
But how relevant will it be? I don't know. Maybe it'll be very relevant. Maybe because this is like the first time. Like, can you imagine finding a YouTube video of your great grandparents? Like, I don't know.
So
I'd be kind of interested in it, but not every
Riley
kid.
had
Not
that
everybody.
experience. Riley had that experience during that same funeral where I last had communion or the Eucharist at that Episcopal church. That was for, I won't go into the exact details, but he got to see on video his 3 great grandfather and grandmother. Like, it was, and he was young enough to then see the connection of how we were at this family's home and how he's met these people very lightly, but then was able to then connect how he was in relation to that family in a very real sense by having somebody there to kind of break it down. Yeah, so yeah.
Just if I can lighten the mood a little bit, the first thing that came to mind is imagine coming across your grandmother's OnlyFans. That's the only thing that came to mind when you guys were talking. Yeah. So that's what, and you know what's cool is someone else is now repeating the same thing I've been saying ad nauseum, that secularism and this hedonistic worshiping of the body and of identity, I think, is probably the most malevolent turn in human history. You know what I mean? We're destroying our psyches, we're destroying our potential, and we're destroying ourselves. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's my take on it. And just to give you like a full 360, I was a banker for years. And you guys, you know what the darkest part, you'll never guess, the darkest part of being a banker is? Take a wild guess. And why? Estate.
Collect.
Oh, yeah.
And do you know why it's the darkest part? Not because, well, see, I was a financial planner and also an investment advisor, so I had all aspects of it. So it's not what you think. I used to sell mortgage insurance, but I would clearly explain people what it was. It was a gap, right? So it gave you insurance so that you could find your own insurance. Or it happened to me one time. There was a family, husband and wife, young. They had 6 kids. I told them about the insurance. They got the insurance, and she came in after he died. He died like in his 30s, and she thanked me profusely because I don't know what the issue was, whether he couldn't get insurance or they didn't get around to it, but he died within the first couple months and saved their entire life. So that was actually a good thing. What shocked me with estate planning is how monstrous humans can be to each other when it comes to inheritance, believe it or not. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'll give you an example. There was one estate that I was personally connected to. It's not even banking. The estate was given, it was proportionally given to people who took care of this lady in her final years. But the one group wanted to take it all. So they contested the will. And the lawyers were like, they could hold this up for years. So either you accept it or you fight them in court. And you know what they actually did, believe it or not? These people took 25% of the inheritance, her will, she wanted to give to a local nunnery. They took that money away from that. So I don't know if that was an animosity towards faith, but that was the lady's dying wish. So that, to me, was the most monstrous part of the job. You know what I mean? Hiding away death.
No, because the very first person that I remember passing was my great grandmother. I met her once, so I didn't know her too well. But for me, it was the reaction of my father returning home and the absolute disgust he had for the way some people just flipped. He was very taken back by that. And then I see that in a real sense in what I do. Making a will helps, and this is usually how I will describe it to people when I'm talking to them. It helps for you as an individual to state what, but ultimately it's up to the deciders of the survivors, So if it's not done and this goes back to my thing, if it's not done in right relationship, if you haven't cultivated a good relationship with the individual to represent you well when you aren't able to represent yourself, we see that regularly. Yeah. So a real sense of what you're talking about there. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, and just to give, so here's a funny little thing. If you guys want to talk about something. So this morning I want to write about agape, because there's a channel that I watch. Do you guys know this guy? He's a martial artist. It's like something dojo. He does videos on Bibles. He started by doing Bible reviews and stuff, but Disciple Dojo on YouTube. And he brought on a linguist. I don't know what his title is. I can't remember, but he was a translator of Greek. And so they were talking about agape, talking about how we misunderstand what agape means, meaning, oh, well, it just means love. It's not all this extra stuff. And so this segment, you can take a look at it. I think it's only 7 minutes or 11 minutes long, but it is arguably a waste of time, because they spend the whole time arguing that, hey, agape is not what what people think nowadays. And in the end, guess what the takeaway was, is that he's arguing that agape just meant love, but never do they circle. And here's what I'd like to talk about. Never do they circle. And this is how I translate agape. The reason why we say love and sometimes charity for agape is because today we don't see love the way they used to see it. Do you know what I mean? Like, same as passion. Passio was something that consumed you fully, not something that you would do sometimes. So I believe that this is just an example of someone who hasn't done the Barfield deep dive of philology. So it's not that agape, the translation has changed. The word still means the same. The word still means love, but what we think love means has changed. You get what I mean? Like, the word's definition hasn't changed. What we see as love has changed. And the way I give as example is they invented the word loving kindness. And so I usually say, back then, they knew what love was to be also kind. Like, if you were smothering someone, you knew that was too much. And I argue, fast forward to today, we don't have love that is charitable. Do you get what I mean? What do you guys thought on that? That I don't think I agree with them that agape, the translation hasn't changed, but our understanding of love has changed from historical. What do you guys think?
I think that I always take home the most if you had to cap the word love in the Bible, it would be when God said, I am love, or God is love. And so, to me, that's the supreme love in the Bible. And it is the agape love, which is surreal because it's this noun that is being described in a noun form. But yet, we have morphed it into all we care about love is it being received, or we so like we're either getting some love, and this could be the Passio type of love that they're thinking of, or it could be whatever, we're getting something out of it, or we're doing it, as opposed to where that love even came from in the first place. And to me, God being love, to me, is like, I wouldn't even have the capacity to love. I mean, again, this is my tradition, whatever. I wouldn't even have that capacity, just because if there wasn't something in my heart. Now, there are people that are atheists that know how to be kind to people. This is where my thing is common grace. I believe that happens. I believe that there's a common good that man can have for each other, and we can get benefits from that societally. But and maybe that's that's that kind of love, but it's like, that's why when they say, you know, God's if God is what you say he is, that's a mean God. I had this talk last night late about with atheists because of the whole, you know, Old Testament type of God, and I just can't get around my head around that kind of God. And I'm like, no, man, you really want a just God. That's love, somebody that protects you,
Yes.
somebody that is going to be there, you know. So like his interaction with us, to me, and to people that don't deserve it, the mercy aspect, right? Like the idea that there's this merciful God. So like him having mercy on all of us for even allowing us to breathe, whether we believe in him or not,
Yeah.
you know.
Small mercy.
So, you know, I think about that when I think about love.
And honestly, that's the thing that blew my mind, that this guy has studied this Greek. And just to give you guys an insight, the reason why I'm familiar with this is you guys probably figured out I'm a big fan of Hannah Arendt, the philosopher. I talked about her totalitarianism, the origins of totalitarianism and the human condition. She wrote a bunch of books. Yeah, faith, hope, charity / love. That's what we're talking about. So this confusion comes, that's Corinthians 13:13 that Tony put up. It says that my faith is, my religion, depending on the translation, is faith, hope, and above all, love or charity. And this is what made me a little I'm okay. I was upset that he didn't get into this. So the reason why we've confused this is, and why I understand it, Hannah Arendt wrote her dissertation. She's a great philosopher. She had to run away from Germany during the war years, and she had to finish her dissertation later in life. So she spent like 20 years writing her dissertation on agape. And she spent like 40 years studying Augustine and what he understood as agape. So I believe this disconnect comes from that when it went from the Hebrew to the Greek, I always used to say that there was one word for this love in Hebrew, then they developed 4 or 5, depending on how you want to count, 4 or 5 words in the Greek, and then Latin, again, caritas and whatever. But more importantly, chesed. Are you guys familiar with the Hebrew word chesed? It's what they sometimes translate as a covenantal love. I'll put it in the chat. Hesed. Hesed, you guys know it as Hesed, right? Sometimes spelled with or without the C.
I've seen that, yeah. But
yeah, and that's the love
no
that gets
context
translated
whatsoever.
Well, it's the covenantal love. That's what they talk about. This love that God has for his people. And even though they keep turning their back on him, he still loves him. And that's what I always hung this idea of agape on. Not that we are incapable of it, just that we rarely see that in the humankind. This idea that no matter how many times someone transgresses you, you will forgive them, right? The English word magnanimous, right? Someone can do harm to you and you still forgive them. I believe that's what we're short of. That sort of love. You get what I mean? And I think that's where the confusion came in. You know?
I just did a word study on this just now.
Yep.
And it shows, I mean, I don't know, I never counted this in the Hebrew, but in the Hebrew, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 types of love. Now, they're not all different. And there are some similarities to some of the Greek, like there's brother love, there's girlfriend love, there's
preference love,
desire.
Yeah.
So there is some differential in the Hebrew also, but when you look in the Greek, you know, there's I guess there's about the same amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different types of now when I'm doing this study, this is how it's used. So there's some iteration in the actual definition based on the context of how it was being used. Yeah, obviously. Yep. So but they're using a different word.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy. I think that's what's neat about language in general, because and people don't understand this, you know, like unless they learn another language, like, you know this, Al, it's like you don't understand how if a word is used in a sentence, it may or may not be the genitive. It may or may not be. So whether it's a subject or whether it's the direct object, indirect object, like it just depends on where it is in a sentence and how it's being what the root word is and what the attachment piece is. I forget what they call that. But anyway, I just think it's neat because I'll read it and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the subject, right? The first thing you do is you find the subject, and then you backfill the sentence, and so it's kind of like a cool code. And then as you're putting it together, you're trying to put it together in an English framework so you can understand what the sentence is saying, you know. But I thought that's interesting. I mean, I love it. I think obviously being a Christian, to me, learning the Greek would be something that if everybody is interested in it, that'd be the first one I would recommend. Also because there's attachment to our language to a degree. But then Hebrew would be my second choice. I guess if I had to, Latin, I think would be the third. Yeah. But see, once you learn one language, the rest of them are a lot easier to learn. Yep. Yeah.
I would actually, believe it or not, I would start with Latin and Greek, believe it or not, because English is 70% loan words. You'd be shocked at how many Latin words you'll recognize, how many Greek words you'll recognize. Right, like polytropos. Though that the essay I uploaded the essay after we had our little chat. Polytropos, right? Many turns, right? Very much like the in the Hebrew, right? The word they used for the sword in Genesis 3, right? The cherubim bars the way to the tree of life with the flashing, turning sword. Very much like that idea, right? But we have those exact poly. Like I said, we use it as like polymodal. That means many ways. Trope is another way. It just means something a little bit different today. You know what I mean? But the thing I want to point out, though, that we kind of maybe went over is that Hebrew and Greek both evolved in relation to the religion itself. And we forget that, right? Remember that the Greek, and everyone talks about, Christianity was influenced by the Greeks. But the other way is also true, that Christianity influenced Greek as a language, right? I argue made it much more expansive. You know what I mean? And we forget that. You know what I mean?
Well, a great example of that is when Paul made his own word in the word I'm not going to mention.
A synagogai. Yeah, it just means men who lay with men.
Right, yeah. And so like he put two words together to convey something to people in a more simpler, compact form. It's kind of like today's version of, like the way we I mean, we don't really, well, I guess nowadays we do more. We actually literally change the meaning of the word. Like woke, I'm just using that as an example. Like it totally doesn't mean what, like it's a tagline for something completely different. And now all of a sudden there's baggage.
Yeah, I think in your last statement there, Al, I think it points to the solution. It's the love and proper relationship.
Yep.
Right. And in some ways, that's what I think I was trying to do. And if I'm passionate about anything, it's that. It's not so much the materiality in the baseball cards. It's it's the relationship. Even if it's a materialistic one in a sense that it's wrapped around the cards, what the true goal is, the thing that comes out of it that I'm attempting to point to or to be engaged with, as opposed to just because I do, and that's not to say that I don't get some joy from doing it. I took another picture and I'll probably do some kind of sequence. I even thought about like writing something that seems to be a thing that's happening here, and I've been told in the past that I have some talent, I guess, for writing. I don't know, but I think I'm been given. You got to marry your likes and dislikes to the thing, right? And that's funny. I use marriage because that is a contract as well. And so I think that points to something more. And the second I try to, and I had this conversation with my wife, and the idea of kind of what's happening with me now, us meeting Megan, somebody from this space, and how the verbiage that came out of me describing it was almost akin to like that trend in like the late 90s, early aughts, where we were networking. Like we were just trying to build as many relationships as we could and keep them alive so that we could do different things. And while I think that's a good, and I think anything's a good, it's got to be in right relationship. What's the reason why we're wanting to know more people and be networked around? Is it just for myself or my immediate little group that I'm trying to do this? Or is it really for the greater, and making that more the thing? That may point to the solution that you're to the solution of the problem that you're pointing to.
I think you're dead on, dude. You just made me realize that, everyone's talking about that Donner number, that supposedly we have a maximum number of people we can be in relation to. Dude, you just pointed out that the reason why there's a Donner number is because we need to have deep engagement, right, with these people, not acquaintances. I mean, it's funny because it was Alfreson, one of the members of the TLC. He made a joke in
Afriel.
Afriel, yeah. Oh, sorry, that's an angel. I should have known that, right? Afriel.
Yeah, I think everybody calls him Af for short.
Okay, yeah, and he made a joke, Crocodile Dundee joke, and I responded to that in Megan's, I think it was Megan's cast, but he mentioned about friends, right? Like, and to me, that's what I think's going on here. He said friends, not acquaintances, right? The joke from Crocodile Dundee, if you guys remember, is that they had no need for therapists, right? You just tell somebody. The joke is there was somebody in the town that had such a big mouth, you just tell him your problem, and then everyone else would know your problem, so no more problems.
Yeah.
And so I just gave him credit for an awesome joke and an awesome movie, and he's like, "Yeah, hey, that's cool," but he's like, "Yeah, like we need friends, not acquaintances," and I think that Donner number speaks to that. That we need.
What is the Donner number?
It just states that. Dunbar, sorry, yeah. Dunbar number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it states that we only have a max of, like the argument of Facebook maxes out at 5,000 friends. That's kind of hilarious, right? I don't think people could remember 5,000 faces, let alone. So the idea is we can only have, and I argue, deep engagement with 150 people. But I argue the Dunbar number is speaking to without some sort of connecting ethos. So I argue we can break that Dunbar number by being in fellowship with each other, whatever that may be. But what I'm getting at here is I believe what you just pointed out is that Dunbar number exists because we're meant by our very nature to engage deeply with each other, not facially. You know what I mean? Surface wise. Yeah. That deep said that. And I love that. Like the covenantal love in this case isn't about God's covenant with us. It's that koinonia, the covenant with each other. It's beautiful. You guys are awesome, the stuff you come up with.
It's fun engaging you, Al.
No, it's fun engaging y'all because you're talking about this stuff for real. You're not talking about it to sound fancy or like you literally want to use this to understand yourself, the world. Yeah, it's beautiful. And I also got to say that I love what B's been saying in the chat. And just for Brett, here's a little word search if you want. Go and look at the difference between pan-theism, right? God permeates everything versus pantheism.
Yes, two different things altogether. It is interesting.
Yeah.
When I did that Trinity slide, I almost got into that a little bit, but I did distinguish them. If you look at the slide, I couldn't say it right that morning for whatever the reason, but I was trying to point out, this theory of evolution. What was it? Frederick Hegel?
Oh,
that
Hegel.
had the
Hegel.
that had the scientific religion idea of progressive religion, how religion came to be. They used the scientific method and posted their guns on religion and tried to come up with their idea on how we evolved from a religious standpoint.
Yeah. I used to make a joke in philosophy that Schopenhauer is one of my favorite philosophers because he inspired so many, because he had so many great ideas. You know what I mean? Hegel, I consider the opposite. He inspired so many philosophers because he was so wrong in so many ways.
Yeah.
That's funny. But yeah, I'm a big
what's
believer
up?
in that.
Chad, do you have a Dunbar number?
Well, I was thinking about the Dunbar number, like the idea. I wonder if like if you can like somehow like do a compounding of it or something, or maximize it or double it or something if you're not at the center of it.
I mean, 150 is the number, right, Al? Something like that. I mean, that's a big ass number.
Yeah.
I don't think I could have 150.
But remember, when Dunbar was writing this, again, horizontal history, what was 150 people in relation then versus today? And what was relation then versus today? You get what I mean? And so I think this is why I argue philology is so important. It's not about language. It's about our relation to each other. Do you understand what I'm getting at now? This idea that without language, we can't be fully human. And without, interaction between each other, we can't be human either. So language, interaction, I call it, us in Congress with each other. I know it sounds political, but I don't mean it that way, right? No. The old meaning of Congress, that you're actually having like a reciprocity of care. Another one of my favorite words from finance,
Yeah.
Well, again, like I was thinking, again, the Dunbar number, it's a model. It's not like
not fixed. Yeah.
What? So I'm just wondering though, that the idea. I wonder if we're, if we're not at the center, then how many people did Jesus know? I guess or something like that. It's like.
So if you're on the periphery, can you have more people in your circle is what you mean?
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Because if you look at his model, he had obviously a lot of people that he cared for. And I would just say that everybody he interacted, right, he cared for. I mean, he cares for everybody, but I'm saying, but then you can see a model of a smaller group, and then an even smaller group of 12, and then an even smaller group of like the 3 that he took up on the mountain. So there clearly was this relation thing that he was demonstrating on the value of groups getting closer and closer to you and holding a smaller group that knows a little more about what you're doing and you know what I mean? It's
there's that, but I also wonder like if you're not at the center of if you're not like self-centered and you're other-centered or God-centered, then it could be like 5,000.
I wonder.
So let me throw this into the pot and see how it cooks up. What if the exponential curve is in the relationship itself? So, like, we'll stay on the baseball card thing. I'm doing a thing to hopefully grow a richer relationship with my son, and my son learns how to then grow richer relationships himself. So he's doing the same Dunbar number, and it becomes like a Venn diagram where we're all overlapped,
circles upon circles.
And so the exponential curve is actually in Christ, and because you're modeling Christ and sacrificing yourself for the Dunbar number or the experience or the relationship, that's what gives us our exponential growth.
I guess the question is, what do you think the definition of knowing someone is? Because in my mind, I can say, like, what if I understand what Megan's saying, I can know everybody because I'm human and I understand what we know as to be human, right? I can know Christians in a different way because they're going to have a different idea of what is the highest, right? As that's similar to mine in our worldview. And then the next level would be somebody that actually knows my life, kind of like Chad and I, we've had sponsors, right? So like they're going to know me probably almost better than our family in a lot of aspects, because there's things we wouldn't want to say directly to our family to hurt them, but we would want to be able to vocalize them, to bounce them to somebody that can help us, so that when we do go back to our family, we're able to properly in relationship with them. People may use counselors, whatever. I'm just saying, I feel like that is a fundamental difference to knowing everyone. Yeah,
I think that's right, because in the act of sharing, you're cultivating a relationship, and even if it's a paid for relationship, it's a relationship nonetheless. So there is proper interaction there that then helps us do it other places.
You mentioned Christians, Brett, like as a category of people that you know or something like that, or that could know you perhaps better or something. And I wonder, I'm just curious why that is, why you believe that's the case.
Because if like I have some Christian brothers that I work with, right? And these guys know already from Rip Street what I value more than I value the job or even my relationship with them. So that there's this overarching thing, I'm going to use the term thing, that I see as more valuable than even them, and we both share that thing. And so because I have a personal relationship with God, with Jesus, that I know they also have a personal relationship. And if I see fruits of the fruits of the Spirit through them, I know that they're going to do their own self-reflection, their own prayer time, their own quiet time, that they're going to be able to reflect on certain things that help correct them. So I think that that's what I mean by this Christian thing. It's like, are there bad Christians? Of course there are. Like there's people that are going to burn me, that are going to claim Christianity. But I guess when I'm saying Christian, I mean the people that I have that have a similar walk with Christ, and not just a superficial walk with Christ. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Christ? I mean ointment.
What's funny is that's exactly how I used to explain the Sangha in Sanskrit. It wasn't strictly fellow Buddhists, believe it or not. It was fellow seekers, right? So there was room for people who were outside of their covenant. You follow me? And I believe that is literally what the koinonia is about. Like, not to be a heretic in this, I believe there is room in a Christian's heart to love, maybe even the pagan. But what I mean is love
of
people,
course,
even if they're what would you call it, struggling in their faith. You know what I mean?
I would agree. I don't think. This is why I thought it was important to also cast light on Jacob I have loved, Esau I have hated. That word hate isn't there. It's not. It shouldn't be translated as that. It should be love different. But it is to acknowledge the difference is a pretty fundamental thing, because I am called to treat my brother Christians they talk about it all through the New Testament, how we're supposed to deal with our own people in church versus a difference between a healthy boundary in the love we have for the non-Christian. Or it doesn't mean we don't have love for them. We have love for them, but I'm also not gonna give them more than I would a Christian in love, and there's nothing wrong with that,
You mentioned the word. Well, first of all, I don't have the capabilities of using a dictionary right now because my phone is being utilized. So I think I know what superficial means, but I don't exactly. So if somebody can look up the definition of what superficial is, that'd be great.
Al's on it.
No, I mean, if you just want to, like, super means something above, right? Facial, like, this goes back to why I use that term facially. Like, it didn't always mean face, and you guys are going to love this connection to Hebrew. But face is something that's just on the surface. So superficially means
Yes.
even worse than just something that's on the surface. But what's interesting, what we've lost in our language is the face. Panim, am I right? Is that the Hebrew for face? Panim means a reflection of what's really in your soul. So we have gone from the original Hebrew meant that your face would show the true nature of your soul to now we all wear masks to hide the true nature of our soul. It's kind of a funny. Anyway, so go ahead.
Well,
If anyone has a proper definition, let's see if I was right.
well,
I have it up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, okay. So superficial is an adjective that means located on the surface, lacking deep understanding, or focusing only on what is obvious and external rather than what is real or important.
Yeah.
And they have three different contexts offered. In the physical, it's the surface. I always think superficial like skin. Even though it's multifaceted in layers, even those layers have definitions that refer to whether or not they're closer to the surface or not. And then you have lacking depth or detail, a quick, hasty look or analysis that misses important facts, which I think this is what we try to push back against in just most of our conversations. And then shallow behavior or personality, describing a person who cares only about looks, status, or trivial matters rather than serious or meaningful ideas.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think to me, and this could be offensive, but I'm not trying to be offensive. I just well, excuse me. I think like if this is my experience with and my fear about Christians is that's how we treat each other, very superficially. There's like the idea that, oh, they're Christians. It's like this placeholder. It's very superficial. I don't have to get to know you. I don't have to spend time with you. I can have like this reflective, almost projected idea of who you are, who even what your values are, based on because we all go to the similar looking building that has similar looking symbols around that building. We all use these words and our words are very much a facade. And so I don't know. I think that I that's why I don't like this. Maybe I got off track, but the whole idea of like, these Christian people, I feel like are when Brett, when you mentioned that, I was like, I don't know if I don't feel the same way. I had I had some assumptions about that, which had me a member of a church for like 3 years before I left it because of this superficial assumption that I had of them. And
is it safe to say and them of you?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, I think because I mean, and what's weird is it wasn't like dramatic or anything like that. There wasn't a lot of dramatic hurts or anything like that. It was just like the way I kind of describe it is it felt like faculty, kind of like the same way I'm like at work, and I work with several guys, and we say hi to each other at work, and then that's it. It's kind of like that. And then like once you kind of reach beyond the superficial, it's like, oh yeah, no.
Well, that's the thing. This is why you brought up the job, which is a good example of this. There's jobs I've worked at where we all were so united on the vision of what we were doing and we were clicking on every cylinder because we were just united on this thing. And then there's been jobs where everybody is just doing the formalities, you know. And this is what breaks my heart about your situation in the church you were at for 3 years, because it's kind of like what we're attempting to do with this psalm service of looking at each other face to face, because there's so much. If Sunday is the only day that you can spare for the Lord, right, or not, and not get involved in a smaller group or not get involved in a smaller community, you're just going for a period of time, staring at the back of someone's head. Maybe you do some mingling before and after, but how much are you really going to get to know those people and them you? And so I have had people in our church, for example, that come and say, I didn't feel like anybody was reaching out to me. And I was kind of like, well, like you were only showing up the 1 hour a week, you know, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, but I'm like, to push myself on somebody and to force myself into their life when they may not want that. And so that, you know, like there's a woman that I help out, and she's an older woman. She's from the UK. She's like, man, I'm telling you, she's so rigid and so hard shelled. And my mom and her had an interaction. And this whole time she had told me about this woman. I didn't know who she was. Now, I had met her in a different context, and I was able to connect with her in a different way. And when we found out we were talking about the same person, it was like, so there was like this different interaction that occurred between us. I still see her as a Christian, but she's got this rigid exterior to a lot of people that don't share her thoughts on religion. And so she defends herself against it. And that's how she acted with my mom. Whereas with me and her, like, I love helping her out. She had surgery on her knee, and it's like kind of cool to give her a hand. And it really touched her by me being able to help. Now, not everybody in the church, I'm not bragging about this. I'm just using this as an example where, like, she was able to see the love in my family, and she's kind of amazed because of how she sees my mom, that how could you have a son that's this, like this, when she had an assumption about my mom, you know what I mean? And it was like this aha moment, but it was because we did a lot more interacting. You know, we did school together. We started doing theology together. So like I started to hear her opinions, and we'd have deeper conversations. I'd learn about her life, you know, and who's in her life and who's not, you know, because I helped her out the other day. I put a toilet paper thing on the wall. And she said, I feel like sometimes the church would never notice if these little old ladies just died, and, you know, like they'd never even notice it. Like, she feels like there needs to be more reach out to this older lady community. So like there's, you know, even people that are in the church, they're going to not feel connected. But I did ask her, I'm like, how much are you trying to be part of something? Like, if you see this need, step into this void, you know, and create something.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Brett. That's the faculty problem I'm talking about. It's like you're not in unless you're like on some sort of service committee or something, and that to me is bullshit.
Why?
Well, so okay, here, let me step in a little bit here, just so it doesn't, you know.
Okay.
So I think you're both pointing to the thing, because I think you're right. That's what almost everybody's complaints are that are nuns now, is that there was just no sense of connection in the church, no genuineness in there. I also think Brett is pointing to kind of the solution set to it, and it's got levels. So I'm also thinking about the rings around the mountain here. Like, you have some people that are more embodying the sense of relationship within the structure, within the church. And so I'm thinking, like, Paul did when he would start churches, from my understanding, is he would first go to the synagogues. He would go to the place where it was supposed to be happening, and he would embody what he felt like was the real relationship needed in order for growth. And he was unsuccessful at unossifying the synagogue, but he won converts. And so then they start the churches. right? And then he goes to another town and kind of repeats the process. So I think the antidote is something what Brett's pointing to is that even in these ossified structures, at least you got a rule set of what the ideal is supposed to be. And so then somebody seeing it actually embodied, because I wanted to ask you, Brett, has the relationship between her and your mother improved through or secondary to the actions that you took in helping her?
She's unique in
that would be the ideal. That would be the
Yeah.
ideal then, is that it grows.
Yeah, she's unique in that she's very opinionated on how she sees church to be, and we've
But
had
still
disagreements.
But
Yeah,
still
yeah,
good.
yeah,
Right.
and she wants a more she wants it to be more sacred, the space sacred, but she also loves the church, which is such a weird thing with her. She still sees my mom as having more of a softer church ethic in the love and stuff, like, because my mom focuses on the love part of Christ and not the the sin part, whereas she's more of a like, no, we have sin, we need to make sure that people understand we have sin, you know what I mean? So she's just a different type of person, so it really hasn't trickled out.
So not really. Okay.
No.
Does that map to you? I mean, so let me ask you this, Chad. If you had somebody that really, just one person, would it have likely changed your experience of that church? If it wasn't more faculty, if somebody
no,
was
because okay, so here's the point. So when we started, it was right away. They were like, "Hey, do you want to come be on the stewardship and finance committee?" And I was like, "I guess, sure." And then they like voted me in, and then I had like 2 years of that, where I was like meeting every like it was like once a month or something like this, doing that. And then you had like the and then there was another committee that they wanted to pull you in right away. It's an old Lutheran church. And then once we had Carolyn, and like it was like that on top of the other kind of like recovery stuff I'm trying to maintain and be a part of. I didn't have time to go to this. Well, I didn't have the bandwidth basically to go to and do this thing. And then like there was a person that did help with babysitting once, which is really nice.
Telling that story, yeah.
Well, that was separate, but then after Anne had hurt her back, and then like asking, like even before she hurt her back, I stood up and asked the church, I'd like to connect with some of you guys outside of church. We've been coming here for a few years. I'd like to be able to get to know some of you guys, make friends, and like nobody responded to that. And then like after Anne hurt herself, there was like a person that responded that came one time. So it's like, that's what I mean. It's like, oh, you're not, if you're not on faculty, if you're not like coming to the stewardship and finance meeting or the whatever the thing is, then you don't really exist. You're just kind of like, that's the facade relationship that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If you're not filling out our facade here, then you don't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't mean faculty in that way. I was saying, I was kind of meaning like, it's not that I'm necessarily serving in a capacity, especially in a capacity like that. That's not my thing, is finance. So therefore I wouldn't be any good in it. But like, I've had pastors see I can communicate well. So like hey Brett, would you consider being a table host? Like
Yeah,
that.
that's what I
No
mean.
big deal.
That's exactly what I mean. If you're not a part of the faculty in some
But-
aspect of it, then
But
you don't
why?
exist.
But why? Well, I mean, you said you didn't have the bandwidth, but the idea is I'm there to serve, not to be served. Like that's how I see it. And whether I benefit from it in a way, great. I mean, but it took me probably at least 2 years of doing things for people to be like, wow, he's pretty committed to this. Like I think everybody looks at
Yeah,
each other.
this is a pyramid scheme for connection.
Do you
And
think
it's
that you're
bullshit.
projecting? Do you think you're projecting on it though? So you
No.
don't think you're seeing all these people the way you're seeing them?
No, I spent 3 years with them. I actually would reach out and try and talk with them. I would try
Yeah,
to make
that's horrible.
connections
That's horrible. That is
So-
horrible. I don't know how.
No, and I
That,
think it'd be the same thing if you wherever you go.
it
Are you
hasn't been my
experiencing that now at
experience.
your current church?
It's because you're
Exactly.
part of the faculty, Brett.
Well, but I don't do it because I feel an obligation. I do it because I love doing it. I'm
That's
not
not my
doing it
point.
for. I'm not
I'm
doing
not
it
talking
for.
about
for
what you're doing it for. I'm talking about you don't. If you don't do it, you won't exist there.
I would say if I'm-
How long were you in the church before you started doing the faculty stuff, Brett?
probably a year. And we're using this term faculty. It seems so clinical. I didn't even
Exactly.
see it. I didn't see it that
Exactly.
way though. But I didn't see it as a in a way it ultimately became to serve. But I realized I was being very critical of the church. I was critical of the worship. I was critical of the way that they were not doing things for single people. I was critical that there were gaps. And it dawned on me, I had this, I don't know whether the Holy Spirit kind of opened my eyes or maybe somebody had said something. And I realized, what an asshole, because I'm coming to this place wanting it to be the way I want it to be. And I'm criticizing all of what it's not. And it dawned on me that if I want to be part of something that I see, whether it's a group that's already doing something that I like and be part of it, or if I see some way to start something on my own, like young parent ministry, or getting a barbecue together where I can invite new parents that are in the church to come together, and so now I'm starting the fire. And I say really, it's the Holy Spirit that ignited it in me to even care about this thing. And when that happened, everything changed. It's like I didn't have any expectation. I showed up to cook. Somebody wanted to help cook, but I saw like the way that they wanted to basically make a whole bunch of people help them do their cooking. And it was like, well, like that's not like I just go and cook. It's like I'm not expecting anybody else to clean my dishes for me. But like there's these expectations that other people put on other people, and so like I could easily see how you can slip into these things where it turns clinical, like it turns into things we're doing instead of the things that, like we're part of. Like, and then every once in a while, like 6 months will go by and somebody will stand up and be like, I just want to thank Brett. It's like he cooks and we don't even know. The food just shows up. We don't think anything of it. And it's like, okay, that's cool. Somebody recognized it, but I didn't do it for the recognition. I did it
Right.
because I wanted a hot meal there for the young families that didn't have time for breakfast. To give them a space to come in, hear God's word, interact and fellowship with people, and to check that box off for them in the morning, that they don't have to make breakfast. They can just show up at church. So like
So I
my intention changed.
Yeah. So I think the Holy Spirit speaks to us uniquely. And I think you guys are addressing and going after a similar problem from different perspectives. And it's working. And I think too that where the Holy Spirit wants us matters. Right. And I would think for you, Chad, the church that you were at 3 years later, if I'm remembering correctly, it didn't have a very well-established kind of thing for your daughter, right? Which
Right,
was
there's
the
no
season
family.
there was no season you were moving into. So I could very easily see the Spirit putting upon your heart a thing to get you to move. It's the same way that Brett got put on his spirit to move, to participate in the faculty, and to give him a different perspective of the church. Which is what I point to often is how is the Spirit moving us to relate. And in your case, my understanding of your current situation in church is quite a bit better. It may have that facade, but what I've noticed through my life is that you've been given eyes to see. And even if it's not right this second, you may have an experience moving forward in this church that addresses the same thing. And in so doing, you get an opportunity to grow. That's just kind of my take, not to be, because
I'm
I
a
do
faculty guy.
right.
I like the faculty. I'm all about it. Let's sign up and do service. Like that's and
I see that about you.
So I like to do that stuff. I just like and yeah, it was like I said, the church that we were at would have been the perfect church if we would have never had Carol.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a sad thing to think about, because I think there are a lot of churches in that state.
Yeah, it makes sense to me what you're saying. If there's not young families that you can relate to and they can relate to you and the things you're going through, I can't even conceive of what that would be like for a family with a young child to not have other people to talk about these things with, and diapers and discipline, or all that goes with being a parent. Like,
yep.
God, I mean, that would
and a friend in Ethan. I could not stress that as much. You two represent the first two TLC members that attend a church together. That is not nothing. That's way more than waving at a robot, in homage to Chris that we've gone 30 minutes into his show. That is something.
It takes a bit of effort to maintain a connection, and not only maintain, but like actually and that's the point of a lot of kind of what I'm getting at. It's like for people like of my generation, maybe even your guys' generation, as we move forward, we all are like people of like little resistance.
Mm.
So kind of like in some sense it's kind of like sign me up for the minimum kind of idea, so like when I have to like really in person is hard. It's hard.
Much harder.
So like when I see Ethan, and like there's a feeling of small talk kind of sometimes. It's not his fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's just like
it's life.
Yeah.
It's life. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like trying to connect. It's like, when do we connect outside? When do we connect outside of the church and stuff? Like, I'm having this barbecue this week, and I've invited them. I hope that they come.
Mm-hmm.
But like they got stuff going too, but it takes intentionality, right?
Yeah, right. And there's been a place created. Like, I think about some of the things where God could use that, like, it may not be, and this is the thing that oftentimes frustrates me, is because I want it done on my time. Like, I see this thing, I want the solution right now, but oftentimes, man, like the Spirit just grabs me. Settle down there, young lad. This isn't your thing. This is my thing. Al, where are you at with this? I'm curious.
Well, first, what you just expressed is called Hofstadter's Law. Hofstadter's Law states that a change will take longer than what you expect it should, and even knowing the law even longer, likely, right? So
That's-
it's just, I thought it was funny, but I was actually just doing a word search, like from what you guys were talking about, right? Exactly what Chad was talking about. Is it about deep
Look
engagement?
at this.
What? What's
Sorry.
wrong?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. So I 100% agree with him. And remember when I said about the word search and how it can relate today? So I actually was looking at Deuteronomy 6, because this is what you guys are talking about, right? You know, proper engagement with the world and with each other and having a proper heart, right? Deuteronomy 5 and 6. And when it talks about, I did a couple of word search. So if you wanted to, we can go through Deuteronomy 6, because I think that's what Paul would have been rebuking the Jews at the time about, how they were interpreting Deuteronomy 6. But just if I boil it down to the one word, jealous God. I regularly hear pagans, atheists, anti-Christians, and even some Christians who misunderstand. Remember, we talked about the word fear, right? Where in Hebrew it's completely different meaning. It does mean fear in one of its definitions, but it was more like an understanding of, if you don't follow these commandments, that things won't go well for you. But the Hebrew word for jealous is what is it? Kana, and that got translated to what we know as zealous in the Greek. Zealous. You get what I mean? So God had a covenantal love for us that couldn't be broken. That sort of idea. You get what I mean? Like the way we use the term a zealot, someone who has absolute devotion.
He's wild about you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why we need to do some of these. And I, like when Brett was talking, that's why I recommend modern philology. I don't believe that it's necessary to learn multiple languages. And like I told you this morning about that one Greek scholar, missed the point completely about why agape means something different today than it did back then. It's not a translation issue. It's our alignment. You get what I mean? So I believe that if you spend too much time learning one language, you're going to miss out on the rest. So I argue that you can learn these etymological practices to do a deep dive. Like in this case, right? It's not a jealous God the way most people talk. He has a love for us that cannot be broken. And I wish more people would understand that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How can you understand? How can a society of people who are self-centered understand agape?
Oh, so true. Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's a.
We're-
I mean, even
we're
like
watching
even
our
if you're
lives.
aware of it. Oh, sorry.
For what? This is why I give so much pushback to Claire with the logic thing, or the laws. You can know the law, but until you, this is why the stories matter. This is why all you guys are talking about the stories and the thing, is because really, the best way to see it is not just for the person watching me, but for me myself, is to fold these things in and really try to live them out in the world. And people see it and get attracted to it, and God speaks to them through it. It's the only way, in my mind. Everything else is a game, which is why you have to keep God at the top. You have to. The second God isn't at the top, even a relationship to, like, who was the one that said even the general love their kids, right? So what is the godly way to love your kids? It's to not put them at the top, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. To still be aligned with what is ultimate. Yes, because that's why parents will cave to their children when they know they should be more firm. Yes, I love that.
Yeah, that because they have they're kind of embodying like this other kind of like misdirected or misaligned fear. It's a different kind of fear.
Yeah.
Like fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. If you like say like, oh, fear of your children is the beginning of wisdom. Yeah.
Well, the fear of your children is the beginning of ignorance for you and them. Yeah, that's a great way to see it. Yeah, like if you fear your children's wrath, well, things ain't going to go well for you and yours. But if you understand that the commandments of God are intended for things to go better for you, then it all works out right as rain. You know what I mean? In fact, I did a little, I played a little bit with words in the chat. So Chad, when you were talking about superficial is more like I'm pretending to pay attention to what matters. Supra, supra, in Latin, is more like paying attention to what actually matters, even if it isn't something that you can touch and feel. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you can play with that. Like when people talk about superficial, you can say, well, yeah, that's speaking to not doing what you say you're going to do. Whereas supraficial is, I believe, this idea of what you were just saying, that putting God above all, right?
Yeah, it's funny because the word fear in Hebrew, the more than 50% of the time, it had to do with being honored and awesome.
Yep.
So it isn't just the modern afraid.
Awe. Yeah.
Yeah. It just, I mean, that's how it was translated in the Hebrew. So the problem is when we say fear, we have this modern idea of fear, and that's the only thing we can see. You know,
well, we're blinded by our ignorance. Yeah, we know not what we don't know. That's actually the original meaning of stupid in Latin. Stupio was willful ignorance. You know, it's that left brain thing.
Oh.
You don't know what you don't know, right?
Willful ignorance. Yeah, I use that oftentimes.
It's the worst.
Like, yeah, I prefer I've been kind of coming to the idea. I don't know how this maps to your education, Al, but more of a reverence, right, as opposed to a fear.
Yes.
Like, there is an awesome power here that could
awe. You just said it, awe. The original meaning of awe, reverence, wonder.
And so that requires
emotion.
Respect. That requires a sense of, this is your place. I'm going to do the things. And his most prideful possession is each one of us. So I should treat that thing with the utmost respect.
Temple of
That's
God.
what I'm trying to come to learn how to love myself.
Exactly.
That's kind of like the. I always think of like chainsaw. Like you have a deep respect.
Oh,
for a
kids
chainsaw.
That can bite you real bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, or the whatever the Ark of the Covenant. It's like you're gonna be respectful when you're around that thing. If you bump into it, you might drop dead.
I use that analogy when I'm teaching my patients about opiate addiction. That this is a very, very powerful tool. And I tell the story that my dad told me about a circular saw, and how they would, a lot of guys will, the guard that comes down, they'll wire it up so that, because they got to cut so much, and the guy put the saw down and it came back and cut off his toes. Tools give us the power to accentuate our abilities. Yeah. And with opiates in particular, this is giving you the power to do your rehab, to be able to not lay in this bed so scar tissue builds up. But the second you don't respect this thing, I have not once met a person that said, I can't wait to get addicted to opiates. Respect it. Use it for a tool and keep it in that framework. And that will give you the opportunity to. And I remember in particular one person, I'm getting goosebumps now. It was this little old lady. And I gave her this little kind of talk right before I pumped her full of Dilaudid. And she told me later on in that shift, she said, thank you so much for telling me that, because of what happened when I pushed that medicine in there, which gave her the opportunity to do the thing. But now she was equipped with the tools herself to face this thing. And hopefully, she's not one of the hundreds of stories that you hear about people that broke their ankle and then 4 years of their lives was lost to this horrible thing. So I mapped to that very well.
Can I quickly just share something I learned recently? I'll give you, here's a little window into Al. I've always been a huge Prince fan. Judge me if you want. Trust me, I put up with it in high school. Yeah, people used to bust my balls over it. I found out recently he did not have an opiate addiction. He died from taking what he thought was a legal prescription fentanyl pill for regular pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the elevator. Just like he said in his song.
Oh, it's so tragic. And the fact that they're spinning it as an opiate addiction instead of saying, wow, even our legal supply is dangerous. And none of us stop and go, well, I point back to Gabor Mate, who argues that opiates are the problem because you need to treat the pain, not the addiction. And if you look at Portsmouth, Ohio, where this opiate crisis began, the doctors were given opiates to people because they were suffering from the pain of loneliness and the loss of identity and self because of the closing of the industrial heartland of the area. I have a friend from that area. So they were treating, and in fact, I knew someone myself who told me his doctor, and this is only maybe 5 or 10 years ago, probably 10, his doctor gave him opiates because of his depression. It does, right? The pain of loneliness is treated by opiates, but it's not a solution. You get what I mean?
Look up the etymology of addiction. It's kind of crazy. And then, yeah.
Addictio, giving over, a surrender, an assignment. Addicere, add towards, dicere, to say, to declare, to speak. So it's to say towards, or to declare, to be assigned to. So yeah, you're right. So essentially what you're saying is addiction is a conscious relegation of the self. Is what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you meant, Chad?
Check this out. In the Greek, when they used it in First Titus, they were talking about deacons. And so it was used to take care or to pay attention to, which gets to what Scott was saying, which I think is fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that gives me goosebumps a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like the kind of modern understanding, the way they bandy those kinds of words around, or like a habit.
That's why I bought an 1820, and that isn't even good enough. But I wanted to have a dictionary that goes back beyond the modernity sphere.
Oh, I got you.
You know?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And you can do it in Google. You can say, give me the 1820 definition of such and such. You'll get
It's tough,
close.
though.
You'll still get yeah, it's not going to be like the real book, but it's still, something.
I like etymology online. It's a good website. I think I use it a lot.
The etymology online is pretty good, but I think Brett is dead on. Is because grammar shifts. Because the example I use is vicissitude. It's one of my favorite words. Just to give you an insight, it was Alf. You remember the cartoon or the furry character? He went to a monastery, and he left a note for the family saying that I'm going to the monastery to ponder life's vicissitudes. And I'm such a weirdo, of course, I had to find out what vicissitudes were. Exactly. So vicissitudes are, and this is what I stopped using it in regular conversation, because I would invariably have someone going, well, you're not using that word right, because when you look up vicissitudes, it's actually kind of contradictory. That, you know what I mean? So it twists some people's brains. But to go further to what Brett's paying attention to is, I might use a word in a context that might be the third or fourth definition, but most people will look up Oxford Online and only read the first definition, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, what Chad's getting at, we're losing some definitions, some meanings, but at the same time, we are consciously, like he was pointing out, addictio, we're consciously relegating the deeper meanings of our language. You know what I mean?
Like a habit or victim.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Victimhood. Yeah. I love how that connects. Addiction is victimhood. Yes.
Well, do you know the etymology of a victim?
No. Let's go take a look. That's interesting.
What's up, Megan?
Latin, man. Oh, we didn't even say hi to him. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to hang out. I got jealous. So I'm making food.
Yeah. From
and
the Latin,
listening.
victima, a sacrificial offering, especially an animal. So it'd be kind of like,
sacrificial offering.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like what what we were rebuking the Jews for, that they believed they could just offer up a sacrifice and all would be forgiven, sort of idea. They could be out of alignment, right?
I am. The reason why I first looked this up is because it was one of these saints were writing about asking God to make them his victim, and I was like, wow, what are they talking? What is that?
That makes sense now. Yeah.
And that's so basically, I don't remember if it was Teresa of Avila or Mother Teresa, like this idea of, this kind of others centered and God centered posture, asking God to make me his victim is like to help me, give me the strength to to be of love and service, like whatever it takes, whatever your will is, thy will not mine be done, kind of idea. And so yep.
What I found interesting was the victim culture that is pervasive, and what is that being offered to? There's been a lot of talk about Moloch these days.
Yeah.
That song was pretty sweet that Azra did yesterday.
Yeah.
That was great. Also, Scott, your head looks pretty cool on Megan's body.
That's funny.
I'll try to stay in line when she moves over.
I'm feeling kind of strange. This isn't normal.
Maybe we can put different heads on her. Maybe I can move it around.
I'm out of here. I gotta go, guys. Have a great day.
Well, I'm just thinking about a synopsis. I mean, it's kind of interesting how we took some turns and how it kept coming back to this idea of relationship. Because I think even in that last thing that I just mentioned, that's a relationship. You're surrendering yourself. And, I think there was a lot of OG Rose in this, to be honest with you. One of the things that they've been pushing for is re-enchanting your life, in the mundane.
I got books for you guys if you want on that subject. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's funny.
Do you watch a lot of OG?
Nope. Only found out about him recently.
Yeah, there's.
I think you
would love it. Yeah.
Probably.
I put in the chat because I was thinking while other people were talking, so I just tried to put it in there so that I didn't interrupt anybody. But the whole idea was, the idea of relationships is what sucks about it is it means you have to consider somebody. So like when you think of a marriage, being in a relationship like that means I have to consider someone's feelings, right? Like I have to consider that, like that's a vow I made. So I put relationships, there's a consideration needs to happen, accepting others' flaws in love, right? Because there's going to be an ugliness to all of us, and the closer we are, the more we're going to see it. And so walking in their shoes and identifying with the pain that they're experiencing. So like when we're not maybe married couple, but if I'm in a friendship with somebody and they have a very negative attitude, and it's like I could easily judge and say, I don't want to be around anything like that. And that's healthy. I mean, I can only allow them to be so close to me that I'm not going to allow myself to be, to kind of have that rub off on me. However, with the right orientation to say, I wonder what they're going through, like, or what they've been through that formed them the way that they are and how their defense mechanisms are acting. And it helps me have a sense of, like almost like walking in their shoes in the pain. It's like I'm feeling sorry, not for them, but for the situation that they had to endure in their life that drew them to the place where they're rejecting God or where they're angry with God, and not judge them and say, you shouldn't be angry with God. It's kind of like, no, like there was some pain. There's some, they're going through a process. Like there's a lot of people that have gone through that phase of being angry with God, and that's okay. That's what's great about this personal relationship with him is like, he wants to hear you talk to him and pray to him and say, I'm angry right now. Like, why did you make me like this? Why did you make me go through this? Why did I have to feel this pain? Couldn't have been another pain. And so like the idea of the attitude of gratitude really comes in play, because if I'm able to walk in someone else's shoes, or even, this is why there's a Christian apologist. She's her name is damn it, I'm forgetting her name. She's got no arms and no legs, and she goes out and talks about her love for Christ. And when people hear her and see her, it dawns on them that how ridiculous am I? You know, like, I am so ridiculous. The things that I'm so angry about with God, the things that I feel like I've had to endure. It's like I can't even comprehend this leveling of the way that I'm boasting my pain to such an extreme, because it's my pain. It's real. I'm going through it. But the idea, and this is something in the West, right? The disconnectedness that we have to the rest of the world, other countries that don't have some of the luxuries that we have, but yet we're over here complaining. You know, it's like, get over yourself. They probably want to say to the, you Western people. You know what I mean?
I think that's what they've been saying. Yeah. I think what surprised them the most was the hospitality, that because they thought that it came from something less than, and then when they saw the hospitality that was there too, that was the most moving part of those things for me. But
well, if I can give you a couple things to pull on, like you guys were just talking about why we have the Book of Job, right? Like everyone was telling him to just lay down in the dirt, curse God and die, and he didn't. That, I believe, is why we still use these words, right? Metanoia, right? Metanoia is a turning towards, it's a realignment, right? But how many people look at Peter, right? He denied Christ 3 times, right? So he wasn't fully aligned, whereas Job was. And that's what I'm getting at here with this idea of re-enchantment. So the dark night of the soul of St. John of the Cross, Brett, I do recommend it, even though he's a church father, he actually understands this. What he was saying was this disenchantment, and this is why I gave the 2 books, The Myth of Disenchantment and Awe by Dasher Keltner. The Myth of Disenchantment's by a guy with a compound name, but you'll find it. This idea is not that we're disenchanted. It's that we're not paying attention. It fits with what Chad was getting at. It's this victimhood. So we've turned away from seeing wonder and awe. You get what I mean? So the dark night of the soul is realizing that you've turned from your source. You get what I mean? So it's not that you're re-enchanting anything, none of that shit. It's that you're just turning back towards, it's re-engaging that covenant, the koinonia. If I want to leave a word, it's one of my favorite words, koinonia. This idea of a physical, a metaphysical communion, right? Not the communion in church, but this idea of a connection between us and God, and us and each other, and us and the Spirit, and you know what I mean? This, anyways.
That's why
go ahead.
That's why I hate that word. The enchantment word. It can be cloudy and not very helpful, especially in a modern framework. Yeah. They use that word. Yeah, and like, but what you're saying is a redirecting back to, which is, it's a different thing, but when
I think it's they're trying to be intentional with the fact that we've gotten materialistic, and that there's more to the world than just atoms. Right. Honestly. And I
think you're seeing it right. I think you're seeing it right. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
But other people, it clouds it. It clouds it.
Go ahead, Megan. You tried a couple times. What you got?
So the thing I was gonna point to is kind of this idea of like what a connection like does for you, and I think like when when you have like a connection, like when you're connected to someone, when you have a friendship or a whatever, it makes you then responsible for something. Like I think you're able, because you can hear, because you're in connection, you are able to respond. You can, and so it's a call to responsibility. And I think that's why it's so hard to be in proper connection, because when you realize you thus have to be responsible, and we live in a world that like doesn't love to take responsibility. That's why I think we have all these things in place that keep a faux connection at a higher status than like a real connection. And so I guess I just wanted to throw in that idea of responsibility and like the literal, like able to respondness, but then also what we think in society as like, oh, I have to take responsibility for someone else's actions. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's what being in community is. And so you don't want a community.
Yes.
That's fine. And so I don't know, something about that sort of pinged me.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. I was thinking taking responsibility for someone's actions. I don't know. I feel like it's. I think it's more than that.
Mm-hmm.
No, responsibility for, this is what we were getting at. Like, remember the Hebrew I mentioned, the tikkun olam? And some people say it's like building, it's like fixing the world, but it's not. It's co-creation in the Hebrew, this idea of repairing the world, co-creation. So I think I put it in the chat. I think B, if this is what you mean. Chad talked about lo yismoy, this idea of, I don't know if he means intention. So I argue that parasocial does not have the responsibility we're talking about. And I don't just mean like what you were getting at, Brad. I mean, it's that's literally what karma is, believe it or not. It's not an external power. Karma is just cause and effect. So if you do something to somebody, whatever may come back to you is, you know, what you deserve. You get what I mean? So this idea of we engage with people in a parasocial manner, meaning besides social, we're not actually, like I said, aside from social, we're avoiding that deep connection because it takes too much out of us or whatever, you know what I mean? So that's what I mean by, I call it engagement with care. Connects to Heidegger. He called it Sorge in our Dasein. Sounds stupid and all that, right? Weird words. We use these words because to find your way in the world is to align yourself properly with all of this stuff. And so Heidegger came up with this idea, of Dasein, the way you are in the world. And he essentially came up with this idea that it's all about care. And so care and responsibility, I think, are almost synonyms in that sense. Does that make sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was what I was going to ask Megan.
No,
is if you had to pick another word, what would it be? Yeah, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
No, but you asked her a question.
Well, it's like, I hate to say it, like it's, because it's both like not that deep and like the deepest thing we can talk about. So it's like, I don't know how to quite answer the question because like, I think it's just a necessary part of being in connection with someone else. Like, because I know you guys, when you guys do stupid things, I feel the stupidity of the things you do because I know you and I'm around you. And so like, I think that's what being in community is supposed to be, is because then you can give that proper feedback. And so I guess what I'm saying is like, it's not necessarily the take responsibility in the way that I think we like to think like I'm taking all their burden. I'm like codependent with these people. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But I think maybe it is more of that, like, I care because you're a part of me. And so I ought to care. If I'm connected with you, it matters. Like, it's been metabolized into me. It's been connected to me in some way.
I don't
know if that makes sense. Yeah, and so it's not a chosen
they're
thing.
Two different things that come together to make another. Yeah.
And that's what I was saying by like, it's not like a chosen thing. Like, being in connection is like the easy. I think it's easy. I don't know. It's what I'm seeking, and I say I don't have it, but I think it's actually very easy. I think connection is like always there. But it's that keeping of connection. It's like the discernment of like, is this something I want to be able to respond to on a daily basis, or like, because it's co-creating me. And so what do I want to be? That's the type of connections I think I'm seeking. Does that make sense? Maybe? I don't know.
I think it speaks to the Dunbar number and why the Dunbar number. Because if you're giving, if we're to give ourselves all to God, and God tells us to then also give to our neighbor, right? You're giving all you can to your neighbor too, both because God says it, but also because God's spark or whatever that's within that person. Like there, you can feel the weight of that, and there is probably a cap due to, we'll use biblical terminology, in the flesh, right? There's a cap that we can get to. But I didn't see, and this is interesting, Brett, because when she said responsibility, I did not see it in the way you did. I saw it as like
participatory.
Like the responsibility of a father to his home or his family. The responsibility of me as an employee of a place that I work, right? I have chosen to work there. They have chosen to hire me. There's a responsibility of duty that is now upon me. And it's my job and my responsibility to live up to that, to perform at that level, if not more, because the Bible says if it says to walk a mile, go 2. So I'm supposed to and almost commanded to do more than the responsibility has been laid out in the contract, to just kind of keep weaving this all together. And so, that's that. And that was the way I had seen it as and that's not to say what you were seeing isn't true too, right?
Yeah,
but
I guess
between the perspectives and getting at the real sense of that.
Yeah, I guess like what you use that example is a great example as to why there's a differentiation, because in the example you were giving with the job as an example, right? That's a different type of relationship. It is actually a quid pro quo. Now when I'm in relationship with like you, I have zero expectation from you to do the things of how I see a friend should do. Now, I may have this idea of friend and what I think a friend should be, but if I'm putting it on you and saying this is what a friend is, and if you're not showing me that as a friend, I don't want to be your friend. Having said that, I also know that because we seek the same thing in the higher realm, I have way more grace for however you want to engage me, and I'm content with that. So like the idea of you bringing up the child relationship, clearly a different dynamic, right? You're not expecting something from your child. Now your child is definitely providing something to you. There's a benefit, right? It's kind of like, why do I feed my kid? Well, he's annoying me because he's saying he's hungry and I got to feed my kid. So there's a selfish motive.
Okay.
Well, but there's a selfish motive to shutting the kid up, right? But you also know that you would still feed your kid because he needs to be fed. There's this higher thing and then there's this lower thing, and so go ahead, Al.
So it's funny you say that, because I was just going to share with you that it was a funny little story. I was kind of not damaged by faith. My mom wanted to put me into Catholic school, and I wanted to go to the school that all my friends were going to, because I was in French immersion. So there were 2 different high schools. So I didn't want to go to a different high school. And the education was nowhere near as good as the Catholic school. I don't know why my mom thought I'd get a better education. And so I actually studied religion to show her, see, I know more than they could teach me at the high school. So why would you send me? Send me to my proper school, right? But what you just hit, Brett, I think is the biggest thing I had to learn. Don't know how much to say here, but when it comes to trauma, especially childhood trauma, that's probably the worst thing. This is what I think Freud was trying to get at. If something happens to you in the first 7 years of your life, that becomes foundational to your very self. You either carry it forward as baggage and it hinders your true progress, or it becomes who you are. It creates who you are. You know what I mean? But here's the thing that I found out that's most shocking. Not every parent puts their kids above themselves. In fact, more parents than we'd like to admit will actually use their kids in very creepy ways. So that's what I had to learn. I thought that my parents would look out for my best interest no matter what. And it wasn't until I realized that that's not true. And in fact, this is in Basil van der Kolk's The Body Keeps the Score. It's just, even to some kids, when they realize that, oh my gosh, my parent was a selfish human being, just like everyone else. That, and don't misunderstand, I didn't use that against my mother. I actually told her, listen, there is no animosity because I see you as a human being. My other brothers hold it against her. Do you follow what I'm getting at? Because they thought she should have risen above the situation. So I just wanted to share that. That's the hardest thing for some kids to get over, is to realize that not all parents will put their kids ahead of themselves. You know what I mean? And I wish they would. And the same thing with religion. That's what we're getting at, right? It's proper relation. I'm sorry, I'm done.
All right, and to embody the point, Claire's been in the back room for a minute. I want to bring her in because I do think that her points about law is really us trying to write down how to properly relate with one another. But I want to be clear, Claire, we are on the mountain of relationship. Okay. If you start taking this conversation off the mountain of relationship, because that's my expectation of what I have seen from my relationship to you, is that we have a certain tenor of the conversation. And then before we know it, we're talking about Thomas Jefferson's Quran on his shelf and how that relates to us being a bunch of idols, okay? That's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about our relationships to and for one another. And I am trying to embody that by having you
being magnanimous. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the ground rules we're setting here.
You guys are fabulous human beings. I'll give you that.
Thank you, Claire, for showing up.
Hi, Claire.
Relationship.
Hello.
Good morning.
So,
or evening. Evening, rather.
Zayak Habibi.
I don't know what Al was trying to say to me. I suppose
you don't speak Arabic?
People for allowing me to speak at all. Is that what you were saying, Al?
No, I just welcomed you in Arabic. I didn't realize you didn't speak Arabic. My apologies.
I'm not Muslim, but before that you said that these are excellent people, implying that they're excellent for allowing me to speak at all. Was that what you were implying? That they have the patience to entertain my ideas?
I'm going to give you some grace because I know there's a lag between YouTube but you were actually so you should have been able to hear. It wasn't allowing you to speak. You're allowed to speak anywhere you want, right? Now, this place is the space that God has instructed me to create, and I'm inviting you into it, and I would appreciate it if you kept the conversation around relationship and not Thomas Jefferson's Quran.
Yes. Okay.
So would you like to add to the conversation?
Obviously, there will be rules about, how to conduct a relationship, right? That's the main point, isn't it? And maybe this relates to who is your friend, and this was a subject that was discussed a bit maybe last week. Oh yes, it was on Megan's channel. She was talking about friendship, and maybe we should have a talk about whether male friendships are different to female friendships. If that's what you're interested in, I guess we're really talking about the proper way to behave. Yes, is that and
relation,
and who we should tolerate if we don't quite like their ideas, right?
See that? No, actually, what we're talking about is choice of language. So when you say tolerate, that immediately is othering language. You get what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be about toleration. Do you understand what we're getting at here? It's it's having a much more magnanimous view of what people are saying. Like, even if someone has put you off in the past, as the TLC may have, you're still engaging with the best possible motives, right? So when you say tolerating someone, why are you even engaging with someone that you would use that sort of verbiage with? You get what I mean? Does that make sense?
Because I have a message and I want to make sure that it is understood, if that's all right with you. So I think,
as long as the message is in concordance with the current conversation, yes.
yeah, so you were talking about how we are to relate to each other, and obviously, you know, if you're all friends and you're all Christian and you're all white and all middle class, you think there might be a whole bunch of stuff to agree on. But then even within such a group, enmities could arise for different reasons. It could be personal, it could be ideological, and then we have to have ways of resolving these issues, even when people of the same race and religion do not agree. And you were talking about rules, and you mentioned my my focus on rules as a way of solving these problems, and it would be hierarchy, like, well, whose channel is it anyway? If you're being annoying, I'll kick you off, and maybe I don't have to give a reason. Maybe later I will, you know. But when we talk to people we don't like, we should analyze the reason why we don't like what they're saying. You know, maybe they are mad, maybe they are evil, maybe they are stupid, or maybe they just say some things that you don't like because it goes against your values, your shared values as a group. So I'm just proposing that these ideas be entertained rather than, we just hate her, don't we? We just really hate her, and we can't stand to talk to her for more than 3 minutes at the most, and then we have to kick her.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That
kind of thing.
all right. That's where I'm just gonna push back here, because that's not from what most of the individuals in the corner that I know that have kicked you. None of that talk has ever come up. It's always in the sight of, man, I wish she would just participate in the manner in which we're. Yeah, you're talking at us. You're not talking to us. There's a big difference, and that is what we're pointing to in the secret of a relationship. We are not just.
You don't like me. You don't like me. That's fine. I don't care. I get
It's
on
not
with
that I
Chris
don't like you.
because he has the intellectual confidence to engage with me in real time, without surrounding himself with, you know, people to talk over me. That's fine, right?
I'm just pushing back at you making all these accusations that are just, quite frankly, unfounded and in horrible faith.
Me. You don't like
Claire,
me. We had better conversations,
no,
Scott, but it was
we
a one-to-one.
and this is why I'm pushing back and getting upset with you in the fact that you're accusing me of not liking you. I feel like I have reached out
after
to you.
You spoke to me, you said I was repellent. I remember you saying that, and it's like, okay, you don't have to like me. I don't know what I said to you that you found repellent, that you didn't say to me, to my face at the time. And even had you said that, I would still talk to you again. So I think you're being hypocritical, you know, but that's fine. I deal with hypocrites all the time.
True.
And I'm saying, in order for a group to function properly, there has to be a hierarchy, so people can, in some way, resolve their disagreements with each other. You can kick me after you've had enough of me, or you can disagree with me and say why, or, you know, whatever. There are certain rules of behavior, and I will still come back again. So,
Claire,
I
have a question for you. Is that okay?
Please ask.
So I struggle with this idea of hierarchy, and I think you might be the perfect person to ask this to. It's like, when I think of hierarchy, I think about it in more of the like energetic, biologically like sound logic in that sense for me, like what makes sense to the world, the nature at large, like the powers that actually exist, not the things that we make. That's the hierarchy that I see. And so I'm curious how like law and the hierarchy in like deciding who speaks first in a room of like a TLC live stream, how those two things can exist in the same space. Because I struggle with saying like, oh, who's going to talk next? But I'm like, okay, it's Scott's turn. But like, maybe I think what Scott's talking about is irrelevant for nature at large. So how do you like distinguish who actually is in charge and in power, if not for the way people are feeling about it? But I don't know, that's just me. Like, I find it so hard to like follow rules because of that. And so anyways.
Yeah, so you can convey, all these rules without saying it, and people might just follow it. When I was running longer streams, I would actually just go to bed, and people would have, perfectly civilized conversations, and I would wake up, 7 hours later or whatever, and it might still be going or whatever. And I remember somebody saying that it was curious that people behaved themselves even after I'd left the scene. But maybe, that they were so used to coming to my streams and they realized that they had to sort of follow it either consciously or subconsciously. And also with Luke Thompson, he likes to keep reminding us of the rules, and this creates an immediate desire to break them, you see. So I guess the bossier you get, the more rebellion you get, and I suppose you can have streams where people just interrupt each other, but to a reasonable degree, so that nobody feels that they're being insulted or whatever. So you have a more natural conversation that you would have with your friends. I mean, I once heard that Americans would complain about English people talking at dinner, and they would be more liable to interrupt each other, while Americans, would politely listen for each other to finish, even though they do talk about themselves a lot, which I suppose English people can't bear. But yes, it's a cultural thing.
Okay, so it's like a cultural thing as well. Yeah, that's something that I realize that I like don't do very well, is like, I don't know, listen for the sense of like when it has now not become relevant, or something like that. And so that's why it's like this hierarchy thing is always just very interesting to me. The like, the what is it like, cordial, or like when men is opening doors for women, what's that called?
Oh, chivalry.
Chivalry. Like, so like there's like this almost like chivalrous thing that's happening like from person to person, not just like men to women, but it seems to be like all over the place, as though, oh man, I'm a good person if I listen to this idiot ramble on for 20 minutes. Look at me and my story about myself, and I feel better about myself, and then we can't have like good conversation. So that's the type of like the type of like tension that I feel in society and in these like types of conversations. And that's why this idea of hierarchy is so interesting, because I feel like it takes in that like societal idea of chivalry, that, or the idea of what a good man or a good woman or a good person is supposed to do. And so I just thought that was interesting, and I would love to hear other people's thoughts on it too, not just Claire's, but yeah.
I think the hierarchy, you have to, in order for the hierarchy to be functional, to get the added thing from the discussion, you got to self-sacrifice. If you're at the top, and this is what happens in a conversation, we take turns being at the top if it's a good conversation, and if we're genuinely listening and then building right on the topic itself to try to find the thing at the top, because as we ascend the mountain together, all the crap gets burnt off.
I like
So-
that, Scott. That reminds me of like, have you ever watched two dogs play wrestling with each other? It's like if one dog keeps coming on top of the other dog, the dogs don't want to play anymore. It becomes aggressive, it becomes ridiculous at some point. And you have to tear them away from each other. But if each dog is able to sort of dominate at a different time, the play could go on for hours. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about right there.
Yeah. And so and this is where I would push back with a lot of the rules. If you try to write that down and codify it in a law, it doesn't mean that the law isn't right? But then what ends up happening is we end up interpreting that and making it too rigid. And this is where the letter of the law comes in. We got to do it by the letter of the law. And so then these things would always be more like a CEO boardroom, where you have these structures set up, and as soon as the head person in the boardroom starts speaking, everybody else shuts up, right? There's not this giving back into the thing. That's kind of been my experience of where this structure is ossified. And so it doesn't ever get you. It can be maintained and it can do some good in the world, but it seems to me oftentimes misses the mark and allows for more gaming of the situation.
If I could quickly maybe just drop something in. Yesterday, I made an awkward joke that I think relates. Remember when I made the awkward joke that I had a conversation with Nell Lee, Harper Lee, the author of To Kill a Mockingbird. So that was an awkward way, and I didn't get into it. This idea that we used to have a conversation with the authors of the books we read, right? Napoleon wrote about this, that he used to write in his books. He'd underline anything he agreed with, anything he disagreed with. He'd make a bunch of notes because he loved to reread like I do. But I loved how he couched it. He said he was having an actual engagement with the author themselves. And I think he probably got that from a previous philosopher. I don't know off the top of my head. But what I'm getting at here is that's what I meant. That do you read the book to try to engage with what the author's ideas were and what they were trying to get across? You get what I mean? Or are you just reading it to say, okay, done, right? And that's what I was trying to get at, that I feel blessed that I'm able to go and read about these authors, something that they couldn't do in the past. And even better, like I said, I've watched actual interviews with Harper Lee. So I feel so blessed, you know what I mean? That I've been able to vicariously, right, have this, what actually I called it in the chat, what B was getting at. What did I call it? Vicarious engagement or sympathetic engagement. Do you get what I mean? Sympathetic engagement, right? Sympathy meaning, this idea of feeling but not being properly connected. You get what I mean? Almost like Jung's synchronicity. This idea that something happens in the world has meaning to you, but it isn't actually connected. You know what I mean? So that's what I think I was trying to get at yesterday is I have these deep engagements with the authors that I engage with, that I read. And I find it funny that we're actually talking about that we don't even have that ability daily now in our everyday life with each other. Sorry, go ahead, Brett.
No, this is what I was thinking. When I hear hierarchy, my first thought is a leader, right? And who would I be willing to follow? And so a good leader, in my opinion, even if I don't directly have a close relationship with them, because a leader sometimes is over many and it's just impossible to have but I'm able to see what they see as most important to them. And because it's just oozing out of them of what is their priority, what is the most important, right? So and then going back to that RAM relationship attachment thing. So even if it's a parasocial style relationship with a leader, all right, I'm not going to commit to anybody that I can't rely on them more. And I'm not going to rely on somebody more than I can trust somebody. and I'm not going to trust somebody more than I know them. So I am going to know them first. And then the more I know about them, the trust meter goes up, but it never supersedes how much I know them. And same with the rely. The more I trust them, I'm able to start relying on them. And then the more I can commit to them. So like this relationship attachment model is so significant to me because it is truly the most healthy way. Because when I get those things out of whack, so like when I commit to somebody way more than I know them, I'm setting myself up for something bad because there's an expectation that just inevitably creeps in, and then a resentment occurs. So like there's this healthy way of doing relationships. So when I know somebody well enough that I can't trust them with something, then I know the limit of our trust. Same with the rely on. I have a limit of relying that I can rely on them. That doesn't make them a bad person. It just means that my ability to rely on them or to commit to them has been limited by the information I know, because they're not letting me know them more, and I'm not able to have a deeper relationship with them in the knowing. So there's this stunted relationship.
Can I push on something, Brett? Can I push on this idea of knowing and knowledge? Because like I feel like when I think of a good leader, like while I think of like being like certain characteristic traits of like things they can particularly do, I think of more of like a wisdom just across the board. Like I have to be like sure that this person, regardless of their like physical or whatever abilities, it's like they also like are like aware of those abilities and they know how it relates to the world and around them. Like so like that feels like a good leader to me. And then I think to myself, okay, like how do I know that someone is a good leader? It's like is it because I know their sister's name and where they went to college and like that it's like no, it's more about like, oh, I know what their belief systems are, or I know the experience that they've had under a certain like part. I know their like history. And so it's like I wonder if we can sort of like, I don't know, specify what you mean by this like knowing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because if somebody's vulnerable to me, for instance, when I go into a room, an AA room, and they share with me, even if it's one-on-one or with our group, depending on how big it is, whatever, they share with me their story and their vulnerability to their story. I know them on some level deeper than I know the average person sitting next to me in that room because I haven't heard their story. So the history of somebody is the relationship. And this is one of the things I've tried to impress upon with Claire, is that you can say all these things and you want me to engage you on certain topics. And I have a limited amount that I'm willing to trust you and commit to you and rely on you in these engagements because I don't know you in a real sense. I know what you believe. I know what you state. And so I'm using our relationship as an example of where I have a limitation because I really don't know enough. And so I don't have a good faith relationship with you because I would share with you stuff, but like you've asked me personal stuff in emails, tell me about this, tell me about that. And it's like, well, I don't trust you like that. Like, I don't trust you. You haven't given me a reason to trust you because I don't know your story like that. So like, as an example, to B's point, if I know that person, not just the facts about them, where they came from, who they are, where they live, how many kids they have, whatever, that's a very superficial thing. The stuff where they're being vulnerable and showing me stuff that they had to work through, it's a different level of knowing that is way more important. And I'd be willing to follow somebody in battle when they've shared with me some of the things they've gone through. It's kind of like when somebody is up there being vulnerable and I know they're being vulnerable, I already know the story. I'm already rooting for them when they're telling this story inherently in my soul. and I'm excited for them to share this with other people because it may help other people. So like there's like this weird dynamic that happens, and why I'm willing to follow. I use the leader as an example, for the hierarchy thing, but it's just an example,
Okay. So I want to speak to this before I give Claire the opportunity to respond. To be fair to Claire, Claire's focus is on the relationship between countries, right? And so that's why she points to the history all the time, to say that the history of how these countries have related are such. So I think she is trying to do that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Claire. So what I think that the countries relating to one another are, though, are a kind of distilling of the current spirit of each one of the citizens of said country, right? So this is where I think the history of how these things, we're looking in the wrong place if we're going to find the solution in the history of how countries related to one another, because it's not one-to-one, because there's a whole new group of people that inhabit these two different countries, and why I usually will try, and why I think too Brett kind of intuitively knows that we got to get to the crux of each individuals that live in the countries. I also want to point to the fact of the masculine and the feminine in the relationship, because I'm thinking of, you brought up military, right? Because that's a real easy way to see the hierarchical structure. Now, when men go to fight, or women these days too, you're standing shoulder to shoulder, facing the enemy. But I would say that oftentimes the feminine relationship is maybe better modeled in a quilting party, right? Where everybody's in a circle, kind of working together, and they're facing the common goal from around it, where women want to be more face-to-face in their relationships, or at least that's kind of how I've seen it. So I just also wanted to throw that in there as we're discussing these hierarchies.
I just wanted to add a fun image that came to mind when Scott was talking. It's like, how we sort of need both the masculine and feminine side of things, and then you talked about like a common enemy. And it's funny that like, it seems like, picturing like a man and a woman in front of this, like crazy demon looking thing, right? And that's the enemy. But it's almost like the man is seeing like the physical outline of the body and like where it stands in space, and the woman is looking where the demon is going to hide next. And it's like you need both of those sides of like to attack. It's not just going directly to what you see, it's like what you also don't see too. And so I just thought that was a fun little image that came to mind for me when you were speaking, Scott.
So would you like to respond, Claire?
Oh, she's inside chat said she had to step away. Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
And just all I want to share is I apologize. I was talking about the exact same thing. When I was talking about hierarchy earlier. So when you say hierarchy, I actually mean guidance. You follow what I mean by that? Like there's a French term that I use. It sounds silly, but it's au bas du ciel. And it's this weird term. It means at the base of the sky. It's kind of like you're the hinge point of the universe. You get what I mean? I would consider that the inverse to this understanding, that hierarchy is understanding your place in relation. Does that make sense? And
Sure.
How that vacillates, right? So you'll have different guidance, different mentors. And that's what I mean by a hierarchy. Like, and that's all guidance, meaning, mentor, hierarchy. And as far as the reason why we need to navigate this hierarchy, and I love how this is full circle, talking about Claire. So when I was first giving tours in a Buddhist temple, my French was a little rusty. So whenever I was doing a tour in French, I'd have to is this the right word? Because there's so many loan words in English that sometimes I'm like, am I just saying that with a French twist, but it's really an English word? The example is enlightenment. Okay, this is even worse. It's even crazier. Equanimity is a better example. That's just a French word we pronounce different. But enlightenment, right? I kept hesitating at first because I'm thinking, am I just translating enlightenment to come to understand? Because in French, it's au clairissement. It literally is a word for word translation, which almost never happens. Au and clair, lightenment. So you get what I mean? It's kind of a funny full circle because that's what we're trying to do here is éclaircissement, to come to understand, to come to knowledge, to come to wisdom. You get what I mean? That's this summum bonum of Jung. Like, yeah, anyways. Go ahead. Relation. Oh, I put that in the side chat too, by the way. Do a deep dive on what relationship is. Again, it's to relation. So it's constantly returning towards that, building that, maintaining it. You get what I mean? We missed that. Relation.
I wanted to add also one. Oh, go for it.
Nope.
I was just going to add one little thing to what Al was saying. Again, I don't know what it is about the imagery that's coming to mind today, but like when he was talking about hierarchy and guidance, what came to mind for me, and this makes a lot of sense because I think about it in the very like physical world, is I was thinking of literal physics and the dynamics of physics and pressures and how pressures move, and it's like how they go from a place of high concentration to low concentration. So it's like the hierarchy for me feels like that physical, where am I being moved to in a physical sense? Where is the energy that's inside me being attracted towards because of the wisdom of something bigger than me? Obviously, like using the particular words kind of like makes it less impactful, but if you can think of that sort of like movement that's not like directed by it is directed by a law, which is funny, but you know. Anyways.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, small world.
I've been thinking about this. It's been popping into my head, and I don't know how it exactly maps, but I'm going to serve it up anyway. It's the relationship between the master and the servant.
Oh, that one's a really interesting one. Yes, that's the responsibility that I think B was trying to get at earlier. Yeah, I love that.
And that was originally what made me think of it.
Yep.
And I was wondering then if a relationship of friends that's like voluntary is more the feminine, and a relationship master to the slave is represented masculine. If that maps at all. Because there is a right way to be both a master and a servant, right? That's why I think the Bible speaks to it. It's not that it necessarily condones it, although it, to be fair, it could. I mean, I feel that I am the best participant in relationships. Some relationships, maybe more, is if I'm approaching them from the servant aspect, right? If I'm coming to the relationship as, this is not my ship, you're the captain of the ship, but I'm to do whatever I can to keep the ship going in the direction in which you're pointing. I have been a part of some teams where I've adopted that mindset, and we accomplish some pretty amazing things. And it talks to what you were saying, Brett, about a leader, and yeah. So let you guys cook on that for a minute.
If I could bring in Jung to piss somebody off quickly, this is what I love about Jung's idea of the anima and the animus. He said that we all have in us the aspect of the male and the female. And I think that to me is even more informative. Remember when I made the joke that my buddies in finance are not the same masculine as my buddies in the military. I grew up on a military base. Not the same at all, but they're both masculine, just in a different alignment. You get what I mean? So that's what I love about, because I also, when I played football, I actually played football with a lady, believe it or not. And that's like 30 years ago, right? So I don't know if that's something, it's just this idea of she was as good of a lineman as many of the other men on the team. If that gives you an impression, right?
Well, it's very confusing in a matriarchy because a matriarchy likes to pretend everyone's equal, but
Yeah.
obviously some people are more equal than others, and
Different equal. Yeah.
and men being primarily motivated by sex would, without knowing this, give young and foolish women more power than wiser and more mature women. And the matriarchy promotes a culture of a very shallow cult of youth and beauty. And as we know, youth is foolish and beautiful people can be cruel because they exploit the status that their beauty gives them. Particularly if they have the... Yeah, what? Sorry?
Very Nietzschean. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So what we want are clear structures of hierarchy, like the military, as Al mentioned, because it's very clear, because if there were no hierarchy in the military, no men would do anything. They, if somebody said, go and attack that fortress over there, the men would say, you go, you do it, you risk your life and do it.
Well,
why should
I don't think the structure. I don't think the structure's what drives men to do it. I think it's more what we were talking about and what you see in the leader.
Exactly. That's, if I can give you from my misspent military background an actual insight into this. So you can look up this history of what the Germans said about the Canadian armed forces. First World War, Second World War. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Hierarchy isn't do this, you must do this. In fact, it's guidance. So the Canadians realized in the First World War, and they developed it even further in the Second World War. In the First World War, the Canadians realized you couldn't operate the way the old hierarchy operated, that the officer was of the aristocracy and he spoke down to his soldiers. They were given a job and that was it. The Canadians realized that everybody from the top down had to know each other's jobs, because if someone got taken out of that, right? Like, how can you complete the job? So the Germans in the Second World War, remember, they'd had 30 years to try to figure out the Canadians, right? In the Second World War, they had the same, they couldn't understand it, because the quote is, the Germans said that every Canadian was his own general. Okay, you follow me by that? So the hierarchy in the Canadian military was different. It wasn't follow blindly.
You didn't win any wars, did you?
We won them all, my dear. Thank you very much that we were involved.
Which one?
Name them. The First World War, the Boer War, the Second World War, Korea.
I did think you won the
Canadians
war.
were in Vietnam as well, but we didn't actually win that one. And then actually Afghanistan, I think.
You're a vassal state of a vassal state.
Oh,
the British are.
Here we go. So
yeah, well,
long story short,
can I make my point now? Since you know nothing about the military, even though you grew up on one, you'll say, "Oh, everybody's the same in the Canadian military." And can't tell me. Okay, so I will go soon, Scott. But I'm saying, obviously, for men, you need to know who's in charge. So you give him the proper respect, and if he says something, you might actually even do what he says. So your group has the success that is required. But in a matriarchy where no one has any principles.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to.
Why?
Why what? Why what?
Why would I follow that leader?
Well, if you respect him, if you trust him to protect your interests, if you do that, then yeah, you should just support him when he says do this and do that, because otherwise
why should I trust him?
Well, let's assume you do. If you don't, then don't do anything.
No.
You can't assume that.
And that's why I gave Canada as an example.
Entertain a hypothetical situation.
There's no need for a hypothetical.
You trust your leader and you want to do what he wants. You're going to hate him and you're going to distrust him and you're not going to do anything he says. Well, maybe that explains why you are the way you are. Nobody dares to stick his head above the parapet and say, I'm the leader, because he knows he won't get any support from the broken beta losers who say, who are you to tell me what to do? Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm not going to do anything. I don't like you. You haven't
hilarious.
flattered me enough.
Hold on,
I'd
hold on,
rather
Al.
listen
Al,
to
hold on.
the hot chick in the corner, right? That's what all these broken beta losers do. So all
All right,
the women
Claire,
have to
are
do
you
is
done
turn up.
venting? Are you done venting? Can we calm down
No,
a
I haven't
minute?
finished.
Here-
I want to make sure
No,
if they
but yeah,
stop
you have finished because
understanding.
you're just making fun of people. You're just making fun of people.
So I'm saying you can't get anything done because A, you have no principles. You're all a bunch of hypocrites. You don't even want principles.
We're talking
to
men
defend.
now, broadly, about men or the TLC.
Christians. They
Or
have no
America
principles.
or the world.
You have no
I'm just making sure.
principles.
Yeah.
You have no codified principles, and that's why you're afraid to even discuss theology with each other, and that's why
Doing
PVK
that quite a
won't
bit
even
lately,
talk
actually.
about the Trinity. And the only reason why belief was enforced was because you would be burnt at the stake if you
Yeah.
rejected the religion of your king, until the American Republic began a series of revolutionary wars.
Claire, you speak of tyranny. That's all that I hear when you speak. You speak of instituting a tyrannical regime.
Why is it tyrannical?
That's it. Because there's no
How is
spirit.
my system
There's no
necessary,
spirit.
right?
No.
It's
You're saying
necessary.
we're driven by sex and
Yes,
hierarchy
you are.
and power
You're
and
too
all this.
ashamed
That's
to
just a
admit it, though.
tyranny. And you're
You're
going,
too
why don't
ashamed
you
and you're
want to
afraid
join my
of
tyranny?
your wife divorcing
Like,
you.
what the hell?
Am I motivated by sex?
Yeah.
You would not be
No,
able
Brett,
to
you're a
garner a
confirmed
group
bachelor,
of
so I don't know
men.
why anyone listens to you.
Well, there you go. So
Claire-
why does it matter? Why does this sex thing matter?
Well, what I was trying to get at, believe it or not, it's hilarious that you said I know nothing about military. That's why I gave the Canadian military as an example, not because I'm Canadian. So you actually just highlighted the point I was making without realizing it. So in the First World War, the Canadian Expeditionary Force were under the command of British officers, and we were being slaughtered and losing horribly. And the Canadians finally, and if it wasn't for the Canadians, the war would have been lost, most likely, again, like you said about losing wars. So when the Canadians said, if you keep sending us to the slaughter under British officers, if we're not allowed to have Canadian officers, we're not going to fight anymore. And that was so critical. It would have been over. The entire First World War would have been over if the Canadians had given up. And remember, we were only a tiny force of soldiers. But soon as we were turned over to our own leaders, Sir Arthur Currie is an example. Every force tried to take Vimy Ridge, for example, and every force failed to take the ridge. The Germans were so well entrenched. No one thought it was possible. The British came to the Canadians and said, we need you to do this. And Sir Arthur Currie said, yeah, we can do it. Right? That's what was the difference, right? He had faith in his men, hierarchy up and down. He had faith in his soldiers, but he said it's going to be incredibly costly. And do you know that Currie almost predicted to a man what it would cost to take Vimy Ridge, and he took it. And from then forward, with the Canadians being led by their own people, right? Talk about trust, right? Hierarchies. That's when the Canadian Corps developed this reputation for doing the hard task and getting it done. Monte Cassino and Verrier Ridge, the Lily Valley. Canadians did things that other militaries thought was impossible. And that's because they had a hierarchy that went both from top down and bottom up, if that makes sense. That's what I was trying to get at. And that's what we're trying to get to, right? That we can trust each other up and down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I went ahead and kicked her because she wasn't listening to what you were saying. She's just going on in the chat. And I'm quite frankly, I'm tired of the name calling and the not being gracious while yelling at us about not being gracious. I mean, it's
remember what Jung said, what you hate in others is usually what you hate in yourself.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, look, I'm going to maybe put this back on the servant.
Oh, yes, that was a good chat that we got.
Because the tyranny that I see that she's speaking of is that relationship gone wrong.
Yes, inverted.
And if that's the closest thing we have to being like, if you could rightly work that relationship, right? And we can very easily map that to tyranny. I think the way in which you repent, turn around, make that move you spoke about earlier is assessing where that relationship is well, not to make that the goal, but to make that the thing in which we can move towards something like a friendship, like a genuine in two individuals voluntarily being there, as opposed to being scripted or drafted into the relationship or the world's, because most slavery was brought about because of debt. So that was a manner and circumstance that caused you to be in this relationship, where that's what I think the beautiful thing about friendship, and in particular Christian friendship and brotherhood and sisterhood,
Fellowship,
where it's voluntarily, is like the penultimate, right? So how do we go from a tyrannical servant relationship, make that good, and we have our hero's arc as a society?
And that's exactly why I went off on that long tangent. Sorry.
No.
It was about the Canadians, because once the soldiers went from being tyrannized by their British overlords to being in relation, right? And there's a funny story that people don't understand. The Germans called us devils, little things. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the story of the First World War, the first Christmas, where there was what do you call it? A cessation of arms. I can't remember what they call it. A détente, where they got together and played soccer. The Germans and the French. You guys familiar? The first Christmas. Well, the following year, when the Canadians were in that area, the Germans tried to do the same thing, and the Canadians, didn't go for it. In fact, the Canadians used to do horrible things, like actually shoot at their opponent, right, or throw grenades at their opponent. And everyone's, the Canadians are cruel. But think about this: 10% of Canada decided to serve and to liberate Europe, and they went across the Atlantic to liberate Europe. So they weren't there to sit in 2 feet of mud and wait for these betters to finally sit down and etch something out. They wanted to see something happen. You get what I mean? That responsibility again. You get what I mean? And people,
what else I like?
Yeah, please.
You know what else I like is what happened in Dunkirk.
No,
the idea is these average citizens that weren't even part of the war knew their sons and brothers were over there and they needed help. And so the average citizen got their boat, traveled across to give them an escape. And it was like a call to the average citizen, and they didn't do that because of a specific leader, although you could argue that they had a leader that was able to convey that message that maybe allowed them to realize, okay, this is something that, we need to step into this space, maybe, whatever. But the point is that using the military is really bad when we're talking about friendships and relationships, because it's a little impersonal. I'm not saying you don't have friendships in the military. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that when we're talking about this hierarchy thing, the idea is, like, I'll use my pastor as an example. Why I would put him in a position in hierarchy in the role in church is because I trust him. And why do I trust him? Because he tells me to hold him accountable. I don't have to just blindly follow him. He doesn't want me to blindly follow him. Yes. He wants me to say, wait a minute, Pastor, show me how in Scripture this is making sense.
Trust
and he wants it. He wants that. And that's why I feel like there's a fundamental difference in denominations as far as just I trust you have the good intention to tell me what's right, tell me what I should be doing, and just trust that. And I understand everybody has different capacities. Like, I'm just going to reside, like Mark Parker with the pseudo-Catholic thing. I'm just going to trust that these leaders ultimately are moving in the correct direction. They have the ideal Christ that they're looking towards. And therefore, I'm just going to resign the authority part over to them. And it's like, that's why I don't feel like that's what, when Paul's talking about holding each other accountable, or to me, the whole point of why scripture is used for reproofing, teaching, and so like there's like a direct, hey, this is what we need to do, and we just got way off track, and I think that I'm from that group of people that got off track. We just diverged at much later time in history, and got off the track. So I personally think when it comes to relationships, I think that the hierarchy aspect is, in our relation, this is why I have this horizontal vertical scope. I don't have a hierarchy in my vertical scope. Even though I trust my pastor to lead my church, he doesn't even see himself as higher than me. He doesn't see it that way. He has a responsibility that makes him higher. And like in a response, he has more responsibility for a flock, but he doesn't see himself as greater than me. And so the idea is we're all here, right? And I am going to trust everybody. Why? The people I put around me is because we all see what is the ultimate hierarchy, this authority that's over all of us. Anything between me and him, well, that's just a traditional differential, it's, and I resign to the fact that we'll just disagree on that. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to, I put my trust in somebody that's next to me, not just to put them over me. But if somebody's been gifted with something and I'm in a group and we're trying to, come up with a campaign, whatever, there's creative people in there that are gifted with that I'm not gifted in. And I'd like to lean into that. Same with the musicians. I'm not gifted in the musical arts. So I'm going to trust the musicians to know that, hey, this song doesn't work, or this song is too long, or, like they see things from a different, so they are gifted in different areas. So I trust them in those areas because I know them, I know what they're capable of, what their talents are,
Can I add something in this part? Okay, so something I was thinking of was like, we're called to like see ourselves in other people, see Christ in other, like that kind of like, that kind of knowing, like that's what brings to knowing. And I think that the only way that Brett can see the majesty of the music that this man can conjure up is because he has to see that he can't do that. There's like something about being able to like respect the differences of one another if we're like on the same, like you said, that like same horizontal or whatever, like level. It's like we have to be able to see each, and that's why I think a leader is so, like the definition of a leader for me is so interesting, is because like I have to actually see myself in my leader in order to like respect them. Like there has to be like a little bit of like that sort of connection too. So anyways, I don't know.
Yeah, the value. It's
so what I'm thinking of is, so Brett, I think you're kind of closer to the summit, right? But I think you can be in right relationship with somebody that you don't trust or don't know as well, right? And this is why I'm going to keep bringing us back to that slave-master relationship, because I guarantee you the slave doesn't trust the master, right? Especially if that relationship is poor, right? But there's still a proper way to act in that relationship, no matter what, right? Because he gives the instructions to each party, right? The slave, no matter what, has to act this way. But that relationship is the best when also the master acts in that way, right? That's when you get the higher thing, when they're both participating in the proper way. And maybe you got to have that trust, or maybe that trust is something that's yielded through the proper relationship.
Yeah, but do you think that?
I don't know.
Do you?
I kind of think I circled
that
back to prove your point right anyway. So
yeah, no, I was gonna say, do you think that if you have on some level, inherent level, there is a trust that you're going to develop by knowing. I mean, you like now what you're talking about is when he's saying slaves, even if your masters are mean to you, still realize you're working for Christ, essentially, right? Like there's a bigger,
So
there's
that's
a
what I
bigger
was
authority.
getting at, and that's what I wanted to
Right.
point to. Yeah.
But my whole thing is that I feel like in that context, I think what they're describing is something that is out of your control. Like, for instance, a job, right? My boss may be a wicked boss, but because I'm serving a greater
Hold on.
employer,
Was that in a negative or positive sense?
wicked, like he's a thief. Yeah, he's a
Okay.
thief.
Okay.
He doesn't care about anybody. He's got an agenda. That none of that should matter in that relationship. I'm serving something greater than this guy. And if anything, I'm going to do what I can to help make this guy look good despite his flaws, which is something entirely different than being in a relationship, in a friendship, in a relationship as a Christian and as a brother in Christ. It's a different thing. So yeah, there's two different arenas that we're talking about. And this is why the military wasn't really a great analogy in a friendship standpoint, because we're talking about something more fundamental than I would say if you were going to put words in hierarchy, I would say the relationship with Christ is supreme. My friendships and family would be the next level, or family would probably be the next level. Then friendships, close friendships would be another level. And then superficial, maybe, my neighbor and I don't really talk to him might be another level, and then the people that I don't have any relationship with. And so
that again is a picture of the mountain.
Yeah,
right?
well,
Got your inner
yeah, I mean,
circle,
it's a pyramid style view of seeing it, but like it's almost like an inverted pyramid when you think about it as a trust factor. The higher up I go in this inverted pyramid, the more trust I'm giving, the higher we go, So, but it is ironically though, it does narrow. I mean, the groups are narrowing as we're moving up. It's not going to be as big, but the trust level is going to be higher. I love it. That looks really tasty. That was a lot of work for that.
Oh yeah, I was making some other things too. Oh, but the thing I wanted to interject about, just because like at some point all of this sort of like falls apart, like when you start talking about it, because when you think about being in good relationship, you can be in proper good relationship and not be a not good relationship. Like you can fall into line into a relationship and it's flowing and it's easy, but like, is that the relationship one ought to be in? And that's where it's funky for me, because it's like, yeah, we can go back and forth talking about how to be a better servant. It's like, but do you want to be a servant to a tyrannical leader type of thing? Like, is that the proper thing to be aligning myself to? I think for me, that's the more important part of that question.
Yeah, I think like as an example, let's go back to a military analogy, right? I would say that there's a lot of people that are in the military that, especially nowadays, that maybe don't entirely trust every single person in the hierarchy chain. However, there is this overall understanding that deep down, everybody does believe in this thing that we're calling America. There's this inherent thing that's in us, even if the media and everything is showing us everything to the contrary, that ultimately we know we're trying to preserve this thing that we love and has given us the freedom and the liberties and the things that it's given us. So therefore, I'm going to stay in the military. I am going to have a level of blind trust that what this leader is telling me to do, there is a greater thing that is helping dictate that leader and why I'm to do this thing. So like I'm being part of a thing, right? A larger thing, but there's still this overarching understanding of what we're part of, that we're trusting in, that is greater sometimes than the person that's actually dictating the rules.
No, and that's really interesting, because in order to do that, you have to embody that image. What makes America great is the people that are in it. So then you necessarily have to say what makes a person great and then be that in the world, right? I think where things have gone wrong is we've just put the ideal like there, and we've had like a superficial relationship to it, right? Which is where the American dream has turned into 2.5 kids, white picket fence, 2 cars in the garage. You know what I mean? But there's no substance to it because it's just become very material. We've forgotten about the types of individuals that it required to even think of what the dream would be, right? And so it's been, I guess the best way I could describe it is it's been characterized. Like we got a cartoon version of it, right? We got the cartoon Uncle Sam now, you know, where it's filled with a bunch of freaking people that none of us would trust with our dog leading the thing, right? Like, and so how do we make the pivot? And I mean, I think it's necessarily taking the ideals and embody them and trying to live them out in the world to the best that we can.
Yeah, I think there's a level of being brutally honest with your psyche when we're talking about that. It's so like I saw T asked a good question. I don't know that every single man under 35 that loved their country enough to die for her. Here's my thinking. When your back is against the wall and you have no choice but to do that. Now because we're in a luxury situation where we can pick and choose what we're doing. We have huge oceans between us and the majority of adversaries, and the people above us and below us are pseudo in a relationship with, you know, Canadian better maybe than Mexico. But the point is that there is a mutual continental, this is where we're at, and everyone else is somewhere else. And so there is a disconnect. But the point is that people started landing on our shores. This is why Red Dawn was so fascinating, because how do these people respond when people are parachuting into your country, when people are lining up on your shore? I promise you, you would unite and save this thing despite how you feel about your country. Would you be a Benedict Arnold? I don't think so. George Washington didn't. You know, he's the one that got burned by that.
So
you know?
I would make the argument that we don't have enough proper masters. And so you're not going to be able to convince men. To Tayo's point is you can't convince them to take the hill. You won't be able to.
Where's the hill though? That's the problem. There is no
hill.
I
mean, I'm saying even in like say our 9/11 event, because that's what popped into my head. The last time we saw the country really kind of turn towards. I suspect that the terrorists thought that we would crumble because we were so consumer driven. Because we only care about the 2.5 cars or the 2.5 kids and the white picket fence and the cars with no substance behind it. My guess is they took that shot because they thought we would implode on ourselves. And to be fair, I had a similar viewpoint towards it. What one of the flashbulb memories I have is when the Soviet Union collapsed. And I've been carrying this image with me throughout my whole life. And so what I ask myself is, there was an orderliness to the collapse that took place from the images that I saw. People waiting hours in lines at the bakery, waiting for the bakery to get their ration of flour to make bread, right? And they would wait in that line orderly, not crazily. Like, I think about what would happen if the bakeries weren't able to make bread in America. I don't think it's that hard to think that chaos would ensue. Yeah. Right?
Well, the government...
It would not be orderly.
Yeah, the government definitely had a hand in the orderliness of that particular thing. But I would argue that actually it was extraordinarily chaotic. even to this point, because there were stories of in streets where people were finding bodies with chunks of their ass cut out because people didn't have food, so they were eating each other. Look it up, Al. I know
I've never heard of that.
That's terrible.
When starvation happens,
do
I'm not
crazy
saying it's not
things.
true. I'm not saying it's not true. I just never heard
Yeah, no,
of
we
it.
just haven't heard it yet because we don't share those sort of atrocious. Even when they talk about those soccer players in the Andes, they don't talk about
Right.
what they did. Yeah.
right, and that was a fundamental difference in a sense, because I'm not entirely sure, because they were eating people that had already passed on, as opposed to
You think
you know
they
what I
might
mean?
have been hunting people? Well, actually, there's some evidence that Africa was doing that because they believe that eating the heart of a victim that you would give you the power. So yeah, you do make sense that they might hunt victims for food.
Yeah. So the idea is if the alternative is this is what we would have to do to survive and do some really, we're witnessing how bad humanity gets. That line that the government is offering for us, and they're the ones funding the bakery, making sure the bakery can bake, and we're going to single filely wait in line because ultimately we don't want it to go to this other place that we've already experienced. So there, as an American, we see maybe it did seem orderly, especially when you watch the wall come down.
Sure.
It's like, oh, isn't this so
But
nice?
that's what I think the intention of the 9/11 attacks was to bring about.
Yeah.
I really feel like they thought that they could do that, and that's not what happened.
I don't think they
we're in
thought.
a much more divided place now.
I don't think they thought that it was going to ensue the level of chaos that you're describing. I thought the idea was to plant the seed of fear and make people be fearful. And
That too.
whether you agree with his politics or not, that speech needed to be had on the 9/11 ground zero. That I hear you, but soon the people that did this are going to hear us. Now you could argue, did they ever hear us and all that stuff? I'm not getting into that. The point was, it was what everybody in their heart needed to hear, that to remind us that this isn't something we're cool with. Now you could go into the conspiracy realm and say, well, we don't really know what happened at 9/11 totally.
Sure,
and all this
sure.
Stuff.
I just brought it up. I just brought it up to point to the difference. So let me ask you, both me and you were alive, and Al, you were too. We were alive and working in the world. We were grown-ups. We had established adult.
I was at the bank. I went upstairs and turned the TV on and watched live the second plane hit the tower.
I didn't get to see it till I got home, and the amount of emotion that poured through me when I saw it for the first time, it's incredible. Like, just So, but my relationships at that time were different. I'll say it that way. They were very different. Outside of the TLC, every relationship that I have is, well, no, that's not true either. And part of this is because of the season of my life and, raising a son and what that does to your friend group, and moving to a different state. But in my anecdotal evidence pile, my relationships aren't as strong as they were back then. I'd like you to describe what you think your relationships are now compared to then. Are they stronger?
I'm a bad one to ask because I'm the weird person that I'll give you an example. I had a friend of mine, and this is so funny, but we went to high school together. And when he graduated from university, he actually ended up getting with an indigenous lady and moving to Bear Island in Temagami. So if you're not familiar with this is, it's actually an island in the middle of a giant lake in northern Ontario that's 100% indigenous owned. And he called me last week thinking that I'd be upset or it'd be weird. I'm the type of person that I related to him as if I had just seen him yesterday, right?
I love that.
Yeah, but that's what I think is different. And this is what we're getting at. So I'll give you an example. I dropped a word in the chat, camaraderie. That is directly from the French. So I want to push back on Brett. Believe it or not, camaraderie comes from the military idea because the reason why a soldier fights is not for any sort of it's for their comrade in the foxhole with them. You know what I mean? And so why
Well,
I
that's
use
I would say that's true if you were drafted, if you were forced to be there. I would say that's
no,
true.
even the
But if
volunteers,
you
no, all soldiers are there for each other, and that's what I argue what they're doing. Like they're actually that's what the basic training and stuff is, because what they do is they strip away their individual identity and they make them part of a whole. So yeah, I'm not saying like there's something special, but it is a type of relationship. And so what I mean by that is we have seen this even going back to the Greeks. This is what the Odyssey and the Iliad and the Aeneid is about. Remember I said that the Greek tragedy was birthed from a need to heal the trauma of war, right? And so what I mean by that is the Canadian identity, believe it or not, did not exist prior to World War I. The Canadian identity actually flows from our experience in World War I. Not strictly soldiers, right? Because remember, only one soldier in 10 usually is right on the front line. So what I'm getting at is when you share the weal and woe, the example I might give in an American context is y'all need to have another group project like going to the moon. Do you understand what I mean by that? Y'all got together and worked together. So like that's the type of hierarchy I'm talking about. And so long story short, I believe the problem is service. Have you ever heard this weird idea that maybe we might want to consider mandatory Peace Corps or military service? And it's not what you think. It's not because I'm jingoistic. I'm actually probably closer to a conscientious objector. I believe that service in the military, I served as a cadet. I didn't serve in the military directly, but everybody in my family has. And what I've found is that a soldier has a greater understanding of their responsibility, not just to themselves, but to each other and even to the stranger. You get what I mean? Yeah. And so that's why I think we should maybe consider not in a jingoistic sort of way, like a warmongering way, but the fact that when you get into something like that, it's just that's what I think church was meant to be, right? Like you were meant to be struggling to figure this stuff out, and you're doing that together. You get what I mean? And we don't do that anymore because most people don't even read their books. You get what I mean? You understand what I was getting at by that?
I like the caveat because usually people say yes, mandatory service in military. But I like the idea that I would include the Peace Corps idea. I would include even missionary work. I would put that. I would put all of those absolutely, because here's the deal. The idea and the luxury beliefs that we have over here with being completely disconnected from the rest of the world does not put us in the proper framework on what we actually have. If I could quickly
give you exactly that, one of my favorite pieces from, are you guys familiar with Sebastian Junger? He's an author. He wrote The Perfect Storm, became a film with famous actors. But his book called Tribe, and what he did is he embedded himself with soldiers for a number of years. And the biggest takeaway for me was, first of all, believe it or not, it's like 3 times as common for rear echelon soldiers to claim PTSD than actual frontline soldiers. PTSD is more common in support staff than it is in guys who have actually witnessed. But that wasn't the real takeaway. What took me by surprise is Sebastian said what shocked him was most of the soldiers were most affected by the disconnect when they came home. You would think it was people don't understand how people live elsewhere, right? Like, oh, you have it so well here, third world. No, it wasn't that. What the disconnect is, yes, people in North America or the West don't understand how some people are still living with dirt floors and don't have running water. The real disconnect that Sebastian Junger found in the Tribe with soldiers and the civilians is that they don't understand service. They don't understand that even a soldier that was never injured in war could come back scarred from their experience, and how that affects not just a soldier, but their family, their friends, their relationship. And it's this disconnect that a civilian will thank a soldier for their service, never knowing what that entails. Do you get what I mean? That is the biggest trauma for a soldier, believe it or not, even if they've witnessed combat, is that disconnect between what a civilian says and what they know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think witnessing the evil, like being in the actual activity, like witnessing it, almost allows you to have a firm foundation of you being different from them. Whereas like when we heard Alex talk about the tragedy, he's on the outside, the support side, and it clearly affected them in a way. They weren't directly there witnessing the evil. They experienced the fallout from the evil. And you can clearly see a huge disconnect, because if I was there, you know what I mean? Like it's so weird. It's like seeing mankind as being fallen is so helpful for me to have less of an expectation on why I like when I see people do evil things. It's like, well, of course, like, look at this, like they do what's right in their own eyes, and it makes sense to me. And this makes me more grateful for the heart that I have been given through grace. Has nothing. I would be just as bad as them, given the proper context, given the lack of mercy that God has given me. To boast about that? No, I don't boast. It makes me weep, because I wish that all people could actually experience a heart transformation in this level. In this, again, I know it sounds whatever. It can sound however it wants to sound. I can't express, and I feel like I'm a pretty good communicator, but I can't express how I feel about a heart transformation any better than that. You know?
I want to build on. I think it builds on both y'all. The PTSD. I think with the transition, one of the things that came to mind was you get, having been on the front lines or adjacent to, and seeing the consequences of not following practice in its rightness, and the consequences that come from it. And I would go even a step further and say that even following in the proper relationship still ends in deathly consequences, right? Yeah. Because bad stuff just happens, right? Story of Job, right? No reason, no cause. But to live rightly in those things for the reason. And then when you come back and you just see I don't know the right word for it, but like a lack of reverence for being in the proper relationship.
Apathy is what I would call
that. And then how do you address that? Because you come from maybe a tyrannical kind of military structure. How do you then convey the importance to your loved ones that it's very important that you do the things? Because I've seen the consequence, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's
and then
Hannah Arendt wrote about this. She and I love this. If you guys want to get into this, it's the vita contemplativa, the contemplative life versus the vita activa, the active life. And depending on who you listen to, BJ Hahn is kind of critical of Hannah's position, but I understand what she's getting at. So the contemplative life is thinking about this stuff, but that's only one aspect of it, right? So I think people miss this understanding. It's a vacillation, right? It's like a hierarchy. Sometimes the contemplative life is important. Sometimes you got to be ruminating. You get what I mean by that? You got to be thinking about stuff. And sometimes you got to put the thoughts on the back burner to, commit action. You get what I mean? To me, that's what that, and to build on Brett, I think you guys hit on something dead on. In trauma, we call it somatic trauma, right? When kids have had some sort of trauma that was pre-verbal, so they have a hard time getting rid of it. And I think, Britt, you hit on this because they did a study on the Boston bombing. And do you know that the people that were there were less traumatized than the people that witnessed it or even heard about it? So there's something, and I think it relates, this is just spitballing here, but the idea of someone who was physically abused versus psychologically abused. In fact, there's an argument to be made that someone that was abused physically by a parent but still had that relationship with them would be better off than someone who had a cold and distant parent for their whole life. Do you get what I mean?
I get what you mean, Al.
Yeah,
I get what you mean. I think because one of my obsessions is this idea of narcissistic abuse or just narcissism in general, and I think that's, I don't know, I think that leads to a lot of things. But I think especially as I've been looking into a lot of things with like addiction and AA and stuff. It's like, you know, a lot of people talk about this idea of there's a thing that you can point to as the problem. There's a thing that you can say, particularly objectively, is the issue. But to tell someone that your worldview just doesn't make sense is like not a concrete, I can hold it in my hand type of thing to fight against. And so it's like, what even is that? That's the trauma that seems to be, for me, hold more evil, because you can't say this is it.
Yep.
It's just, it's there.
It's like a disembodied or like a specter. What did they used to call it? A daemon. Who was it? Was it Plato who talked about he had a daemon or something like that? Like they had, I mean, even Paul, like if we want to maybe just be a little loose, right? Paul talked about having, what was his exact wordage about having a thorn in his side sort of idea?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So maybe we could see. Yeah. So like this idea of we all have that something pulling at us, right?
Yeah. Should you be in relationship with it?
I think we have to. Because honestly, this is what's crazy. What you guys were talking about, I put it in a chat when you guys were talking about therapy. Do you know what therapy actually is? If you go back to the dawn, well, forget about the Greeks. If you want to talk about our modern understanding of therapy, it goes back to a doctor. Yeah, Broer.
Yeah.
Who was actually the mentor to Freud. And it was actually his patient. It was Broer's patient that invented therapy. She called it her talking cure, or her chimney sweeping, as she called it. And it's fast forward today. It's no different. This is what I believe that Jordan B. Peterson's going to go down in history for, is he recognized the importance of narrative theory, but not in the sense of understanding narrative, but in the sense that narrative is how we find our way in the world, heal trauma. So the example I give is there was a young girl, and it would happen so quick. Basil van der Kolk tells this story. There was a young girl who was abused for her entire childhood by a biker gang. And for her entire adult life, she thought she was the victim because she was being too, open. And so she was abused. But all it took was her therapist to say, well, think about that. And all she had to do was, instead of revisiting the memories, because the truth of memory is you're not remembering the original happenstance, you're actually remembering the last time you remembered it. So she saw herself as the cause of her victimhood. And all she had to do was think about it. And as soon as she actually gave conscious thought to it, even silent narration, she realized that she was the victim. The ladies were just using her to offload that stress of, you get what I mean? And so all it took was her to think about the narrative she's been telling herself her whole life to realize that it was a lie. You get what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I think it's fascinating that there's those two schools of thought. One, a different type of person maybe needs to have much more of a conversation where somebody's helping give you pointers on the direction you should go, versus the other one is trying to have this conversation with you for you to have these realizations for yourself, however slow it may be. It's like, they just want more money. Well, I guess if that's your idea, but the idea is that they're trying to get you to see it for yourself. And this is what's cool about like AA. And just for me, is that when I was doing my fourth step, and the people I were listing were not just people that had harmed me, but there were people that I had harmed. And then it dawned on me that when I got to the people that had harmed me, and I got to the column where it was like, what was my part? And I was really honest about it. I realized I contributed to every single one of those things, which gave me a completely different orientation to how I perceived every single one of those things. So there's also that thing where when you have that self-realization, if it happens, it doesn't happen for everybody, when you have that self-realization of how much you contributed to something. And now the differential is what you're talking about, Al. I had childhood abuse. And the reality is there was nothing that I did to deserve what I got as a child. So that is that is a detachment. There isn't anything there was nothing that I had to contribute to that. But when I got to actually making choices, even as a child in first grade, second grade, I was contributing to a lot of these things.
Yeah,
like Yeah, I hated my first grade teacher. She said some really evil things to me. But what did I do to contribute to that? Well,
Yeah.
I was a bit of a wild ass kid. Now you could argue that they should have a system in place to deal with the wildness, but I did have some part in it, even if it was minuscule compared to what a teacher's role is supposed to be, you know. But the idea is taking ownership, self ownership on the victimization path that my mind had created in all of the things that woe is me, woe is me, woe is me.
Yeah.
Responsibility, maybe.
Well, culpability and be
Yeah.
open to correction.
Yeah.
I think they go together. You first have to admit your failings, but you also have to want to, move towards the fullness. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3 A's. Those are the 3 A's.
Yeah. And I mean, for me, and I love that some of the chatters don't understand me. I find it kind of funny. But if you want to walk the psychology a little bit forward to William James spent most of his career in relation with another polymorph. What C.S. Peirce. He's actually what do they call him? An autodidact, and it was a master of many things, right? And they developed pragmatism. Are you guys familiar with pragmatism? A lot of atheists gravitate to it, right? But what's interesting, as William James, who's considered the father of American psychology, as William James got older, he realized that pragmatism was wanting, very much like Buddhism, because William James was heavily influenced by the Sanskritologists, right? And you know what he found wanting in pragmatism was something more. So he wrote, and I highly recommend people to read this, he wrote Radical Empiricism, but he never published it in his life because I believe he didn't have the balls to say, you know what? I was wrong. Pragmatism is wanting. It's not enough for people to navigate the world with. And radical empiricism, I believe, is what inspired Carl Jung's collective unconscious. But I think it's just William James realizing that we are naturally predisposed to understand that there's something more than ourselves. When we're young, when we're like 7 years old, we know that we're more than just our parts. When we're kids, we know we're more than our parts. Call it the soul, call it whatever. And we get trained out of that belief. So there's this, and it's interesting. I put a chat in the side chat from Barfield. He talks about this, that we went from being a spiritual creature to a somatic creature, and then it turns on a very specific point in history for Barfield, and then we started to navigate towards a spiritual being again. You get what I mean? So I believe that William James realized that the human creature is something more. You know what I mean? And we have to believe that there is something more. We don't have to know what it is or understand it, but we can't deny it. Does that make sense? And so that's one of my favorite pieces. William James was brilliant. I originally read his The Varieties of Religious Experience, that I think is mislabeled. It should be titled The Varieties of Human Experience, believe it or not. So I recommend that book for most people because it explains much more than just religious stuff. And I believe it was in his research for that book that he realized that religion is essential to the human soul, to the human experience. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I like it reminds me of the Romans 2:1 verse where it's therefore you have no excuse, oh man, every one of you who judges. It's like
you don't know. Yeah.
We know that there's a creator. Why? Because we look around and you can say you know deep down you just don't want it. You just don't want the idea of what that would mean in your life and how it may change you if you literally accept that idea. It's a radical change that ultimately it's going to mean. And so if you fight that, okay, but just know, and you're left with zero excuse.
And I love this. I don't know if Anselman is familiar with T.S. Eliot and Little Gidding. That's one of my favorite quotes. So it's actually, that's not what I pull from. No, just above it. Right. He says,
I know, but that's making me laugh.
Yeah. So long story short, this T.S. Eliot, the quote that I pull out from that piece that he's quoting is actually T.S. Eliot says, sometimes we have to leave to come home again for the first time. Right. So that's this understanding that believe it or not, we learn most through loss. And that's what I think T.S. Eliot was getting at, that what Jung, like everyone says that Jung was not a Christian, but he wasn't for a big portion of his life. But at the end, he came back because he realized that he needed to go away from home to come home again. You get what I mean? He realized that the archetypes of his childhood were the essential archetypes that he needed. He couldn't replace them. You get what I mean? So he came back to Christ in a sense, because it's exactly what y'all were saying. And that's what Barfield was arguing, is that Christ was where civilization pivoted, where we went from being hedonistic, selfish, you know what I mean, to understanding that there's something more. You get what I mean?
It reminds me of like, you can't have love without choice. Like that's why, at least in my opinion, that's I think why that we have free will is so that we can experience love. And so I think the whole journeying away or having that like grief is because you are like seeing the choice, and then you must also make the choice. And in the like making of the choice, that's where that grieving happens. So that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Like the service. That's what I mean, like relating to it. People don't. Okay, here's what I actually use as an example. Most people walk around dehydrated and they don't know it. But if you go and hydrate properly for a couple weeks and then slack off again, guess what happens? All of a sudden you're like, wow, I literally walked around feeling like this all the time. You get what I mean? And that's the dark night of the soul. It's the St. John of the Cross. You don't realize how disconnected to source you are until you actually go looking into this stuff. You get what I mean? Yeah.
That reminds me of
the
junk
same
food.
thing when you stop doing something that's beneficial, like prayer or meditation or whatever. You don't really notice until you stop, and then you go, "Oh my gosh, wow!"
Yeah.
I'm
What was the
feeling
benefit?
all these things coming. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We're blind to incremental growth, and that's our human law. You know what I mean?
The boiling frog in the water. Yeah, that thing. Yep.
Yep. So we got to eat the frog. Go full circle, right? I'm pedantic. I apologize. But yeah.
I just wanted to add the small anecdote of the last time I was in like a surgery for like my knee. They were like giving me just like an IV drip essentially before with like saline in it, and I was like, man, what drugs are you putting into me? And he's like, oh, you just like, we're never hydrated. I was like, man, I would be such a nicer person if I was hydrated all the time. Like, my gosh. I thought they were
that's
giving
the
me
argument that I
juice.
run into a lot with people.
Yeah,
it's not even the hydration. It's like, do they get enough magnesium and potassium? Yeah,
the junk food was a big eye opener for me, because when I started getting healthy and working out all the time, and I realized, I came to the conclusion that food is something to sustain my life. I'm making too much out of taste. People may not like that idea, but so true. I'm putting too much emphasis and putting a something is higher and more important. And after about a month of doing it, I decided I was going to treat myself to a McDonald's meal.
Didn't taste good.
And it tasted fine. It's just after I ate it, how my stomach felt and how weighted it felt, it dawned on me, okay, now, did I learn anything? I still eat McDonald's now. I'm not on a workout regimen. So I recognize the dangers, the evils, however we want to look at the junk food. I'm just saying, like, I'm making a conscious choice that, okay, it is what it is. There's a certain amount of whatever, hopefully my genes will not be too averse to this poor decision,
Can I just point out how funny modern science is? We're realizing, so the reason why we have to become accustomed to things. So the reason why people that eat junk food every day don't have the body load, is what I call it, that most people say, healthy people that might eat bad food, it's actually our microbiome. Like, I used to not argue with my doctor, but my doctor used to say it was pseudoscience years ago. But then he was like, oh yeah, microbiome's really important. You know what I mean? So the big difference that people don't understand, it's literally like the body is your temple, because what is it, 80 or 90% of our neurotransmitters are created in the gut. So when you have a colony of Mike little living creatures that are living off of McDonald's all the time, is it any wonder that when you switch? And so this is what I'm getting at. It's a somatic thing, right? So service is kind of like you eating healthy and getting your probiotics and your prebiotics, and it feeds your guts and you start to feel better. It's not just what you're eating, but it's a fact that this is that fullness, the pleroma. You get what I mean? I argue that, like, I'll give you an example. Dermatologists, believe it or not, treat the skin in isolation from the rest of the body. Psychiatrists treat the brain in isolation from the body. I argue that is absolutely ridiculous, because it is a wholeness, a fullness, right? You get what I mean? And so I believe what we're working towards now is people have embraced the importance of health. And I think we're starting to realize that it's a system, you know what I mean? Mind and body. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
it is actually connected. Science is seeing it.
It does. I just don't think it's going to go anywhere.
What do you mean?
No,
you think people are going to evolve?
There's too much money wrapped up in.
Well,
the bad
forget the
food
money.
and the drugs.
Let's just talk about the local aspect of it. If I don't see adverse negative consequences for the decisions I make,
yeah,
right? Whether it be DNA, whether it be the way that I'm my body is, or whether it be the fact that it hasn't caught up with me yet to that level. You know, so like the consequences, it's like there's an old saying, the pain, you're not going to change until the pain is greater than the fear. Like the fear of becoming deathly ill strikes oh shit. Yeah, you can get past the point of like, no, I'm still not going to do it. You know.
Oh, there's actually an argument I think that you're getting at is that believe it or not, what's the word? Procrastination is based on you're afraid of doing something but honestly, they say that procrastination is even more painful and more damaging. You get what I mean? So it's the inverse. Like, we do something that's more painful to avoid something we think is going to be more painful, but it actually would be less painful. Like, we're almost kind of insane in that way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The two medical diagnoses that I hate the most are hypertension and diabetes, because it works on the psyche very similar to what you were saying, Brett. You can ignore it for a very long time. Your body has enough mechanisms to kind of keep things going. And the saddest thing for me to see is because by the time the monster opens its ugly head, the way I see it is it's like a sleeping dragon, right? And then by the time it starts showing its manifestations to what you're talking about, like that imminentness, you've been able to get into habits of telling yourself that it's not that big of a deal for 20 years. Yeah. And then you can't, most individuals by that point can't make the pivot. Now it seems like a prison. And to your point, Al, they've conceptualized the change as being the bad thing. And so now once it's like, this is it, this is your last go, here it comes, you still can't make the change because you've conceptualized this prison. And now somebody telling you shouldn't have so much salt in your diet and that the chocolate cake is probably not going to be your best solution. They just can't do it. You're putting restraints on me. What about my freedom? Right? And it's really devastating. Those two in particular. And on top of that, we have now a system where you can just go get dialysis. And I say just go get dialysis. Yeah, I
know what you mean. Yeah.
Dialysis is a life-altering thing that you do not have a choice.
My wife's friend had 2 kidneys in her life. One of them she rejected. Yeah, it changes your life completely. And honestly, made her a horrible person. Like, she had the potential to be an awesome person, but you could see the illness and the stress of being, what is it, like 8 hours a day sort of thing? She's got to sit.
No, three times a day. Canada, I think, maybe adopts a 4 times a week system. It's actually a little bit better, but you imagine trying to hold a job.
Yeah.
Right. You know, a lot of people end up on dialysis in their 50s. Right.
Oh, yeah, that'd be worse.
Like your whole life is altered from top to bottom. Right.
Yeah, but so here's my question, Scott. I would argue, because of whatever, our past, our psyche, our learning, our experience, whatever it is, right? That if I don't have adverse effects early enough to make me want to change, right? So then there comes a point where in recovery, there's in the big book, it talks about some of us are unconstitutionally incapable of grasping this way of life. And so, and I remember reading that thinking to myself, wow, like I had a brick wall experience that made it very painful to force me to reorientate my life. I feel bad for people that have never had that experience to the point where they either were born with the inability to potentially change, or they just had an experience that's different that made them incapable of change. For whatever the reason, there are a group of people that just cannot be helped, and that was like really saddening to me. And it's kind of like the idea of the wheat and the tare thing. It doesn't make me joyful to think of tares. You know, I weep in my heart, and that is why I feel so motivated to try to tell people how I feel about my creator. You know, it's like, yeah, it's a horrible experience I went through, and I still suffer the consequences for it. And I could get into the weepy woe is me thing, but when I'm actively participating with other people, and I'm recognizing that not all people have had the benefit of my negative consequence. This is crazy, right? Like, not all people have had an eye-opening experience to make them desire to have a change in the way that I have, and I have to have compassion for the fact that there go I, but for the grace of God type thing, and literally mean that, not just a colloquial phrase.
Yeah.
No cap on that. Yeah. In fact, share a quick little personal story. That's what brought me to this deeper understanding. So for my whole life, like as a banker, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but we drink gallons of coffee every day. Like that was my job. Besides taking care of customers, it was to go to Tim Hortons until, you know, I was high enough in the bank that someone else's job was to go to Tim Hortons like 15 times a day. So when I went to the doctor and I was having anxiety issues, by the way, it's because I'm highly sensitive to caffeine. So imagine drinking caffeine all day long and you're sensitive to caffeine. And my doctor's like, you know, he was going to put me on antidepressants, believe it or not. And the reason why, because he said 75% of the people I work with were probably on antidepressants, right? But believe it or not, it wasn't anxiety. It was the caffeine that I was consuming and the stress of the job. But fast forward 10 years, I developed an auto-inflammatory disease, which, by the way, is not uncommon. In fact, they say that auto-inflammatory disease is doubled in people under 30 in the last 10 years or something. And I believe it's because of the years of stress, my trauma as a childhood, and all drinking that coffee and yada, yada, yada. But what it ended up being is it's just being out of alignment with what Brett said. So I had to give up things like dairy. I'm allergic to a bunch of things, but my parents kind of didn't really do anything to change that. I was allergic to eggs, chocolate, oats, and no one told me that means I'm allergic to almost all the grains too because of the biosimilar stuff. But no one explained all this stuff. They just said, oh, okay, this is what you're allergic to. But they never went deeply. Like what I found out is being allergic to the proteins in eggs means I'm sensitive to the proteins in dairy. So to heal my body from chronic pain daily, I had to give up dairy, sugar, carbs, right? And believe it or not, when I run into people with a similar disease and I tell them how I healed my disease, and by the way, in the last year or two, I've gained a bunch of weight and I'm eating like crap like Brett, because we found some medications that are very not very invasive. They're actually second generation antihistamines that have helped control my mast cell and the inflammatory reactions. And when I tell other people about this, that I brought my disease into one of the first people to take it from a stage 3 down to, near remission. When I tell them that I had to give up things like cheese, you know what they say to me? Oh, I can't give up my cheese. So these people are literally on opiates every day because of the pain. They might be having surgery to remove parts of their body because of complications. And when I tell them, just give up eating, your sugar and cut down on the dairy, they're like, no, that's a deal breaker. Like you said with diabetes. My wife's friend got diagnosed with diabetes. She chose to go on the pills rather than stop drinking her Coca-Cola.
Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This is what, like when B said the sugar feeds the parasites. Like, I wouldn't disagree with that. However, all things are not the same to all people.
Exactly.
And to me, you could argue maybe it's DNA, right? There's a little of that going on, but also it has to do with the fact that, like my family, we grew up with a certain recipe plan, the idea to raise our family under a certain type of diet, right?
Yeah.
And so like all these contributed to the overall makeup of how my body is going to interact with all these different substances. Maybe my tradition, like we talk about in the Asian culture where people live really long, like they have a culture that has created this really beautiful way of how the body, it starts off at an entry level and it kind of builds this culture into having a very healthy, long life span. But also, this is why, like people say, I wish I had your metabolism. And I'm like, yeah, I wish you did too. Clearly, we don't have the same metabolism. And we could say, where does that come from? Maybe it's DNA, maybe it's culture and how we were raised in our family.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's tons of examples. I know that Luke isn't a big fan of the gene when I use that thing, your genes, but I'm not saying it's all genes, but I'm saying there's all these elements that we aren't exactly. And so like from in my life, there hasn't been a brick wall of a diabetic crisis for me in my life with the amount of sugar I consume. So all things aren't the same to all people in that regard.
Exactly.
What's up, Luke?
Hey, you guys are talking
Sleepyhead?
Yeah, I know. I was out hanging out with a new friend. Well, kind of new friend. It's the first time I've been able to get together with him for a while, and I was out much later than I normally am. The diet, like gut biome stuff, I get so fired up about. It's such a big deal. It's my general opinion on it is it's simple sayings like you are what you eat, or the like modern Hippocrates, the modern founder of medicine, is just like let food be thy medicine and medicine thy food. I think the more I know about it, the more I think that's true. I think I don't even know what it is for adults, really. And kids, but it's so genetics. We know from genetics and even mapping the human genome, genetics aren't destiny. We thought DNA was going to be destiny. It's not. A lot of it is epigenetics, which is what you do with the genes and how they manifest. Yeah. What Al was saying about gut biome, I looked at like the way the neurological stuff works is like I can't even remember the ratio. There's a way bigger quantity going from your gut to your brain than the other way around.
It's like 90%. I thought it was lower, and then I went and ran the numbers recently, and I was shocked. Like 95%. Yep.
So like taste, all that stuff. America in general is addicted to sugar. It really is. Yes. It's like it's big sugar, the same as it's big egg and big pharma, whatever. Everybody wants to fix things with a pill. It's like Wegovy. I have a buddy who's a PhD neurologist who studies dementia in like glial cells, glial cells in the head.
Type 3 diabetes, right? Is he calling it now?
A lot of people are starting to call it diabetes. Yep. It's diet related.
Yep.
My mom has been doing carnivore diet because we have like all the genetic preconditions for Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
She's telling me about studies where like, I can't even remember what it was. 8 out of 10 people reversed dementia, stuff doctors didn't even think you could do by changing their diet.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Fasting is
reversing
huge.
Inflammatory disease was a thing that we didn't think we could do. But same with diabetes. There was that football player that reversed his diabetes with diet, and
People are, and I have a friend who reversed his cirrhosis of the liver with diet and lifestyle changes. He eliminated their medicine, and they are ignoring it because they didn't do it. And
Right,
that's at
well-
the University of Ohio. You know what I mean?
And most medicine, this is something I like about Megan too, and even integrative health is there's no who's getting rich off of people growing their own food and eating healthy, local, natural food. Nobody's getting rich off of that.
Well,
You
we
can't
are in our
can't
souls,
patent
but
even
no
natural
shareholders.
chemicals. You can't patent it. Yep.
And heirloom
That's why they want
vegetables that,
chemicals.
that grow that you can get the seeds and keep growing. I mean, Monsanto eradicated those years ago. Like you
Can I give
can't.
you a piece that's it's actually it's proven by science, believe it or not. We or when I say we, I mean humans. So the French wanted to study cannabis, right? They wanted to see if cannabis was helpful. So they developed a drug. And they gave it to the patients. And do you know that it did the inverse? Giving these people this drug that they thought was like shutting off. Long story short, it caused like 20% of the people to take their own lives. You know what I mean? It was nightmarish trying to copy natural compounds. And the other example I give, sticking with cannabis, the reason why I mention that is because there's a lot of science to show that we evolved alongside cannabis, and we're a party to how the cannabis plant itself developed because we used to eat a lot of it. One of my favorite stories is the Buddha when he went after his 5-month navigation of India. Some of the stories is he was given some hemp seed milk because of its excellent balance of omega fats. Neither here nor there. I digress. Sorry, go ahead. I'm a dumbass. I apologize.
Al.
Well,
have
no,
you-
it wasn't that. It's that, like, what I was going to get at. There's a fake cannabis. I think it's called Marinol. But it doesn't do anything that cannabis does. Like we
used it for appetite. We used
appetite
it to
or
stimulate
for
appetite in cancer patients.
chemotherapy and shit. But it doesn't work. And so what the Israelis did is they started vaporizing it, right, for these patients, giving them it vaporized, and it gave them all the benefits that we saw in the science. So it's funny that you mentioned that, Luke, that I think it's actually the inverse. I think the reason why Big Pharma is doing it is what you said. They can't monetize a natural product, so they're trying to replace it, synthesize it. You know?
Or preventative health. Like, I mean, so much medicine used to actually be about preventing all these problems rather than just like
treating the
fixing
symptoms
them once you have them, or medicating symptoms rather than actually trying to get at the underlying cause of the symptoms.
Exactly.
I think part of that, though, has been because there's no participation in that.
In the healing?
In the preventative. People don't show up for the preventative. They only show up when there's a problem, to Brett's point earlier.
Yeah.
It's two ways. Like, okay, I just went through some medical stuff. Both me and my wife went through some stuff. So I've been to a bunch of hospitals. And so it was kind of a surprise. The town that I'm in, they're almost like automatons. The medical people just do not have any bedside manner. But when we went to this hospital, first the hospital one town over, they had a poster where it was talking about the importance of agency for the patient, right? Patient has to know what's going on and has to feel a part and all that informed. And that to me was a shock. I'm like, wow, that's the first time I've ever seen in Canada that they give a crap about the patient. Usually it's the doctors like, do this, and they just give you 5 minutes and they leave. But that hospital had the poster on the wall, but they treated everyone the same way as the town I was coming from. Like, they didn't have bedside manner. They treated you like a number. But then the next hospital we went to, they didn't have that poster up, but everyone was just the most wonderful human beings. It was so amazing. They were laughing at the desk, which I told them, like, people don't understand. If the medical office is all serious, you're already there stressing out. So I said, it's so awesome to hear you guys talk about your weekend and chuckle and laugh. Like, that helped us to not worry. You get what I mean? And so it's that agency that we've realized it's the most important thing in healing. If you don't feel like you are part of that healing, then arguably you'd have what they call the nocebo effect. So you're actually going to harm the benefits that might come from the treatment that the doctor gives you because you don't have that hope, that trust. You get what I mean?
I want to hear what these two holistic people have to say right here.
Oh,
the holistic ones. No, I'm eager to hear this conversation.
I was just curious to see if Al had heard of the story of like how humans evolved and how it was just like a monkey eating a magic mushroom, and that's how we came to consciousness. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Actually,
Because
I wrote.
because
I'm
sometimes
gonna have
I
to
come
find what I
back
wrote
to
about that. I
Sometimes
wrote
come back to
extensively
that.
about that. I actually call it the naked ape hypothesis, right? It's not a theory, but what I argue is it's obviously what happened, right? So long story short, this how we discovered the cannabis plant, right? Like we just, we're in relationship with our environment. So the way I believe it happened is we were foragers. So we found a little mushroom that happened to be a psilocybe mushroom, right? Psychoactive. We just, of course, weren't stupid because somebody tried one and died. So we weren't stupid. So eventually we figured out that if you're going to try a new mushroom, just try a little bit. But when they tried a little bit, the first time in our history, the human had experienced empathy. What I argue, before we had psilocybin, or what I call entheogens, you guys might like this. Entheogen instead of psychedelic. Psychedelic just means mind revealing. And it's usually used for psilocybin, LSD, but entheogen means God within the compound, means almost anything. So I would include the indigenous practice of fasting, like vision quests. That gets the exact same. Long story short. So I believe, and it has to be, it's like Occam's razor. Somebody tried a small piece of mushroom and they got this feeling of empathy. And the way I compare it to is the human back then, before we came into this, was sitting around the campfire afraid. In fact, the Canadian identity is called the garrison mentality. Are you guys familiar with what a garrison is? It's this idea of a fortress. So before we had psychedelics or entheogens, we sat around the campfire. I lost Luke. I'm sorry. And we were afraid.
No, he said he said he was going to have to jump off.
We were afraid that the saber-toothed tigers were going to jump on us at any moment. And I argue that when we tried the psilocybe mushroom, it was the first time we were able to ever feel that constant nag of fear drop a little bit. And so we went, hey, I want to try a little bit more. And this is why we see in the Siberians, the Siberians developed the shamanistic culture. So the shamans would take the high doses and then share that with the congregation. You get what I mean? So I believe it's something, not like, oh, you guys are laughing at me now. I apologize. I should be careful about what I share, right?
No,
I'm not laughing. I just had this argument with somebody last night to late hours on another stream about him believing that the mushroom was God. And it's just funny how this came up. No, I know, but like his whole idea was exactly what you were describing. But it was like I asked him, I said, let me ask you something. You know, I'm like, so you think a mushroom is what gave us the capability of making a symphony? The idea that we have the capability above animals to create music in a way that is incomprehensible to any animal on the planet. The separation between us and animals is so stark, but then to take it another level and say that doesn't even equivocate, or is not even equal to how the separation of God and his creation. And so like these are all still creatures, but at the end of the day, we are definitely set apart from these creatures in a very special and unique way that is incomprehensible to even an atheist. Why do we have conscience? You know, where did this come from? You know, it's just a very difficult conversation to have. And as a Christian, it's not like laughing at you. It's more laughing at the silliness of the theory, because I obviously have a different belief structure in how I see it. And it's not, so I want to just.
We could go this would be a separate discussion. I've actually read the book, The Mushroom and the Cross, and he's completely wrong. Like, just to give you an insight, what this is coming from is there's a guy who wrote a book called The Mushroom and the Cross, and he posited that, and this is where he's completely wrong. He posited that the entheogen is what gave us God. I'm not arguing that, Brett. What I'm saying is by taking these compounds or going on the vision quest, that's when, for the first time, we were able to reduce our anxiety to the point where we could think about something besides basic survival. You get what I mean? The mushroom didn't untap anything connected to God. It just allowed us to be
The
still
space.
and know that I am God. You get what I mean by that? The difference. But the reason why I know that this guy with the mushroom and the cost is wrong, because instead of talking about the Psilocybe cubensis mushroom, which is all over India, I should rewrite his book. Because do you know why the Indians worship the cow? Because the cow
Because of the
poop.
mushrooms.
And the Psilocybe mushroom cubensis, the cubensis mushroom, loves cow poop. So that makes perfect sense. But did this
Loves
guy
bullshit.
go down that?
That's funny.
No. He tried to argue that the Indians went all the way up to the north of India, where the conifers are, to harvest the Amanita muscaria mushroom, the fly agaric, the red and white mushroom. That only grows on conifers. So it's not really native to India per se. But he tried to make the case that the soma was that particular mushroom. What I would argue, the soma was what we were just talking about. It was this point at which we developed enough empathy to realize we needed to think deeply about more things. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? No? Oh, forget it.
I mean, I follow your line of thinking. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's where that comes from. So if someone reads that book, they misunderstand. When I say entheogen, I don't mean that there was God in the Psilocybe mushroom that was transferred to us. The actual theory is that the compounds are so paradigm changing that it allowed you to see what you couldn't see before. Does that make more sense? And in fact, what's cool is it actually
it's the
opens doors to
problem I
potential.
have. The problem I have with it is that I've seen it open the doors to hell
Yes.
in people. And
actually,
so-
that's my connection. I knew a doctor that went to the Imperial College of London, and he wanted me to present my theory on the naked ape. And I think he just wanted to take it and use it as his own theory, because he's like, hey, just write it down for me. Oh, I don't care. You can even record it. So I didn't really engage with that because I was just working on it. You know what I mean? But he went to the Imperial College of London because he was invited as a deep Buddhist meditator, because medicine sees no difference between the the psychotic break. What do you guys call it again?
the psychotic breakdown.
Psychotic break. They don't see a difference between a psychotic break, deep stages of meditation, like those vision quests, sort of. You get what I mean? Or deep psychedelic trances. So they were trying to, but see, here's the thing, my good man. If you're into the science, there is no difference, believe it or not. So the way psychedelics work is essentially the same way all rites and rituals work. So we have two, if I can flatten it, two main serotonin receptors that are involved in this. So if you feel a little bit, if you take like just a little bit of these psychedelics, it tweaks the first serotonin receptor, which actually can make your anxiety worse. Are you familiar with this idea?
I mean, in a pretty real sense. I know what it's like to have a bad trip, and I know what it's like to have a good trip.
So the argument is that you need to take, and this is where Brett comes in. It's very dependent. The guy that wrote The Spirit Molecule is a great example of how he messed this up. He gave them a real light dose of DMT and then followed it up with a giant dose, and he's calling that science. So what I'm getting at here is you need to take what I call like a threshold dose. So it could be anywhere from 0.2 of a gram to 2 grams. What you need to do is take enough that the serotonin receptors get. You're familiar with this ligand idea? Like
hold on now.
Yeah.
If there's no difference between meditation, prayer, and psilocybins, why not just do the prayer?
Because it takes too much work. So all I have to do, because if I want to, and I'll just explain it as quick as I can.
Most shortcuts,
Exactly. So I'll explain that. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm saying that in the brain, they're the same thing. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay.
So
fair.
I can take psychedelics right now, and I can take a little bit, and it'll activate the HT2A serotonin receptor. That might give me, a little bit of a feeling. It might even make my anxiety worse. I could take more, just swallowing it down, and in about an hour, I could activate both of those serotonin receptors. And that's that experience that some people think is the not self or the God realization. You get what I mean? That's that depth of experience. When they activate the second serotonin receptor, people usually talk about how they experienced the dissolution of self, or they experienced like machine elves. You get what I mean? So the science
we would call it, what ends up happening when you go on a trip, you experience reality different, but when you come down, reality doesn't accept you. And like I said, I've seen too many bad things.
Oh, sorry, you didn't let me finish. So, no, I just no, it's not you, it's me. I just talk way too much. Long story short is it's not lasting. Okay, they did studies on people that took psychedelic mushrooms, and they said they saw benefits up to a year out, but that was minor benefits. So here's the difference. If you go into deep states of meditation and achieve these same deep states of knowing, that is a lasting experience because you have driven to it. Whereas psychedelics is you being dropped off at that spot. You can't get back to it without the exogenous compounds. You get what I mean? So that's the difference. It does the same thing in the brain, but because you have worked to achieve that state, then you know how to get there again, and the body knows it's different. So it treats it differently, psychically, but physically, somatically, it's essentially the same to the scientist. Do you get what I was getting at?
Cocaine's the same way.
Yeah,
so cocaine hits the receptors, the same receptors that are released when you do an intense workout.
Okay.
And you have the sense of accomplishment and all that kind of stuff. You're hijacking and taking a shortcut of the system with all those things, because all those things are present in the feelings we get in everyday life, right? Yeah, exactly. The substances already have to be there. So you're just kind of taking the shortcut in my mind when you do that. And I say that not to like shake my finger at it. You know what I mean? Because I still think that all these experiences can ultimately be used for good. So I just don't know if I want to subscribe to the idea that we should, make it a practice, so to speak. Because even the shaman is an edge character, right? Usually the shaman stories, the guy's not in the tribe, he's out. You got to go seek the shaman to be able to get the medicine.
He's on the outside.
Right? Yeah. So I really recoil about the idea of like kind of making it the thing. You know what I mean? Moving
just so you understand, I'm not pro psychedelics, believe it or not. That's I actually was involved with MAPS. Yeah, no, I actually was involved with MAPS initially because of the data showing that it could help our traumatized vets and kids. So I thought there was great potential. But then when I actually looked at not just the data is kind of supportive. So I would liken it to antidepressants. If you use psychedelics or antidepressants as a tool to get people over that hurdle, I would even say for the first couple months or whatever, and then it's proper real therapy after that. You get what I mean? But what I found is when I went to the first MAPS conference I ever went to, do you know what the most experienced person there besides myself, the most experienced person was? It was a doctor who smoked hash. And they were trying to present like they understood consciousness. First of all, none of them can explain what it is, but that they understand psychedelics and these deeper trance states and stuff. And none of them had ever experienced it. You get what I mean? There was two doctors in the whole convention that claimed to have had some experience. One of them had tried mushrooms once and never tried it again. So that tells me, anyway, sorry. So I'm actually, the way they have institutionalized it, I think they've ruined it. What I actually feel the real benefit to psychedelics was the communal, what you guys were talking about, sitting around the campfire, not the compounds, but the community.
What do you guys think?
Well, we won't be having any psychedelics as far as I'm aware on Saturday around the campfire. Except for unless you consider my potato salad to be that.
Your tater salad?
Transcendent. Yeah. I heard it's transcendent.
It's that good, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's that. I mean, it's definitely spiritual.
Yeah.
But my problem with the psychedelics thing is like when people, even like when people aren't on psychedelics, they say like, oh, I got a message from God, and then you like, well, kind of looks like the handwriting is in your handwriting, so I don't know, maybe not.
It's like Joseph Smith, right?
Maybe.
A magic stone. That's what revealed it, right?
Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was for you alone, but to kind of like, I don't know, legionize God's message is probably foolish.
Oh, I like that
Yep.
picture.
I mean, can I liken it to GLP-1s? Right?
No.
What are some of the brand names for the GLP-1s? The fat
We
loss.
don't talk about it, but I gotta go. I'm gonna be over on my channel.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Stupid thing.
I apologize. I'm taking up all of your days, but it's just what I've realized is, believe it or not, it's Gila Monster Venom. Are you guys familiar with that? The weight loss drugs that everyone's taking? It's actually Gila Monster Venom.
So it was one of the very first ones that came out that they found some kind of protein or something in it that they're mimicking. But let me be clear. There's many drugs within the system, primarily are immunologics that we are using that come from animals. So this isn't like a new practice or anything, because there is a conspiracy theory out there that
I didn't mean that.
Yeah, no, I know. I just kind of want to make that kind of clear.
Yes, in case someone's watching. Yeah, I was just going to argue that there's now data showing soon as they get off of that drug, they get fat again. But separate from that, look at the monsters it creates, right? You get what I mean? Like the black and white. You don't see people taking, like, have you seen the Osbournes? Or have you seen some of these celebrities that are unrecognizable because they didn't take just a little bit of GLP-1 just to get a little bit healthy? They literally stripped their body completely of fat. You know what I mean? No.
Well, fat and muscle. That's why you got the Ozempic face that they talk about, or the Ozempic butt, because you're losing not just fat, you're losing muscle. And even in the very beginnings when it first came out, they were pretty astounded by the amount of muscle mass that people were losing in the trials. But they said it was okay. And if you do that, kind of to your point earlier about mixing it with practice. So if you go to the gym, then you can mitigate
what the
some
injections
of the
were, right?
effects.
Like they were actually told that they had to tell them that you can take GLP-1, but you got to exercise while you take it, right? Wasn't that the actual direction?
Well, kind of, because the drugs originally came out to help treat diabetes.
Oh, yes. I'm talking about when they started to offer it as off-label weight loss.
Correct. Yeah.
Because that's actually what I ran into. Believe it or not, most people don't understand that the biologics that they use to treat inflammatory disease, right? To what is it? It shuts off interleukin, the INF factor or something. You know those different ones, right?
Are you talking about IVIG?
I don't know that. I cannot remember names of these drugs because of the way my brain works. I'm terrible with names. Neither here nor there. It shuts off the inflammatory mediators in the body.
Yeah, a lot of the immunologics do that.
So what I found out, well, this might surprise you. What I found out is almost all of them were, what do you guys call that when they're approved based on another approval? Is that like, what do they call that? Like they just go biosimilar. Is that what they call it? They just go in and go, hey, this drug is very similar to Humira. So can you give us an approval based on, you get what I mean? Like Humira was the only one that did the testing. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact mechanism. That's more like FDA approved.
So long story short, the way it worked is most of these drugs haven't been tested on their own, let alone in combination with other stuff. But what shocked me is I looked at the data. Do you know that those biologics were approved for a number of diseases with data that showed that only 20% of patients stayed on the drug after a year? That to me said never, ever, ever will I take something like that. You get what I mean? Because what is placebo? If I gave you a sugar pill, what percent of people are going to heal from that? Do you remember the figure?
I want to say it's something like 5% or something
40.
like that.
40%. 40%. It's not lasting, right? The placebo wears off 6 weeks, 2 months, something like that. But if people are only 20% of people are still on a drug after a year, I believe that means that it wasn't providing enough benefit. There was too many side effects. You get what I mean?
If they're on it for longer or shorter than
If
a year.
if they don't stay on it past a year, that tells me that the drug, if it was treating their disease,
Yes. Yeah.
everything else was bad. Like, there's too many side effects, or it wasn't
Right.
treating the disease.
The
You know what I
risk
mean?
and it wasn't worth the cost.
Yes. And yet, since then, they have quadrupled the number of diseases they've approved for this drug. You know, get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I think, I don't know. So I guess I'll state my stance. I
Yes,
typically steer away from the idea, and again, it's kind of to the shortcut idea, right? Anything that is from vain or lack of discipline,
Yep.
that they're offering to sell me,
Exactly.
likely there's going to be consequences to that we don't like.
Yep.
And
Knock-on effects.
yeah, one of the biggest ones with the GLP ones that scare me the most is a condition called gastroparesis, and it kind of it's a condition in which the stomach stops churning, and so you don't have your peristalsis actions, and that's the mechanism in which the GI tract
move. Yeah,
Correct.
peristalsis is the right.
Yeah.
We talked about this. Reverse peristalsis is the Technicolor yawn, right?
Was that on?
Reverse peristalsis, throw
Yeah.
up, is the
Yeah,
Technicolor yawn. You ever heard that expression? The Technicolor
No.
yawn. Yeah, that's my favorite expression for throwing up. Yeah. Never mind. I am so bad at telling jokes. Please proceed.
Yeah. So, but we're starting to see some of that now, and what they're doing now is because diabetes can cause this. The other thing that causes this is opiate abuse. So it's extraordinarily painful. Yeah, it slows down GI motility.
Yeah.
This is why that's the only symptom to opiates that you do not build a tolerance to is constipation.
Constipation, yes, sir.
Because it slows down GI motility, and then you do it long enough, you can experience gastroparesis, in which the food goes into your stomach, but then it starts to rot, and so you'll throw it up, and it's extraordinarily painful and all kinds of symptoms. And then one of the bad things with opiates is we give you more opiates to kind of help try to control the pain, which, if anything, exacerbates the problem. So, but we're starting to see that now. And what I have seen, I don't want to make claims of intentionality or anything, but it's happening more often in individuals that already had diabetes. And so, my fear is that symptom of that could be the GLP-1 is somewhat being masked by the fact that it's happening in the diabetic patients. So instead of stopping maybe the medicine or something, they'll just maybe adjust it in relation to diabetic patients, which ironically was what it was originally brought into the market for the diabetic patients. Yeah.
It's the biggest irony, eh? In fact, you want to hear something tragic? So my mother and I, we live quite a ways apart, but she ended up getting with a friend of hers who didn't like to drive. I don't know if you're familiar with Canada, but we are a big country. So she's from a small town. They don't like to drive in Toronto, and they had to come down here for a doctor because she had rheumatoid arthritis and all this other stuff. So she was getting all of this new advanced treatments and stuff. So, but she needed to be driven. So my mom started driving her down. So we started to, see each other a couple times a year. But my mother developed diabetes late in life. And can you believe that the Canadian Diabetic Association told her to have a bagel for breakfast? A bagel. Right? That's too much carbs for your regular person.
Did they offer a reason for the bagel for breakfast?
Because that's okay. You don't know what Canada's like. No, they do not offer reasons. That's just the diet that the Canadian Diabetes Association and what they're trained to teach in the hospital. They give diabetics orange juice in the hospital here. You know what I mean? Not when they're in.
We do it too. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, and I tried to tell my mom that. Like, I didn't tell her to go on carnivore.
We count the carbs. We count the carbs.
Yes.
So
I was
for
telling her
us,
to counter carbs. Yeah, cut the bagel in half. Only have half of it.
Right. Well, what ends up, you count them. So, in order to get good customer satisfaction scores, we have to present a degree of being able to choose.
Yeah.
And so you can use those calories any way you want. If you want to have a whole bagel for breakfast, but then your diet is limited,
No more.
moving on. And depending on why you're in the hospital, can offer you some leniency. So if you're there, say, for a diabetic reason, like diabetic ketoacidosis, will be more stricter with the diet, but ultimately, and this goes back to what I was talking about with participation.
Yes, agency.
Yeah, and so where is the line in medicine where you can hinder somebody's free will in order to get the right outcome? Right? It's
like syntax.
and it's this relationship.
That reminds me of the show House.
Mhm.
Where he would do unethical things because he knew it was what's best for the patient.
Good point.
He was challenging these ideas of how moral are you if you're going to let this person make the choice to kill themselves, even if they can't conceive of it, But I wanted to ask, I wonder, it seems like it's an interesting line to track when the diabetes medication became like this is really good and it's really effective. And then all of a sudden there's this movement to fix the food or the food focus of how we're prepared, how we're, our whole grocery store is corn and sugar and, whatever. So like, it's like all this additives, right? So it's like, almost like, wait a minute. If America does get healthy, what are we going to do? Like, can this drug be beneficial for other things other than the thing it was originally prescribed for? So like it was postulated smoking. Well, not enough people smoke as much anymore. Postulated as a food loss, food control, dietary thing. So it seems like the expansion, I wonder if it was if some of that is correlated to how America was seeing the food pyramid in a different way. I mean, and maybe that's conspiratorial, but
dude, look at but just so you don't notice. Remember what you said? You don't know what you don't know. Most people don't even look at labels. Like most people don't realize the crap that's in stuff. Like, just to give you an example, we have alternative colorings from the artificial coloring, but it's so cheap to use artificial coloring, right? Or like what I was shocked. You guys won't believe this, but I was shocked to realize when I had to eliminate things like dairy, eggs, wheat, and sugar. Do you know there was nothing left for me to eat except essentially meat? Because almost even hot dogs have, contamination or wheat. You get what I mean? But most people don't realize that. And that's what I wonder. I have an argument that maybe there's more environmental sensitivity and allergies in the world than we realize. And it's not extreme enough for people to notice. And yet they continue to eat this stuff that like alcohol, right? Alcohol is a toxin, and yet we drink it every day. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wonder. So sorry, my point is I was shocked to see how much of this bad ingredients are in all of our food. It's really difficult to avoid it in the grocery store nowadays.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I've had this long-standing theory back when I was doing my prepper stuff, because that's kind of how the genesis of it was. I wanted to be more sustainable. I wanted to make sure that my family was protected. Started learning how to gardening and land management with my hugelkultur and all this stuff. And then this kept going, because then learning to grow it is one thing, but then you got to be able to have an abundance to be able to store in your silo to make it through the winter, all this and that. And
maintain its nutrition too, right?
Yeah. And so it just became the huge thing. But there was a study that came out during that time where they were finding large amounts of glyphosate, which is Roundup, in things like baby food, in the cereal that we add to the baby food. And then I learned that, these genetically modified organisms So the number one genetically modified plant grown in the United States is corn. Do you know what the genetic modification is? It's
Didn't
to
they
be able to
add-
be sprayed with Roundup and it won't die.
Oh, is that it? Oh my gosh, that is ridiculous.
So they can just spray the whole field. It kills everything, right?
Except
But
the
the corn stays standing. And then the mechanized way in which we harvest these things with the big combines and just thrown into, and then it's processed, and there's glyphosate, and this goes back to what we were kind of talking about with these different proteins. And I wanted to mention earlier, proteins are one of the most fascinating structures of all the compounds, because you can have the same exact protein, but if it's folded different, its job changes. And it's kind of beautiful how that relates to our repentance and turning away, and how then our jobs become something different. And so I think that most of the allergies that we're seeing in these things, and what's leading people to kind of a carnivore diet, is that the cow becomes a filter, because it's eating all this stuff. And so it's one step removing us from a lot of the stuff that we're spraying all over the plants. And you can even go all the way through the whole food processing process, and the detergents that they put into the thing to wash it, all the oils that are in the machines that are getting leached into this stuff, the plastics that are then leached in because of the bagging of the thing before it goes off into the freezer.
Let me ask you something. I want to ask you something, Scott. I think that all this knowledge is super valuable, right? Because it helps us try to do the best we can in our orientation to the things, right? And obviously we have a limited amount of control to a degree on what we can and can't do. Like this bottle of water and how much plastic may or may not be in it, how is it affecting me? We don't know. But my thing is it almost reminds me of Christ and the Sermon on the Mount. It's this idea, and it may not be explicitly what he's saying, but this idea of what does anxiety do? How does anxiety add any time to our life? And so, like, my idea and my mental structure on understanding of these things is, I love how RC uses the term, there's no such thing as a maverick molecule. So like when people talk about AI, when people talk about the science, and they, we obviously need to pay attention to stuff. God gave us the gifts to learn these things and the tools to understand these things, or the people that are over the hierarchy and political structures to help manage these things. But at the end of the day, I believe wholeheartedly that God is not allowing anything to go down. It doesn't mean we won't have consequences for poor choices. It doesn't mean that at all. But I also know that it is interesting how a great-grandmother can smoke 90 years of life, and somebody who never smokes ends up in lung cancer. What's the reasoning for that? Like, is it directly connected or not connected? And so, like, I feel like there's these things, whether it's genes, whether it's whatever you want to say, there's something that is bigger at play that he has a hand on. And even in the tragedy and the misery and the what ifs and the possible scenarios that are happening to us, to rest on him, knowing that, you know what, these things are out of my hands, and trusting in him that he will make all things right is probably my biggest solace. I found so much solace in that because of that. That this plan that he has is larger than I can even comprehend. Even in my humans, this idea that I have this conscience, and that just seems wrong. Why is that guy doing that to this other person? Yeah, it's horrible, man. But there's something much, much larger at stake that I'm not totally in connection with or understand, and the ripple effects of the bad and how much good comes from it, and how it changes people's lives for a better, so it's like so that just gives me this peace. It's not perfect peace. I have anxieties. from time to time. They creep up, and when it does happen, I'm really like, okay, where am I at in my prayer life with this thing?
Yeah, and I would say ultimately that's what got me from going down a nihilistic pathway after learning all this stuff. And while at the same time being faced with the inability to be able to bring any kind of real answer to it in my immediate life. Like I was saying, I was trying to do all the things. I really was trying to embody the change I wanted to see in the world. But it became to this point where I couldn't manage all this stuff on my own. And so, that's what prevented me from becoming nihilistic was this idea that, okay, I've been given this knowledge. That's one reason why I posted what Anselman had said. You just pray over your food, even if it was offered to idols, right? That you pray over it, and you know that the God I serve is greater than all these things. And what will happen, right? What I don't want to do is then take that and turn that into this chaotic, let's go blow up the food processing plant that, like it or not, is feeding way more people than we've ever been able to do in human history, right? So it's kind of taking the good with the bad. You could even see this as loving your enemy in sort of a way. And being in proper relationship. Now I have this thing, and then I choose to participate where I can, or better said, not participate where I can, and just be content with God's grace. Then I think that's what he means when he talks to Paul in the thorn. My grace is sufficient. I've given you this wisdom. I've given you this knowledge. Now let's apply it wisely to the best that you can in your life. And if I'm granted the opportunity to be able to not participate more, I will gladly do that, right? I will gladly allow myself to be pruned in that factor. But yeah, I think that's the key, Anselman. And what you were pointing to, Brett, is that at some point you just have to trust. You just have to have faith. And I wanted to mention this to Stephanie because I was thinking about it earlier. And that was what I had seen from the GLP-1s because I was studying the stock markets quite heavily at that time. And that was a very real fear, was that GLP-1s were stopping people. Because what it does is it stops you from eating. It just removes the hunger mechanism. And I think I've spoken to this a time or two before, because I think I heard somewhere in the corner people talking about, I think it might have even been Paul, where if you can, so you have, we call them the ABCs in terms of airway, breathing, circulation for life, right? Well, I think of kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and like one of the most fundamental outside of breathing and drinking is eating. And if you're injecting something into your body that takes away such a fundamental need to consume food and sustain life within yourself, if you have a way to hijack that, what does it do with all the rest of the Maslow's hierarchy, right? Where do you find the desire to get off the couch and store away something for the future? If you're able to hijack that one thing. And I don't have the confidence in our ability in the genes, and especially with the proteins, because that's what we're doing. We're giving ourselves a certain type of protein that somehow, and I don't know how it does it, into the brain to change the desire of an individual. Holy smokes. And look, I got people I love that are on them, and I talk to them about them, but I don't bludgeon them over the head with it. I give them the space to make the decision for themselves. And I offer them, and this goes to the informed consent thing too, I use what I know to offer to you to accept or to decline, but do with it what you will. This is what I've learned. This is where I'm sitting. This is how I found peace. And you can partake if you want. And there's some people that are doing it for vain reasons, so I'll just kind of leave it there. See what
it reminds me of the thing that jumped out, like the house scenario, was I was thinking about prisons, and I remember the first time that they realized they could put stuff in the food, to my knowledge, had to do with sexuality. You know, because the idea was to stop them
Small
from
Peter.
being small Peter. Because the idea was to stop them from being so sexual, because there were so many sexual crimes that were occurring in prisons. So if they could do something, and it's not like they have rights. I mean, there are a limited amount of rights that prisoners actually do have when they're in prison. It's just a fact. You know, so like the idea we have these lawyers that say, you know, even in prison you have these rights. Well, yeah, to a degree, but it's been taken to another place, because the greater good, as people are assaulting each other in prison, we have had to take this step to institute something. It's kind of like the mental hospital thing, you know. It's like, and I think I saw Alex is in the chat. The idea that, you know, we're going to prescribe these medications for the greater good, not just to the client, but for the population also, and probably the staff, to make people that we know are incapable of being good or being not violent or whatever, that we have to take these steps. So there's certain things, an autonomy that gets taken away. So like, you know, the idea, and I feel sometimes this is where we get into our head and conspiracy wise, is like, they're doing this to us out here. Well, maybe they are. We don't know. I mean, it's like, we can go down that road. I would argue that probably, like oil, there's things that we just can't comprehend. And I would like to think that there's probably, even with the AI thing, there's probably this 4-dimensional chess that is being played with a group of people that understand that AI will impact our economy and our society. And that the danger definitely is that once we get to a point where if let's say Elon is right and everybody's able to have their own robot or multiple micro robots in the house to do the things to save us time, and we can have this abundance, and you know, we could just get a check. Well, guess what? I mean, that really is a socialism situation at that point, you know, because we're waiting for our government check. Now we can incorporate some of the capitalism. We can incorporate other things that we can increase the dollar amount, so it's not just the check, to feel like we have some sort of agency and control in how much extra stuff we can get and make our life better and do things. So like, not to take it completely away, but you know, it's like this idea that I always worried that like the alien talk was so stupid to me, because I feel like it's just a distraction. We went from talking all AI to now talking about Epstein to now talking about aliens, and it's like I feel like we're just getting led down these rabbit holes on purpose, because ultimately we need to be distracted long enough for the end game to happen, whatever it looks like. I'm not black-pilled, you know. I believe that there's probably some horizon that people are envisioning on what this is going to look like, and some may be Pollyannish, and some may be doomer, but you know, at the end of the day, I think that they see that there's some variance that's going to occur in the future, and that psychologically, especially in America, they have to be on board with this somehow.
Yeah.
Did I take us completely off the track?
No, you got it. Can I just? No, you're dead on, because you know, you like proteins. You know what I was fascinated by was essential fatty acids, and more importantly, fats. Right. So I'll start to give you an example. Cottonseed oil. I had no idea what it was until I love peanut butter, until I tried some peanut butter with cottonseed oil, and I nearly spit it out because it just did not feel like it's food. Right. So I'll give you an example. I remember I told you I was trying to heal myself through natural means. And so I leaned heavily. This is why I talked about cannabis. It's not what you think. I leaned heavily on hemp seeds. So I ate hemp seed because they're a perfect balance of carbs, protein, and fiber, plus a perfect balance of omega fats, 3, 6, and one of the only sources in nature with omega-9. But imagine this. I went to a health food store to get my bottle of hemp seed oil, and this lady in the health food store warned me the dangers of consuming hemp seed oil because it had omega-6. This lady This is Simone Weil's attention, right? Prayer's attention. Everything's about attention. Attention with an A. She was arguing that I shouldn't consume nature's most perfect balance of omega fats because it contained omega-6. So what she did is she read an article about, like, for example, my mother, when she was baking butter tarts to sell on Facebook Marketplace, she was using a margarine that was made from 100% omega-6 fats. That is pro-inflammatory if omega-6 on its own is consumed. Same as canola oil. Canola oil isn't really bad for you, but if you consume a hexane extracted canola oil, that's not as good for you because it denatures you, if you're familiar with that. So what I've come to realize is it's more important about what you are doing and not just the why and the how. So eating, and I'll give you an example. Someone said we should only eat meat. No, I think that's where Peterson failed. What I found out, we should be eating our protein first, then our fat. But here's the important. It needs to be good quality protein, good quality fat, then eat your carbs. That supposedly is a shortcut, right? And then it's the type of carbs. I don't eat bread usually, but I'll eat rice. I'll eat any vegetable pretty much that I want. You get what I mean? And so the other example I give is breathing, right? You said the importance of breathing, but do they explain what kind of breathing? If you do chest breathing, that's not good. That's really arguably bad. But if you teach someone to breathe to the belly, right? Diaphragmatic breathing, that is what's going to help people actually. You get what I mean? Like if you have someone who comes in who's shallow breathing to the chest, that's not healthy. But if you have someone who's breathing to the diaphragm, that's pushing, that's moving. Like, isn't our lymph system powered by the movement of our breath, respiration? Am I correct in that idea? It's just the idea we need to breathe deep.
I thought it was kind of milked by your musculature.
Is it? Okay.
But I could be wrong. I
Neither here nor there. The point is just simple that we've realized that when people breathe to the chest, which is this anxiety. Well, think about it. When you feel scared or anxious, what do? You're shallow, quick respiration, right? Whereas what they call box breathing or seal breathing or diaphragmatic breathing, it's called pranayama in the Indian. It's this deep breathing to the diaphragm, right? And it, believe it or not, it provides the same benefit as meditation, that diaphragmatic breathing. So that's the thing I think we're missing. It's not just telling people, make sure that you don't block your airway, make sure you're breathing, you make sure your circulation's good, but the quality of your airway, the quality of your breathing, the quality of your circulation. So therefore, the quality of your food, I think, is more important than what you're consuming. Does that make sense?
No,
Yeah.
no, I think it tracks. So first of all, in healthcare, we don't care how you breathe, just that you breathe.
Yeah. You can talk about that.
Like that's, when I'm poking my head in at 3:00 in the morning, if I'm working a night shift, I'm just looking to see that the chest is rising. I'm not, just.
Are you a full-time nurse still?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So try this, learn about diaphragmatic breathing, and share it with your patients. But don't talk about how it can benefit disease and your patients and anxiety and even death anxiety, but just teach them how it can help to reduce their stress at work, and watch how that transforms your fellow nurses. Just teach them about, just plain and simple, the way I do it is just say, hey, I discovered this new thing. You might want to try it, and it will transform their lives. If, again, they turn their attention to it. You get what I mean by the difference?
No. So I was going to say that this kind of talk in medical circles is not a welcomed thing. We usually kind of it's, and I don't think it's anything intentional or whatever. So you have to broach these kind of conversations kind of from the side.
The stress or the diaphragmatic breathing?
Just anything that is not
holistic.
Yeah. Anything holistic is usually not. It's.
Oh, no wonder why we're fucked. Pardon my language. Yeah.
Well, think about it.
It's just you even see it as kind of quacks. Like the thing that is most said about this kind of stuff is witch doctory.
Is that what they say? And this is what blows my mind. There is one of the world's most famous psychiatrists that wrote a book about this. And do you know what he wrote about? And this is back in like the 50s or the 60s. And almost every shrink has mentioned a form of this. When he graduated as a doctor, this is a little bit different. When they trained, this is after when they began training psychiatrists as a separate endeavor. You know, like they used to do it as kind of like theory, and you become a psychiatrist and you didn't actually practice. So I'm talking about after that, when you actually did rounds as a psychiatrist. He actually got in trouble because he showed up with his stethoscope, and his mentor, I can't remember what they call him, but his mentor told him, no, this is about the mind. Stop thinking about the body. And that was an insight that bothered him 50, 60, 70 years ago. And you're telling me nothing much has changed? That's scary.
If anything, it's gotten worse because we've so the thing that I've kind of been thinking about it, we've professionalized the relationship to a degree that the idea that there's a human being laying in the beds is somewhat distant. Like it's still there, right? But like the amount of people that I see in my industry that are just there to punch a clock. You know what I mean? Like how much does the guy working at McDonald's really genuinely care about
providing the best service? Yeah.
Right. Well, or even in the actual work he's doing, you know what I mean? He doesn't care, or she doesn't care about the product. They're just doing the task. They're just checking the boxes. Right. So this is why I push so much to the relationship. So terrible. Because I think in trying to point people to the relationship, that's where you see these things. This is where you see the placebo effect that you're talking about. It's in the relationship. And just having a human experience when you go to the hospital is enough. And so that's what I focus on. But you got to be careful because even the public doesn't want the voodoo, right? They want the pill. Give me the pill. Certainty. Give me the fix.
Is that what you're talking about? They don't want maybe this will help. They want here's the pill to help.
Yep. And they don't want to hear about incremental long-term gains.
Oh yes. In 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that I've done is I've kind of adopted Dave Ramsey's idea.
Okay.
Especially in these things like hypertension and diabetes. Is that, look, if you want to make lifelong changes, you've got to start getting some easy wins and see how applying the thing can work in your life. Right. Things. So get the low hanging fruit. Drink water. You're not supposed to have a whole bagel for breakfast, but if that's your thing, right, do the low hanging, right? So what about potato chips? What about that time you go and grab the bag? Can you eliminate that? How about sodas? Can you replace sodas with seltzer water?
Yeah, that's
right. Is there somewhere? I want you to look at that and try to implement those things and convince yourself you can win, right? And then you take on the next bigger dragon and you snowball it. Right.
Agency and that healing we were talking about. But this is the problem they miss is that people offload that. Even if the patient feels like they're in an agentic relationship with the doctor, this is what I ran into. Who is the greater expert in a complicated system, the doctor or the patient? Right? Okay. The patient is the greater expert than the doctor in that situation, right? So what I feel was missing is there has to be, like you said, what Brett said, the pastor can't see himself as above the congregation. Right. So I think a mistake happens is both ways. When the doctor thinks they're above the patient, that's where you get that othering, punching the clock. But the same thing for the patient. If the patient feels that they are greater, better than me, then they're going to look up to them for answers instead of realizing that their only way out is through as being in active parts. You get what I mean? So it's
So I try to sell it as we're a partner.
Yes,
and one of the things that I mentioned to some of my patients is I'm providing you a toolbox. Yes, but it's up to you to decide how to use that toolbox. We can't go home with you and force you to use the tools. Nor
You
would
know
we
they're not
want
gonna do it,
to,
yeah.
because that's not the proper relationship we should have.
No, yes,
Right.
you can't do something for someone that they can do for themselves because it robs them of agency. That's just the basics of
That's right.
healthcare, right?
But what I
That's
want
why-
you to do is go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
No, I was going to say that's why I think that there is definitely really great and beautiful doctors.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yes.
what's neat about it
Lots
is
of
the best doctors are the weirdos that take the time to realize this guy can't communicate what he's going through, what he's feeling, what's not working right. How can I probe him to learn and investigate? Hey, how about this? Is this happening? Hey, how about this? Is that happening? And so, yeah, they may get repetitive. They may get quick on are you having diarrhea? Are you having pains here? Are you having, so like there's a system there that they operate on from their learning, which is still beneficial. Even if it's mechanicistic, they're trying to hone down on the best symptoms that they're hearing from the patient. And so like they're trying to probe it. Some patients are obviously phenomenal, right? They can say, listen, I'm really in tune with my body. This is what's happening. This is what happens when I eat this. This happens.
Yeah.
Like there's some that are in tune, not many. There's probably some that are overboard, like
Well,
that they're
yeah, so I was
making
going to say,
making
anytime
too
I
many
hear
connections.
that, I
Yeah.
know I can't talk to you because you're so in tune with your body that there's no way I'm going to be able to give you information that's going to get you
Maybe.
to change your mind.
Maybe,
No,
maybe.
that's usually what it is. That's usually how
I get what you're saying. Those people usually have a particular archetype and personality where they're closed off to their own knowledge. I get that. I'm just saying, like my mother, she's not closed off, but she knows her body exceptionally well, and she can state significant things that are occurring. Like, hey, I have a back pain. I don't know why I have a back pain. It's just a back pain. It's just a weird pain or whatever. And so and she's got a high pain tolerance, but she knows she has a high pain tolerance, and if she has a back pain, there may be something going on here. So she goes to the doctor. Sure enough, she has a busted appendix. It's like this idea that there are some genuine patients that are highly in tune to their body, but don't go into the doctor's office bragging about it necessarily, but they're able to articulate the thing, so, I would just say there are those patients too that are also, they just like there's doctors that genuinely want to investigate and be actively probing, and that's a mechanicalistic, but there's also some patients out there that genuinely want, if you're the type of doctor that is, trying to do those probing things, but it's, we're all human. So we're going to have bad doctors.
Well, not just that, they don't have the time.
Well, that's obviously that's a factor.
The reason why they're in there and out of there in 5 minutes is because they now got to spend another 15 writing in the chart and billing and all this stuff for the ICD-9 or whatever we're calling them now, the diagnostic code, so that the institution that you work for can build the insurance, like all this stuff, and you got to do that over and over.
Now that AI has entered the room, because now, like when I go to my doctor, he lets me know, hey, I'm going to let AI analyze our conversation to help me with my notes and help them be more efficient. So like he'll review the notes and see, yep, this is what I understood. There's no corrections that need to be made. It goes into the file. But I don't think that's going to be the solution of giving them more time with the patient. I think the healthcare system is going to realize that we can plug more and more patient into that schedule. Which, if it's going.
Yeah. No, but I really fear for the doctors and the lawyers in the age of AI. I think it will make them more efficient at first, but listen, all they do is follow algorithms. And this is why people don't have a sense that they're being treated like human beings. You come into the emergency room and you have headache, shortness of breath, and fever. There's an algorithm that follows based on those symptoms. You plug those symptoms into the algorithm. We run X test, B test, C test, and we start treatments A and B to cover the thing. I mean, that's
it's the most common. It's the most common based on a giant pool. You're going to go with the most probable thing, right? The most probable thing.
Yeah.
We're going to go with first, and then if we see that there's no benefit, there's no, like we expect there to be, then maybe we move on to the secondary possibility. So I get the probability.
You mentioned House. You mentioned House earlier. What House is doing is he's finding all these obscure edge case cases. And all he is an encyclopedia of knowledge. AI can do that way better than any human being. Every single kind of diagnostic thing that from all over can be loaded into a database, and the algorithm and the AI can take that and distill that down and do exactly what you just said. And we can do, and so then that's where the closer you are to a patient in healthcare is where your job will be one of the last to go, right? Are you administering the drug? Are you providing a human-like experience for this healthcare thing?
Wouldn't it was able to have those mechanicalistic AI tools to where they become more of the relational, where they can literally be the bridge between the computer and the person and be more of a caretaker than a medical doer.
So, but now you have to have a whole generation of doctors coming up under that guise, because every single one that's in the system now and in training are not getting that perspective. They're under the old model.
Okay, so take the self-driving car. Our generation will be resistant, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the next generation that's grown up with a cell phone will have more faith in that, in which they've seen negative drivers on the road. They would subscribe to the fact that I trust this system will actually save lives more than the human element. So, but here's the thing, Scott, don't forget, think about 20 years ago, somebody was being born. 20 years ago, how old were you, right? And you say, okay, I was such and such an age 20 years ago. That baby is now entering the learning process in the medical field. So they are the future, and it happens way faster than we realize. So like the idea of investing into this younger generation is so much more significant. We have a meaning crisis. Our meaning should be to literally engage in this younger generation and spend time with them, because they will be the people that will be adopting these things way more readily, like what you're talking about. And the older people will be phased out, or maybe they retire, or because of AI, we don't know what that is going to look like. My point is that the earlier adopters of this idea are going to have a totally different mindset in this world and in this community. And I get that we are stuck in thinking there's no way you can change my mind. There's no way you can change this whole generation's mind in the medical community. However, there's a whole nother generation that has a different idea of what this technology has the potentiality to do to help. Well, and I'm grateful for that, because if I live long enough, I'm going to be so old that they're the ones that are going to be caring for me as I enter my twilight years. You know what I'm saying? If I live that long. So like I'm just holding on to the hope of God's plan, in the fact that it takes a whole generational shift to literally recalibrate the brain, the generational, negative consequences that we've passed on. But there's going to be a generation that just like the beta generation, man. These guys are alpha generation. These guys are like they're in 20 years. They're going to be entering the force. We're not even talking about the millennials that are already there, So I just think that's the hope I have in all this,
So I agree with you. I'm going to say this real quick and then see what Al has to say. The problem I see that they have to overcome is this gigantic big boulder that I try to talk to my son about, that they are fixated on. at least from my experience in talking to individuals. And I tell my son, the individuals that are able to find a way to prepositionalize that boulder, get through, under, around, over, whatever, get past the obstacle of this kind of AI thing, and the I would say the ossification of the institutions as well. Because in order for this thing to manifest, you have to have people that are willing to truly relate. Right? We're not going to make the big changes by simply playing as NPCs. No. We have to have real characters that are willing to risk it all in order to bring this out of the box thinking. Because all the if you think about the arc of a doctor, right? This is somebody who's usually had to be doing academia to the greatest extent, going all the way back to middle school, right? Then they have to sacrifice their 20s sitting in a library, understanding all the ways that a body can go wrong, in an institution that has now been in place for 4 or 5 generations that says this is the way you be a doctor. So they're not going to be open to this idea that it's going to change. As a matter of fact, I'm going to suggest that they're going to hold on to the bitter end even after the change has already happened, right? And so now you have to have an individual going through that pathway to become a doctor that is going to do it in this new manner, right? That's going to steward the thing that's outside of the box of the entire arc that 4 generations has told it how to be.
Yeah, I guess this is the thing on whether we think the moment that we're living in right now, that's our reality, is similar to, it's a microcosm, so it's not a perfect one-to-one, but the idea of what they felt during the Vietnam War and like this time of strife and tension. And so like, it was like, how can we see goodness in anything? But yet at some point between then and now, there was a beauty that kind of came back. Whatever that may look like, maybe it wasn't perfect, whatever. The point is there was something that changed. And there was a beauty in the life, and the things were put aside. Well, now the things, it's like the cycle. We're picking up the things, the difficult things, the struggles. You know, this is where I feel like what Ecclesiastes is saying is nothing new is under the sun. You know, like and it's so funny how relevant we feel our times always are. Every generation thinks we're at the end of the times. It's our time. So like,
no one's lived through this before.
Yeah, and so like, I always just want to always harken back to the idea that he is so much greater than it all. And it sounds so hokey and stupid to people that just can't connect to this idea of God in a way that, you know, that has the control of it all. That it's all, he has the whole world in his hands, not just, you know, us in our, you know, his relationship with us, which is really the lovey-dovey version of the song. But no, he has everything in his hands. It's like, this is his creation. He created it. You know, it's like the idea that he creates something, he understands how it operates in a way that is inconceivable to me. He knows me better than I know me, you know?
So, yeah, it's interesting because the thought I had in my mind was this reciprocal relationship. So God has everything in control, but how does he keep everything in control? It's through us. It's through our participation in the world, right? We have a relationship with God, and then he uses that relationship for us to relate himself into the world. Not me. I want to be very clear. I'm not saying I am God, but I am allowing God to live in the world because I'm participating with the God who's been revealed to me, right? I'm being the change I want to see in the world. There's a very, very, and that's how he controls the world.
And that's how I think we talk past each other a lot of times too. Like when we have different denominational understandings of this idea, ultimately, if you strip it all down to its foundation, we see it the same. We're just saying it in a different way.
Yes.
And we're putting a little more emphasis on specific things in a different way, and so it's beautiful, I mean,
I was just going to use that word. I really was. Yeah.
And that's just why in the TLC it has made me grow to love the fact that one person has been made and formatted a certain way in a unique path in his life that drew him to a specific idea, and this is exactly what he needs, but remembering that he is at the center and he's in control of it all, to me is such a humbling thing and a humbling position for us as Christians to be in, is to realize that I participate in his creation. He's allowed me to participate in this creation. What Alex was saying, it's such a gift to be in this space when other people that don't believe in God don't see, don't understand that they're participating.
I agree with yeah. I agree with that too. Like, yeah, you're participating whether you believe it or not. Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's like, if you guys remember that atheist, the lady atheist that had an interview with Jordan Peterson, you guys might remember they were sitting at a tall round table and she was trying to make the case she was an atheist. And Peterson's like, then why are you here? Why are you a teacher? Like, come on. Right. And for my participation, I just want to push back and say that House and our doctors, they are not a store of data. They are pattern recognition devices. Do you follow what I mean by that?
Okay.
So I argue that House is an example of what a doctor should be, not, like the example I might give is my use of translation. AI does a great job in translation, but interpretation it struggles with because of the human. So what I was getting at is the example I give is my doctor did help me a great deal. He realized that maybe the second generation antihistamines might work for me. So he was almost there. But the antihistamine that he recommended was actually one of the worst. It was supposed to be the one that crossed the blood-brain barrier the least, but it also was the one known to affect the microbiome the most, right? So it actually didn't work for me, but I didn't give up. And I went down the list of all the second generation antihistamines. And I realized that if I went and used something called Rupall or Rupididine, which actually is a second generation antihistamine and an anti-PAF factor. So what it does is it down regulates inflammation. And so I called my doctor up and I'm like, hey, my doctor was busy. So I talked to his nurse. And I'm like, hey, I think this is why like the Blexten isn't working for me. But I said, hey, can you give me a prescription for this Rupall? Because I think this is why the doctor recommended it. And I mentioned the anti-PAF. And believe it or not, that's what the solution was. So my doctor kind of got to the right way, right? After a number of years of, so what I'm getting at here is it's not knowledge that our doctors are there for. It's pattern recognition. And what I mean by that is look at the data when it comes to backup. Assistant. Are you guys familiar with the studies on backup? Do you know that modern kids don't even get tested on backing up anymore? Never mind parallel parking. They have lost that skill because they've offloaded it to the computer in the car, right? So a better example I might give is I rented new cars a few times in the last few months. And are you guys familiar with lane assist? Yeah. Garbage. Garbage, utter garbage. So just to give you an insight, I am a professional driver, so I think I can speak to this. I actually hold we call it a Class A up here in Canada. You guys call it a CDL with endorsement for air brakes. So I have all the training. I could drive anything.
I thought it was the Y chromosome.
Oh. Yeah, no. But long story short, I showed my wife as I was driving. First of all, if you don't set the distance for following, we nearly got killed. Because the darn thing with the adaptive cruise control nearly drove us right into the back of a transport because it was an open trailer. So learned that. But forget about, I showed her the lane assist. When I'm driving, I only have to hold on to, right? And I don't have to do all that many adjustments. But when the lane assist was on, the thing was constantly fighting. And so what I showed to the wife is like, if I was a less experienced driver, I'd be constantly, never mind the fatigue of fighting it. But what happens if I do lose my attention and let go? Will it overcompensate and drive me into another lane? Do you follow me? So it's twofold. It's one, loss of your actual skill using lane assist, which I don't think is actually helpful. Backup. If doctors started to lean on AI, they're not just losing that in them, that was that skill, but I argue we're losing more than that. Do you follow what I mean?
I do, and I can point to exactly how that's already happened.
Yes, please do.
So policies and procedures and insurances. So one of the big arguments during one of the past elections was, should your doctor and you be in control of your own medicine? Was one of the arguments. And what I kept trying to yell and scream from the mountaintops like a secular Quranist was that we already don't do that. So Medicare sets the standards on what they will and will not cover.
Oh, so even
and all the insurance companies just play around the edges as to what they will and will not cover. And so basically the insurance companies have already said what's going to happen and why. The insurance companies will even go after a hospital if you're in the hospital too long for the diagnosis that's been put into your ICD-910. Medicare will go after and go, what's going on? Why isn't this diagnosis should have been a 3-day stay, right? So there's already that. And then on the other side of it, you have lawsuits and litigations that have taken place. So with those two things combined, we get policy. And policy then dictates, without putting into law, exactly how the relationship is supposed to be. And this is maybe one reason why I'm so about the writing down of the law or the creed or the whatever the thing is that says this is what we are. And this is why I'm attracted to that, because then what happens is what you're talking about. We lose our ability to think outside the box. Right, where every time you try to do things and even have because this is eventually how it's killed, is because some people go, wait, no, I don't like that. This is why. Present an answer, and then that person, tall poppy syndrome, gets chopped off. Everybody gets put in line, and then this is what we do for the thing. So it's already in place. It's been happening for most of my career of 20 years. There used to be, and I got to see a couple different systems. I originally started off in the VA, and the reason why I went to the VA was because I was a strong proponent for socialized medicine. Right, that's what made me vote for Obama, was the fact that he promised to do socialized medicine. And I was at the VA, and that's the closest thing we have to it. You do your service, and if it can be proven that your active participation in the service led to your thing, you get what's called service connectedness into how much the VA will pay for your medical care after you're out. Now, I say all that, and now I'm in the private sector now, which it's almost all insurances, right? What does the insurance and what have you? It doesn't have a direct impact on my day-to-day working. In we're not thinking, the doctors aren't thinking like this idea that, oh, we don't have insurance, or I have a bad insurance, this is why the doctor did this. That never falls into the active thinking. It's really just, I have this sick person here. He's presenting like this. This is what's been diagnosed. This is how we know how to treat it. And then, right? So we're really just, that's the level at which we work. But because the policy has dictated what it is, we all know what the box is. We all know what the things are. We all know kind of, especially in my line of work as the nurse, I know how that relates. And as I have the opportunity to be a leader, right, I can see more of how all these things are working together and how there's different teams in the hospital that work. Utilization review is what we call it. These are the teams in the hospitals that look at long stays, because then long stays in of themselves can impact the Medicare dollars, right? Which then impact whether or not the cook's getting paid, right? Because we don't have enough money. And more, that's what happened during Obamacare, essentially, is we put our feet in two boats. So the old model was pay for procedures or you do things, right? So if we do a CT scan, we charge you this. If we do a surgery, we do you this. If we give you antibiotics. And so what they tried to move to, which in good faith was the air quotes
sounded
right
good.
thing,
Yeah.
right, was outcomes. We wanted to start paying for
100%.
outcomes, but we
Yeah.
didn't go full in. So our feet's in two boats where we're getting a lot of our income from the day procedures. So this is your colonoscopies,
Yeah.
your knee replacement surgeries, because those all get pre-approved. So we know we're getting that funding. So that's a big tranche of our money, but we're also getting penalized when outcomes don't go the way they're supposed to. And because we're in relationship with a patient who has free agency to participate or not, but that never factors into the equation,
No.
right? So then all that stuff is kind of hitting the healthcare system at once. And in times of crisis, you need to have different leaders. And we have not formulated the leaders. We formulated a bunch of managers. And in crisis time, managers don't work. You need some outside of the box thinkers to succeed.
Good point.
Do you remember the movie Moneyball?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the neat part about that was to see this kid come up with this mathematical mind, and he's able to see, look, there's a pattern. All we got to do is get men on bases. That's what we care about, right? And so he explains to the A's, this is the pattern mathematically, and there's just no way. You don't have to worry about wins. Wins will come. It's runs. That's all we care about. Getting on base, getting on base, getting on base. So it was like this revolution that people had to literally reconstruct their entire baseball programs, realizing this was the gold mine of staying things to be successful. So maybe there will be a time, whether it's AI, whether it's people, I don't know. All I know is that it would be interesting to see how somebody's able to recognize the pattern in the right mathematical formula for the correct outcome, not just account or based or whatever I forget outcome based. So like I think that there's some of that. But what I really wanted to say is the idea of House to me, it reminded me of the superheroes. So I didn't realize this, but when I had a conversation with people, and I asked them, who did you see yourself in Superman? Like what character? And a lot of times people considered themselves to be the normal people, right? And Superman was this thing that they needed to help them. So it was like this savior thing that was trying to be interpolated. But see, for me, when I watched that crap, no, I wanted to be Superman. I didn't want to be the person that's getting saved. That's not how I was connecting the story. Maybe some people connected to the villain, whatever. I know that for me, it was like I wanted to be the Superman, the guy that could do the things, not the guy that's being saved by the thing. And so like, I think about the House, I think about the, what Alex had said about victims, bystanders. It's like the perception of the superhero. So like House I think that these kids are coming into this workplace, and I think they are deep down wanting to be something different. They want to stand out. They want to be the House, think outside the box. And I think the more that people, again, I'm not saying the superhero thing is a good thing to be in our mindset, like it's all us, right? But I think that is this attitude that we're going to try to do something so different than everybody else has been doing it. And eventually it might be the Moneyball kid, that, comes up with the mathematical.
But he needs leaders. He needs a leader that's willing to accept it, right? That's what made the thing, and it's in the relationship. That's what I'm bemoaning today. Chad, what you got?
I was thinking about a lot of things. One of the things is so when Anne's father was in the hospital and stuff, in and out, one thing that what I found was really interesting was that because of her ability to see things and pay attention, and that accompanied with the care that she has for her father, she was able to diagnose things that doctors wouldn't or couldn't, because they're kind of working in this general relationship space where it's kind of like they have to kind of float in this kind of thing, and they're not living their day to day. Like, she diagnosed him with what was it, dementia. It was a type of dementia. It was like blood flow dementia. I can't remember what they call that. It's like if you start to stop losing, if you start getting, arterial dementia or something.
Okay.
So like if you stop getting blood to the brain,
You didn't get adequate blood flow. Yeah, I had a friend who had something similar like that, but it was just something from his heart. Yeah, it didn't get enough. It was bad.
Part of it was like because he had these strokes, and then part of that was because of the arteries were kind of bad, and so he's having bad blood flow and stuff. But they didn't even. So she was like, reading something and saw that, and it's like she was able to diagnose it, and they're like, wow, I can't believe we didn't think of that. And so those kinds of things. So like to have the kind of care, or another one was back in the COVID time when people would get intubated. Some people would, the fear was that when they would get intubated, they wouldn't wake back up.
Mm-hmm.
And there was all these instances where people were being pulled off of life support because of the time that they were not waking up. And Anne read an article somewhere that there was actually these people who were like waking up miraculously, like after a month or something. And so she was his advocate in this way where she's like, well, we're not going to pull the plug yet. I mean, it's Christmas, guys, you know? And so she gave it like a couple more days, and then he just woke up. And so my thinking on this is kind of like the care, that people care and attention together are like
the depth of the engagement. You mean, right? Like if you're not really in the room with them,
yeah, or like, and there's like a difference between, I think, like clinical care.
Yeah, they're trained to be, what's the word you guys say? Like, you got to have a distance from the patient, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some good in that, obviously, but you have to have some, like, kind of like advocate, like a real advocate, because not everybody has family that are paying attention. Exactly. But, okay, then the other thing that was coming up for me was in that movie that everybody's talking about, there's this Cersei set portion where like they go up and they're like hungry and starving, and there's this, it's almost like the Hansel and Gretel thing, in a way. But that's kind of how I kind of feel like our entitlements around. This is why Americans can't do like socialized healthcare, because of our entitlements. And we're just going to set ourselves up for the slaughter in some sense. Like we become the pigs in that thing, and then just end up eating all the shit. And then Soylent Green is made from people.
Yeah.
I've since changed my views on socialized medicine.
I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Brett.
That's all we got to do is mention Soylent Green and Brett leaves. Noted. I'm kidding.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have since COVID, really, I've changed my mind in terms of socialized medicine. I felt like it was used in the countries that have it as a bludgeon object to take you totally out of the system.
I was going to mention MAID up here because it is horrible. Yeah, our healthcare system up here is not universal. It's not health or care. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we keep using these words like social justice, and it's kind of like anytime you add an adjective to the thing, you're actually
nature the thing. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. I got to steal that.
And so that wasn't mine. I got that from somebody else. I want to say Jordan Peterson said that. Like, yeah. If it's just, it's already,
it's already enough. Yeah, it's true. It's actually, I make a joke like when people use language in a performative way, like when they say a bao bun, right? Which is that just means bun, right?
Never heard of that.
A bao is a Chinese bun. So some people say, "Oh, I want to have a bao bun," and in French, there's common ones in there where people use the French term, and I'm like you're saying it like it's a fancy word, but prêt à manger, like ready to eat. That's not a fancy word.
How about like fat ass? It's kind of one. That could be one. Or what's another one? We have all sorts of these weird things. I was thinking of luxury vinyl tile.
Oh, you mean unnecessary? Yeah. Well, I think
if they call it luxury, it's not luxury.
Exactly. Same with premium. That's what I ran into. Yeah. If they call it premium, I'm like, I can't remember. There's other examples, like when they say something obvious, like I can't think of a great example, but like when they use, like, your product is supposed to do this, don't use it as a feature. Like that's the bare minimum your product does. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I can't think of an example off the top of my head.
Unconditional love. It's kind of one of those things, because to me it's kind of redundant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we started. I actually asked y'all's opinion about this. So I was watching a video by someone by the name of his channel is called Disciple Dojo. And I think he began as like a Bible review channel. But this morning he had a Greek, I don't know his details, but he was arguing that agape is not what we think it means. He's arguing that it doesn't mean the same thing. But this is what we started arguing, or not arguing, but discussing. I argue that agape means the exact same thing today as it did then. Our understanding of what love is has changed in that time. Like, is that what you're getting at here, Chad? Is that we don't understand? You're inverting it, right?
I don't know what I'm saying. Don't listen to me.
No, you're literally. I think what you're saying is like we don't have the same depth of engagement, of care, or compassion with people anymore. Is that what you're getting at?
I think that we operate in large part on kind of like principles of assumptions and convenience. So we don't have to really examine what these things actually mean to us. So they're standardized communication, and then like it abdicates. So it's like do what's meaningful, not what's expedient. So they're very expedient kinds of ways to communicate, because we've been living in such a fast-paced environment where faster is better, and so we don't. And so one of the things that you lose in the faster, better model is like care. Care kind of is one of the first things that goes out the door, because you just assume that you care.
Yeah. And then a great example Ezra put up, the genuine leather. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but both of those terms are a perfect example, because leather no longer means leather anymore, right? Because they came up with that term genuine leather because it's not genuine leather. It is a denatured form of leather. Like they take off most of the leather. So like they had to start calling real leather things like cowhide or calf hide. You know what I mean? Because the genuine leather was not actual leather product anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, I blame this all on the advent of wood grain.
Oh, yeah. Painted on wood grain, or do you mean like the fake veneers?
Yeah, it's all like, it doesn't even have to be wood. It can be like
plastic,
plastic that you stick over your wood cabinet.
Yeah,
it's like I don't understand. What is so attractive about wood grain that you would have to make it artificial? Is this just a matter of convenience? Is that like hijacking some sort of comfortable version of luxury or like privilege or something? I don't understand what that nostalgia is.
Maybe it reminds people that we used to have a society where we had real wood for cabinets, but we no longer have that resource.
Or for anything for that
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, we got resource for nothing anymore. Exactly. Better way to put it.
and maybe we
Potemkin
don't.
Village.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like a Potemkin village. It's the
Oh,
facade.
great example. If you guys want to unpack the Potemkin Village. Yeah. I actually argue, I call it theater of the absurd, but yeah, that's, I guess, the same idea. I call it theater of the absurd made manifest. If you guys are familiar, the theater of the absurd. And I did this once. I did it as an experiment with the wife. I'm like, I'm going to imagine the most absurd thing I can imagine. I came up with drag queen Bible study hour. And do you know it existed already when I came up with that? Yeah.
Well, at least we don't have to we don't have to like bludgeon you to death for conjuring up that hellish idea in the universe.
I didn't
So-
conjure it up. Someone in California did, but yeah, I know.
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
mean.
that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
at least we don't have
Yeah.
to blame you for that.
Yeah.
I was about to be like, oh, so you jumped that up?
No, it wasn't me, dude. No,
Ugh.
I wouldn't have shared it publicly. Like it was, I only share it because it actually had existed for like a year and a half in California somewhere. Yeah, it's shocking to me. You know what I mean? But that's the idea. Imagine the most absurd, ridiculous reality you can come up with. And I argue our reality is even crazier.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Jesus walked on water.
That's tough though for a lot of people to understand. Yeah, because Peter walked on water as well until he lost faith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we'd talk about that more. In fact, I give you an example. I used to follow Peter Boghossian, you know, the philosopher. He's an atheist. Don't hold it against him because he's actually intelligent. But I don't really hold much of his opinion anymore because he sat down with someone and claimed that his way of understanding Matthew 14, the walking on water, was that, okay, maybe physics was suspended for a day. And I'm thinking like, wow, you're not even engaging with the idea at all. You're turning to science fiction. Like you turned it into science fiction instead of.
It's like Emmett Fox
stupor.
or something. Yeah.
I don't know who he
Well,
is. Yeah.
I have this idea about the idea is expressed in a question, and the question is, what does full-on right-brained autism look like? And it looks like flying saints and walking on water.
I gotta
Doing the impossible?
admit, I've not thought of the symbology behind the walking on the water.
See, I thought of it, and that's the thing that blew me away. Like, imagine, I thought Peter Boghossian, as a trained philosopher, logician, he's really good with logic and reason. That's what I thought he would do. So I have, you know me, I'm a bit of a straw man. So I will break down these stories in every possible permutation. And it's simple to me that that's what he should have said. He should have said, if you remember the story, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jesus was in the mountain communing with God, right? And when he came down from the mountain to meet his apostles, there was a crowd that had gathered, right? And the apostles said, no, we'll get rid of them for you, Jesus, right? But Jesus is like, no, I will, meet my whatever you call it. So he taught until everyone was satisfied, all their questions were answered. This is actually in the Bible, right? Until all of the questions were answered, Matthew 14. Then he sent the people on their way and around the lake, right? And he sent his apostles out in the boat, right? Which to cross the river. But here's what I thought Peter Boghossian would have said. So if you don't want to believe in the metaphysical, here's how I would see it. So Jesus was tired of being the only teacher in this group. They all called themselves apostles, but who was the only apostle of Christ? Christ, right? Because most of them were just hangers on. They weren't teaching. So I believe this could have been seen as Jesus said, listen, go out and be your own person. Stand on your own feet. Go and I know it's Chad, I think. And sent them out into it's okay. Just sent them out into the lake. And what ended up happening, I believe this is what Peter should have said, is that they lost faith, right? The story goes that they got halfway and the storm came up and they lost faith, right? And I think this is, pretty clear to me that that's what he should have seen, because then Peter gets out of the boat and starts to walk towards Jesus and then falls in. And why? Jesus explains to him, because he lost faith. You get what I mean? Like he didn't stand. So I believe it could be seen to an atheist or an outsider as, you know, walking above the world, right? Being in the world, but not of it. You get what I mean? Like you could see it as an archetypal story if you're not willing to take that next step. You get what I mean?
I was just thinking about, so usually my understanding of autism is it's kind of like a left brain centric kind of orientation to the world. So it can kind of like numbers and words, kind of extreme numbers and words kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but right-brained autism would be like this kind of, well, it's also related to like, what do they call it? Epistemology. Like this idea of epistemology shapes the world that we see. And like, especially a shared epistemology. But what if you had like kind of like a right brain autism where it kind of offsets that kind of like shaping of the world, and you actually somehow, and you, like, because even like the Flying Saints, they would say like they didn't have any control over what it was that they were doing, like they didn't know. Or even like, let's say even like a demon possession could be something like a right brain autism of some sort.
But in the opposite, yeah.
Yeah. So it's this weird kind of, it's now if you want to medicalize it, there, you have an explanation. It's right brain autism.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like I argue that would be my diagnosis of right-brained autistic, because I am what Jungian would call an INTP. So what he calls the logician, but high neuroticism, right? But my neuroticism as the logician, this personality type, is I think about this stuff that we're talking about, right? Most people, what we talked about earlier, most people won't reevaluate their lives until something major happens, divorce, death in the family. Well, someone who is the logician or a scientist, someone who is high in intuition and perception, right? They would use their pattern recognition to understand the world. So this is that right brain, right? So they're looking at all the permutations of the world, but that's where this problem comes in. If you're right brain, well, you're not going to flatten any of it, right? Because the opposite is the left brain. These left brain people, they want a solution. So they'll approach like Peter Boghossian must be a left brain person, because he wanted a solution to Jesus's walking on water. So he came into it with a solution. I'm the opposite. I come into it with an open mind, and I'm happy to walk away with an open mind and keep that superposition. You get what I mean by that? And I believe Ian McGilchrist is trying to explain that our problem is we need to listen to both the left and the right brain to find our way through. And most of the time we're one or the other, if that makes sense. I love that. I'm going to steal that too. Right brain autism.
I just make shit up, bro.
Yeah, it's perfect, because it is what we're looking at. Ian McGilchrist's obsessed with the left brain. The left brain is, but here's the difference. This is why it works. Because a left brain disability, you don't know, and you would know this, right? You don't know of your disability, right? If you have a left brain disability, you don't know you're disabled. Whereas if you get a disabled, like if you have a stroke in the right side, you actually know you're disabled. I actually know someone who's like that. He was an engineer, but he must have had a head trauma or a stroke or something in the left brain, because he doesn't know that he is deficient. He's not what he used to be. He cannot really follow an argument. He doesn't, you know what I mean? But he doesn't understand that. So he still wants to be treated as an engineer, but he can't follow basic conversation. You know what I mean?
Keep him away from the nurses up there, bro. I gotta get going.
Cheers. I like that. The right brain autism. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's been fun, man.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to keep it to a minimum, but wow. We're just too chatty.
No, did you see my apology? That's exactly what I was.
No,
thinking.
it actually hiccuped. I thought it was my VPN. It actually hiccuped when you were talking. So I don't know what you were apologizing for, to be honest.
Well, because I ended up re-listening to it because I believe it was Neil posted a comment, and it kind of came on after that, and I was like, I was trying to point to the fact that you give me a different perspective in doing that, and that I'm willing to bear the cross of any frustration that I might feel, because we're not going up the mountain. We're looking at the daisies, but you get to show me how beautifully the tiger lily has been painted. You know what I mean? By giving me that different perspective, and I have a trust that you're not going to lead me off the mountain, and that we are eventually going to.
Even my AI criticized me, dude. Again. Yes, but if I can give you an insight, I actually shared on somebody else's on a fellow person who loves language, and he was talking about some of these issues, and I just left a little comment, and I can't quite remember exactly what I said, but I was just talking about there's a reason why we need to learn to take. It's actually philology. Friedrich Nietzsche called it the practice of slow reading. And so I argue that what we need to do is to adopt a practice of slow being. You need to, like it's Psalm 46, line 10, be still and know that I am God. So we need to slow down. And I left a comment saying there's a reason, because he was complaining about the video was about why we need to teach poetry and literary criticism, and why, people write lavishly. You get what I mean? Why we need to have authors like James Joyce and not just Hemingway, right? Hemingway wrote the bare minimum, right? James Joyce wrote more than he needed to. So long story short, my idea here is that the slow meandering is where we find ourselves. And this comment, the guy's like, dude, why can't you just tell me the point? Why can't you just get to the point? And the joke I made is if we just get right to the point, we're left with just banging rocks together, because it connects to that, right? There was a time before art. This is why people say that the naked ape was a thing, because freakily enough, at some point, the caveman started to be a full human being. We started to draw more than just stick figures on the walls. You get what I mean? We started to develop.
I literally, as soon as you said banging rocks together, my brain went right back to the ape thing, and then you said it. So yes, I know exactly what you mean.
And that's what I mean is when we dumb down our language, and and I love Hemingway. I'm not saying he's a bad writer, but what I'm saying is we need to be able to say too much, because words are always failing. Words are always limiting. We just don't have the words to express our point. So I argue, and this is the AI wants me to dumb down what I say, right? Stop meandering, like you said, around it. But the way I see it is the point is not the point. The journey is the point. Do you get what I mean? You can tell. Yes. People don't understand this. You can't just tell someone how to do something. A lot of people have to do it. Do you get what I mean? The example I might give is I use a commonplace book. So I write down ideas in this book. The ideas I write down in my commonplace book, I never have to go back to. But the notes I make in my phone, I have to go back to because I don't remember. You get what I mean? It's this embodied idea that if I were to just tell you what my point is, it's about pattern recognition and just leave it at that, then I don't think the idea will be as rich or will be as lasting. Does that make sense? No,
it's your version of embodying the thing.
I guess
is kind of how I see it. You want the richer, deeper thing. And like I've been saying, I think that can only happen in relationship, right? You got to be able to have the give and take, the push and pull, the ability to take criticism when it comes, and to accept it with grace. Yeah, all those things. But none of that can happen unless you have a multi-personality disorder within yourself.
Yeah,
right?
Being willing to understand that maybe you're not. Is that what you're getting at? Maybe you're not. Well, see, just so you understand.
I mean, God's enough to be clear. There's times to go into the cave, I guess, right? Yeah. And be alone with God, or your closet is what I'm saying. But it's not good enough to stay there. You got to go back out. You got to go back into the world. You got to be willing to stand on the water, which in the Bible typically represents people, right? And that speaks to the leading and the manifesting of the worldview and see if it works. You know what I mean?
I actually do. Yeah. But honestly, I think the reason why I'm so darn verbose is that I listen to so many audiobooks. And like I said before, like I have a conversation with the books that I read. I do a type of reading that Mortimer Alder recommended. So I don't just do rereading, I do deep engagement with what I read. So I feel that's the joke I was trying to make, that I feel a connection to Harper Lee, not just because I've read her books so many times, but because luckily enough, I've been able to read and watch some of the interviews she's given. So I've been able vicariously, or what was sympathetic engagement with the author. Do you get what I mean? More than even just the book. Now we actually have, like for me, one of my favorite modern philosophers is Hahn, and he's alive. So that just, it freaks my mind, because most of my life I've been reading people that I can't read interviews because they died long before, you know what I mean? So all I had was their books. So that's what I'm getting at is that's why Schopenhauer said we read books, because we can only live one life and we can live vicariously through these books. And so I think that's why
why live vicariously? Why not live real?
Why not? You can only live one life is the argument. So I'll give you an insight. This is what I love about Proust's In Search of Lost Time. You don't have to read it, because I'll give you the takeaway. In fact, this is a funny thing. It's from Monty Python. There's actually this funny segment about the national summarized Proust in 15 seconds competition, and I can do it because it's simple. Proust, it's in the title. In Search of Lost Time in French is actually Aux recherches du temps perdu. So aux recherches, that's in the research, or that's in the reflection, that's in paying attention to le temps perdu. So temps, same word, but perdu is not lost. Perdu is more like suspended, misplaced, overlooked, right? So you read Proust's In Search of Lost Time to realize that you need to pay more attention to everything you do, because the top regret to someone passing away is they didn't do something. But I argue it goes deeper than that. It's not just you didn't do something, is you didn't do the things you did deeply enough. Do you get what I mean? You didn't love hard enough or deep enough, or your friendships weren't strong enough. You get what I mean?
Right.
And so I argue conversation. We lose that in conversation, because I'm the reason why I talk the way I am, I despise small talk. I cannot do small talk. It'll drain me. Like 20 minutes of small talk, I am wiped. But I could talk for 12 hours straight about deep subjects. And I believe that's our soul. That's that divine spark showing itself. If we're just reiterating the persona, the fakeness, like, just blowing smoke up each other's butts, that is tiring, denaturing. It's minimizing. Whereas when you're engaging deeply, it invigorates. You get what I mean? And so that's where it comes from with my talking. I just have a passion for relationships. I was a salesman for 30 years. That's what a banker is. So, you'll have to forgive me. I have the gift of gab. Plus, I'm Irish. Right? But Tayo, I apologize. I'm too chatty.
Yeah. You're Irish too, aren't you?
Oh, Al, you are a truly impressive man.
No, that's a nice way of saying eccentric, but I appreciate it, dude. I'm a weirdo, yes. I'm an old man, though, too, right? I joke at it. The reason why I'm so weird is I've been on the internet for 30 years longer than most people.
I was just coming on because this started while I was at work. I'm now back from work, and I wanted to get some idea of what have you lot been chatting about for the last 6 hours. What's been, if you can give me some little nuggets that you've discovered in this last 6 hours, what would they be?
Oh my God.
Well, I don't think we've strayed too far from the original theme in relationship. So we've talked about many different types of relationships too. I think the first thing that's popping into my head is we spent some time in hierarchical relationships, and the range of relationships would be something like from the master to the servant in sort of a lower sense, all the way up to Christian brotherhood, and then how that interacts with our relationship with Christ and the Trinity as being the ideal. We kind of played around with the idea because the hierarchical structures then kind of led into the like, how do you have proper relationships in these structures that we have today? We played a little bit around AI and how that has the potential to impact relationships or hijack the relationships. And then that did do a slightly tangential conversation about healthcare and where the healthcare system is now. And I think we said that probably the thing that's missing is the care. That it's been NPCs-ized because of policies that were derived from insurances and litigations in the past. We also talked about relationship of the individuals to that system. So both from the patient perspective and the healthcare provider perspective, and some of the difficulties. And again, care seemed to be the thing that was the antidote to that. And that has kind of led then to Al talking about like that deep meaning and that searching for care in everything that you do.
Everything you do. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I feel is the takeaway. If we actually look at this, that's just to give you an insight, like that's what I think we've been circling. Like, what is identity, but what is relation? What is friendship? And I think it all boils down to it's about engaging. It's the othering that I talked to you guys about. I highly recommend Martin Buber's I and Thou because it opens up this idea of what's wrong with the world today is that you think you're an I and you think other people are in it. Even if you think it's just some people are in it, that denatures your humanity. And I think it connects, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To everything we're talking about, you know?
That was beautifully put. Thank you very much, Star. Now I can feel I can jump off and be able to follow along the conversation. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, I know.
You're very welcome.
Sucks at these live streams. Like I said yesterday about the timestamps, but it doesn't give you a detail. It doesn't go into detail about what you talked about on the live stream. It just gives you a timestamp of broad subjects. You know?
Did you guys touch on, I know the morning crew have touched on it previously, the difference between caring online for someone and caring in person, and if any?
Did you get? I don't know if we.
I don't think we touched on it, but I was thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it a while ago, I think, and I think I don't know if we really. That's really great that you mentioned that because yes, I thought that was interesting because there's two positions. So I believe that we can have the same care and engagement. And follow me with this. I believe it's what Marshall McLuhan thought. He actually, there's a book called Digital Communion. And it's about a guy who thought that McLuhan predicted that we might have like a global village. So I don't think McLuhan was wrong that we can have the same depth of engagement with an online friend as we can in real life. But I think the difference is we are such a persona now that we are not like what we've been talking about. We're not actually engaging with the other person. We're engaging with them as a fake persona and they're a fake persona. You get what I mean? And I don't think there's much of a difference between the online relation and the in real life relation now because so many people are carrying their online persona into real life. You get what I mean by that? Like the polytropos I mentioned, like if you open, and it's funny you guys said that, the opening of the Odyssey is Homer saying, tell me the story of a polytropos man or a polytropic man. It's a man of many facets, right? And that's what we talked about the other night. He's a father, he's a king, he's a sailor, he's a warrior, he's a trickster, he's all that. And that's us. We're all of that always. We're like that sword that guards the way to the tree of life in that we're turning and flashing. You get what I mean? And that's us. We're constantly evolving. Does that make sense? In relation to each other. And so if you can treat the other person online, even if they're a disembodied avatar, but if you can engage with them with deep care, I think you can still get to that. You get what I mean?
No, I do. I like the picture of the fact that we've all characterized ourselves. We've given ourselves an avatar. even in the real world when we go to work. Yeah, that rang with some oomph.
And the Sanskrit word avatar, believe it or not, the avatar was actually meant as a term for the god in one of its multifaceted forms, believe it or not. That's what avatar means in Sanskrit. It means God appearing in one of its many, we used to call dimensional bodies. So this idea that God could appear in different forms, or in the Christian sense that you can only see aspects of God. You get what I mean? So the avatar is God showing their existence through experience. You get what I mean?
Well, so the thought that I'm having is like, in presenting an avatar, you're presenting your value structure, because as presenting an avatar, you're saying these things are what I hold to be the highest, and that's what I'm going to present to you. Kind of like a first date, right? You don't do all the things that you're going to do in life on your first date. You're presenting the best representation of who you hope to be. Yes, yes. And then I think the trick then is so online relationships. From my perspective, these are the only ones I have, really. I mean, I have calls from time to time where they're in a kind of business relationship structure, you could say, or at least a client kind of relationship. But for one on those, I knew most of those people in real life, and or a very real sense on how communicating with them exacted real change in my physical world, to know that whereas these relationships are different, to be fair.
Cause and effect, which is what you're saying. In real life, you could see the results, the cause and effect, but online it's less obvious.
Now with this is removed, like it's a derivative of the air quotes real relationship.
Yeah.
But it's almost like it's at a degree of in the mind, where I have a thought on how I'm supposed to properly relate to an individual. Let's say we're going through a crisis of relationship of some sort, and I'm playing through all the different ways that I can address this thing and seeing if it leads to death.
All the permutation.
And I'm doing that in prayer. But this is somehow like maybe akin to that, because I've never shook Luke's hand or Tayo's hand. I've never shook your hand. But as I think about all of you all, I want to see the best that you have to offer.
Yeah.
And I want to see that grow.
So you got the same level of engagement in a sense.
Yeah. And it's very akin to somebody I've just met in the hospital who's facing something, and I'm going to care. Yeah. I'm going to do my best to first state that I'm somebody who's going to do everything in my power not to hurt you.
Yeah. Make them feel
comfortable. I may hurt you because I'm human and I'm fallible, but I'm going to do everything I can not to. And then I have a set of tools, I have a utility that I would like to share with you that has helped me in my life, and that I have evidence to show, like to use your facts and logic, that this could help you if you were to adopt these things. And I think that's very much what I do here, or where the Spirit is leading me to perform here. And I would say, without you all knowing it, you impacted me in that manner, because the things I learned just by simply being a fly on the wall in the lurk for years.
Yeah, watching other people engage.
I took that into the real world and put that into my practice.
That's what I argue reading is for, because reading is that same sort of idea. You can read how other people are engaging and learn from that, right? Apply it to your...
Beautiful. Yeah. No, that's very beautiful.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. And just to give you an insight, like I went both. I've actually experienced it. This is anecdotal. So I was a real life person because I became a banker, right? So I remember I said I've been on the internet. I'm kind of exaggerating. So I was an experiment in the province of Ontario in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. They developed a specific computer just so they could get Canadian kids in front of a computer. So this is before almost anyone could get on a computer, right? There were tens of thousands of dollars. So I was in front of a computer from the age of like 8 years old or something ridiculous. So I've been on a computer for 40 some years. Right. But when I started at the bank, I was no longer on a computer because the computer at work was completely locked down. In fact, I used to get the newsletter from Sinn Féin to my bank email. So I actually had to block that, right? Because everything was being watched. They got listed as a terrorist organization at one time, even though they weren't. Just a funny little aside. So I stepped back from computers, but here's what's interesting. I stopped using computers. So I lived with my roommate for a number of years. He was on the computer. He loved his porn, as everyone would have done back in the day, dial-up, right? I turned off the computers completely because I was on them all day at work. But I never gave up my love for computers. Do you understand the difference? I was raised on Linux and Unix. Technically, Windows 3.1 had come out when I was in college. So I was familiar with Windows, but I had to use it at work at the bank for years. And I got so disgusted by it. I didn't mess with it, but believe it or not, what ended up happening is when Linux became essentially open source, when almost anyone could download the operating system Linux, so you didn't have to buy a Windows, I started building computers at home, believe it or not, right? So it's the same sort of relation. I never lost my love for computers, even though I spent decades separated from them. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the same thing with relation. So for years, all my friends were in real life because, again, like I said, I didn't have any online relations. I didn't have that Facebook experience because as soon as Facebook came out, I almost immediately was working at the bank. So I never really had that. I had to learn social. This is why I'm so inept. I had to learn social media just in the last few years. You know what I mean? But as an example, I had almost all my real life friends until I started getting into computers and quit smoking, of all things. So I had to go online. I had to join Facebook groups so I could figure out how to quit smoking with vaporizing. The early years, this is like 15, 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I met some people in this group. And can you believe that there's two of them that I know from that group that are still probably the best friends that I have ever have or I ever will have. And we have been in communion for over 10 years. We used to hang out like you're doing here. We used to hang out during the day and just talk crap. And we had never met, ever. And then one day he came up to Canada to go to a concert. And do you know, nothing changed? Like nothing changed. The relationship we had when it was completely disembodied never changed when we actually met. And then he went back. And it's been years that he's been back. I believe it is that mental block that you were pointing out. That we think because we're not in the room, we're not tasting their pheromones, they're not real. I believe that's exactly how othering works. When you look in that hospital room and you can convince yourself that they're an other and not another person, you get what I mean? Mm-hmm. That all happens within the brain. Do you get what I mean?
So it's a manifestation of the reality.
Yeah.
Like whatever the thing is that you think it is in your brain, that's what you make it.
Yep.
You turn it into that, right? So if I believe Al is sitting in his chair, hoping it doesn't get hot enough to turn on the AC.
It's already there, my good man.
Right?
The cat was so pissed. Oh, yeah. It's hilarious. Go ahead. I don't mind.
Yeah. So, but like, that's what you are to me. And I believe you're a child of God. So I treat you as such. But if I convince myself that, you know, you're just a conglomeration of atoms wrapped in a water bag, you know, all that stuff, then that's...
But let me give you an insight. I don't believe that's as denaturing as we all think it is. I believe it or not, the only people I see being hindered by this are the ones that have animosity. So the people that want to see that, like, okay, for example, Brett, you know how Brett is not a big fan of Ian McGilchrist? And I think it's because Ian McGilchrist says that he's a Taoist, right? But he also says he's not a Christian. He's very clear that you can be a Taoist and a Christian, and he does kind of identify as a Christian. But it's about othering. So if you look at Ian McGilchrist and you think of him as how some scientists are, right? Like we talked about MAID, the medical assistant in erasing yourself. If I gave you some of the data, it's monstrous that the fact that these doctors are doing this, right? So you could see Ian McGilchrist as one of these atheist monstrous doctors, or you can understand that Taoism could be engaged with in the exact same way that we engage with true Christianity. Do you get what I mean? He can be as deeply involved with divinity as anyone else. You get what I mean? So it's literally, there's a theory in psychology that we create these other people based on literally our own perceptions and shit. So Brett could have a completely different perspective of who Ian McGilchrist is by just having more of an open mind and going, oh, just because he doesn't identify directly as my particular denomination doesn't mean that we aren't directly in alignment. Right? Remember how I said that me and Owen Barfield align almost 100% in our faith, yet we wouldn't both identify as the same faith. You get what I mean by that?
I do. I mean? It's sort of like what I was talking about in thinking of the opiate pill as a tool in its proper place.
Yeah, it's technically both all the time.
Yes, right. It is exactly both, but just simply having the mindset switch to say, okay, this is a thing. I'm going to do it. I'm going to respect it. Yes. I know I'm risking something, but you're going to give it more reverence. You're going to give it more care in that whole arc of thinking about something.
Exactly.
Yeah, Ezra, I just
yeah, I know. We were supposed to be shutting off, and I was bugging you, asking about what you meant. But yeah, honestly,
no, I'm fine. I'm totally fine.
Okay, so the thing I was going to share earlier, remember I told you I have a misspent youth? I grew up in a military base, so I am fully trained in firearms. Remember I said people are scared the heck out of that? I used to actually train. I used to give the firearms safety course.
Okay.
So I am one, but here's the difference. I used to train people in firearm safety. Okay. So I'll give you an example. When Facebook was first starting up, this is before gun control became ridiculous here in Canada. And there was someone who was doing, like, how Facebook groups do, right? So I was in one of these shooting groups, and there was a guy, he lifted up his girlfriend who's a ballerina, and she was doing a ballerina pose, but she had a lever action rifle in her arms, and the action was closed. And all I said was, maybe you should put an empty chamber indicator on that rifle so people don't think that you're actually firing rifles in that position. They're like, don't get it's not that deep, bro. But lo and behold, within a few years, the Canadian perception of guns became to the point where it's literally Carl Jung. Carl Jung had this belief that 1 million guns in a warehouse would go off on their own. He actually believed that. He thought that guns themselves were a malevolent force. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. But that was from his trauma, from witnessing what humans did to each other in the First World War. So people never understood why we act that way. So do you know why we treat a firearm as always loaded, even if you know it's not? Right? Mm-hmm. It's that alignment. It's that alignment.
You're talking to a Southern boy.
Oh, okay. So when I try to explain to people, like, you always point it down range, even if you know it's empty. Like, I am such a weirdo. I remove bolts from my rifles before I'm ready to fire. You get what I mean? The bolt doesn't go in until I'm ready to fire, sort of idea. You get what I mean? And to try to explain that, that's this metanoia I'm talking about. You get what I mean? I don't just play at safety on the range because I used to, I don't do it anymore because I live in Canada, but I used to love skeet and trap, competitive skeet and trap and target shooting, long range stuff, but I don't do it anymore because it's just too much of a hassle. It's because there wasn't enough people that had that full alignment. Like I said, that if you're on a range, you take this stuff seriously. You get what I mean? Not
just on the range. I'll tell you that.
Yes,
so my relationship with firearms was born out of so growing up, I grew up in Florida in a city. And so the idea that we would be carrying around guns was kind of not really needed. Yeah. I understood the spirit of the Second Amendment and why we have it. So I wasn't against gun ownership, but I would say I had a more, hey, it's not necessary to be going to a party with one on your hip. Like, we have cops we can call. We moved up here, and I knew because my parents and my family and my wife's family all are from the South. And I know the culture is different than that here in the South. Now, I could have laid on laid on and put stakes in the ground and said, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Or what I could do
big white
is
panties.
understand that when in Rome, you do as Rome. And
Yeah.
so I got into the culture so that I could teach my son and we could learn together what was the expectation around gun safety. And
Use it
so
as a
we got into it kind of together. We didn't run and hide from it, right? We didn't necessarily like we made sure we did it in a measured sense. And so we went to the gun ranges a few times. My son, which is not my story to share, but there was a very impactful story for both of us that took place in our participation together at those gun ranges. But we also had it was a family kind of function where we got together and we would go shoot. And I'll tell you, one of the most proudest moments that I had was he ended up going to a birthday party where they did paintball, and they ended up posing for a picture. And my son was the only one with his finger off the trigger while they posed for the picture. Beautiful? And I was just absolutely proud because that thing of gun safety was present in him. He had gotten it.
Yeah, it started in the 2000s, so he would have been raised on it. Exactly. You would have been raised on it. I'm so old that it wasn't a thing, like it wasn't a thing back in the 60s and 70s. So my dad didn't really get all adamant about it, but it became a thing in when I was on, like, where I grew up. I shared a gun range with the military police and the provincial police because we had an emergency response team. The police trained the military trained the police. Sorry. So it's kind of weird here in Canada. So they really took this shit seriously. But what was funny is the cops were such amateurs. It was like watching children engage with this sort of stuff. So it's so funny is that even within the police force, still to this day, they don't have the proper engagement with firearms. I think they should. Like, they don't understand. They're still kind of scared. Like, a lot of the police that I run into are still kind of scared of their firearms, which I think is a training issue, right? Because here in Canada, I have a relative who's a police officer. She only gets to fire a couple 100 rounds a year. I used to fire that in a couple hours on a weekend. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm getting at here I know it sounds like I'm not making a point, but what I mean is that depth of engagement. So if you're a police officer, if you're a shooter, like, the thing that I recommend is you need to get to know your manual of arms. Are you familiar with that term? Like, you should know how to load and unload your firearm blindfolded. You should learn.
Yeah. We've done that because it goes into the care and the maintenance. If you're going to do anything, do it
muscle
well.
memory under pressure. Actually, what it has to do with is if you get into a situation where you might actually have to use your weapon, say for hunting, it's called buck fever. But even worse, if you had to use it in a self-defense situation, everything goes out the window. So it needs to be completely subconscious. Like how, and here's what shocked me is none of the police officers are being given those, those blue pistols now they have that are the same weight, the same size. Everything's exactly the same. They're a denatured, they're not a real firearm, but they're meant to train. Because you know what the biggest bottleneck is? And I know I'm getting off topic here, but what I'm getting at is we don't engage fully with what we're doing. So if you have a job that requires a firearm, if you're a trapper, a hunter, a police officer, a marksman, whatever it is, then you should be engaging with your tool fully. That's what I'm getting at. So if you're a police officer, and this is what broke my heart because it's my wife's favorite niece, she told me that they don't even train them how to unholster their firearm in a timely fashion. Yeah, they don't have any training on that. Like, that's just something they do sometimes when they're at the range. There's no fixed training. Like, they're just supposed to do a couple 100 rounds of firing and keep within a certain competency a year. But there isn't an organized training. And this is what I'm getting at. This is why we're losing our relation with each other. Because 1 Timothy 8-11 talks about that laws are not for the righteous, right? They're for the wicked, right? Because the righteous know what to do and what not to do. But I argue the laws aren't for the wicked in the sense that that's teaching. Who maintains social discipline? Who enforces laws, essentially? I don't believe it's the police. I believe it's actually society. Like the joke I used to make, The reason why I'm so abhorrent is I was raised in a generation that if you show up to school dressed like a dumbass, we will make fun of you so that you learn not to dress like that. You know what I mean? Like the Japanese. It was a comment I was going to make. There's a reason why the Japanese don't, and this is hopefully a 360 full circle. There's a reason the Japanese don't have a tipping culture. And do you know why the Japanese don't have a tipping culture?
Because you're just supposed to do your job well.
Do your job, but no, let's go deeper than that.
Okay.
It's an insult if you give them a tip, because it's an expectation that you, amor fati, love your fate. So if you are working at that employment place or whatever you want to call it, then you should be fully engaged with what you're doing. Do you get what I mean by that?
So I do. And my story to kind of map to that was a conversation I had with an individual who was in like a toxic work relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and what I tried to explain to her is that we do, because I do think you're right. I think I really like the analogy of a ship and a captain. It does all the things. The ship's got to go in a direction. You have to have some sort of circumstance to allow, especially if it's a sailboat, to allow that thing to move through the water. But it takes a team effort, and everybody has to submit to the goal of the captain. The captain is the one driving the ship. This is one of the reasons why and you have to be engaged. You can't, like, sure, swabbing the deck is not the glorious job, but somebody's got to do it so the thing doesn't rot, right? And you're flying through, like, in all these jobs have different meaning. But what we have now is everybody is doing their thing, right? This individuation that has occurred, right? Like, I'm going to get mines. These are these things. I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm just going to punch a clock. I'm here to do the job, and I'm going to go home. Like, just the bare minimum, right? Instead of walking the 2 miles when asked to walk a 1, right? You're not fully engaged in the goal. And I don't think that is just because people are doing this. I think, too, the captains of these ships have lost the plot.
Yes.
Right. Because they too are only looking out for themselves. Right. So it's all the way up and down the stack. And so, like, and this is where I want to keep coming back to the solution to the thing.
Yes.
Right. Is
many people complain about the problems and don't present solutions. Yes, I'm with you. I believe we should be doing both.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think the solution to the problem is actually being in right relationship with all these things,
with each other,
and so
with
people can see and take part and have a chance to believe that it's going to work, right? And you know, the days that I am the most downtrodden and beaten down are those days where I just feel like I'm smashing my head against the wall, trying to be the most embodied individual and hoping beyond all hope that somebody's going to see it. And I would say the days that really hit me the hardest are the days when I think it's not happening, because I too have gotten so caught up in myself that I then don't see the beauty that has had an opportunity to bloom underneath the struggles, right? Because I too end up putting on the blinders, and then I'm not able to smell the rose that has just bloomed right before me. If you
don't have what you want what you have is like one of the oldest sayings, and yet it's also the solution today. If you don't have what you want what you have. That's amor fati to Nietzsche. It's
and we get to partake in the transformation. And that's the thing. Like, we get to do that.
The devil, maybe? Is it people are afraid of change? I know my wife's like that. She hates change. Or they're afraid that, like I said, with the procrastination, they say the reason why people procrastinate, and I'm bad for it, is because they think doing the thing would be more painful than avoiding doing the thing. You get what I mean? But the inverse is actually true. Avoiding doing the thing is almost invariably more painful than doing the thing. But what is it in our psyche? Like, I argue we are, and this is why I was so attracted to Buddhism, because their tenets are so true, right? Life is inherently dissatisfying, or it's a struggle, depending on how you translate it, right? And there's a cause to that dissatisfaction or struggle or suffering. And we are that cause, right? And that to me resonated. Do you get what I mean? It's our, and believe it or not, this is, no, hold on, you're going to love this, because religion as a word connects to one or two, religare or religio. And it doesn't really matter whether you define it as reconnecting to source or the path you follow with devotion and commitment, because it's the same definition of yoga. Yoga is actually reconnecting to source. So it connects to St. John of the Cross. His dark night of the soul is when you realize that, holy crap, I'm disconnected from my source. I don't feel, like you said, embodied, or I don't feel, what was the other word you used? Like enchanted, or what was you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
we've used that one. Yeah.
Well, the two books that I shared, The Myth of Disenchantment by a Scandinavian author. The last part of his name is Storms, and Awe by Dasher Keltner. He's known because he wrote his PhD specifically on this issue of awe, wonder, enchantment. And the argument is we aren't disenchanted. We just aren't paying attention to the enchantment. Just to give you an insight, I don't know if I'll be able to hold this up, but this is the book that I have directly right beside me here. It's Lady Gregory's Irish Mythology with
you had it. Your name tag was blocking it a little bit. It's okay.
But it's a really famous book on what do you call it? There you go.
There it goes.
It's a really famous book on Irish mythology with a preface by William Butler Yeats, right? So, like, he understood that exploring the fairy folk, right, the occult, actually just reinforced his communion with God. Does that make sense? Like, people don't understand that William Butler Yeats was really, really deeply into the occult and that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? But that didn't take him away from his connection to source. Did that make sense at all? Like,
yep, it made me think about when I went through science and biology to become a nurse. The science didn't in my mind disprove God. It just more reaffirmed it. Yeah. But it's difficult. You want to be careful with that because, you know, like, although I know God can go through all places, and I think this is where some people get scared, is like, yes, you can find God there, right? It's some type of reflection of it, but it does take a bit of maturity, I think, sometimes not at all. You could come up in that thing and be saved from it, but it's opening up some powers and some things that are you know, kind of like the psilocybin we were talking about earlier, right? It opens up doorways that, yes, there can be some fruit found there, but that one's a little bit more you know what I mean? It got some consequence. Yeah, it's got.
Follow me here, though. I argue that it's literally what Alex put in. It's literally a shortcut to embodiment. That's what the mushrooms is. Mm-hmm. So I think psychedelics are a tool if someone has lost their hope, their trust, their faith so much that they need a glimpse of something outside of themselves. This is arguably what the doctors said they needed the antidepressants for, is because people were so bereft, so, did I use that right? So sad, so lost, so disembodied, like the depersonalization, derealization to the point where they had no hope for healing. And these medicines allowed them to break that paradigm and see the potential for healing. Does that make sense? And I think that's, but remember, I'm not advocating for psychedelics. What I'm actually saying is the reason why they're popular is because we have stopped going to places that are liminal. Do you get what I mean? Liminal spaces, church, community. I mean, even sport. Sport used to be a liminal activity because you could do incredible things. You get what I'm getting at? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't engage in the same way. I argue that we're all sleepwalking through life. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait for you to get into some of OG Rose's stuff.
Yeah. I haven't watched any of his stuff yet.
Him and Michelle talk about, because you touched on this a little bit about, like, they call it re-enchanting your world, right? And they talk about doing the mundane task and like, you know, doing the laundry. Like, you know, you're recognizing the roles. Say you're a woman, not to say a woman is supposed to do laundry.
No, I don't care about
made.
that. Exactly. Yeah.
But
I actually do the laundry in our. I'm actually the laundry person in our relationship, so that's why I don't take it personally.
So imagine you're doing the laundry and you're fulfilling your role as that person and you're making a way. You're preparing a way for success in your family. That they're going to go out and they're going to have clean shirt. In the process of doing this, you're taking care to notice if there's any holes in the jeans and whether or not it's time to buy new ones, or the socks are just disappearing. Where do they go? Yeah.
Well, I just ran into this recently. My wife, I do the laundry for her because of her uniform. And just to give you an example, she, for some reason, they gave her really terrible uniforms this year. Like the pants are terrible. They're the synthetic, right? So I don't put them in the dryer. So I have to take extra care washing them, right? Because if I don't take extra care washing them, then they'll come out wrinkled, and then she'll go to work wrinkled. And and here's, like you said, narcissistic.
You've not fulfilled your role. Yeah.
Well, before that, I'd be embarrassed. Like my mom used to say, right? Like, wear your underwear, because if you get in an accident, you know, get that idea, right? But what I think it is that it's taking that this is what I think Nietzsche was getting at when he's like this idea of do the thing, right? Is that when I engage doing the laundry, this is what I tried to explain to the wife. My wife is the opposite to me. She sees laundry as a check mark, task completed. I see it right-brained. I see it as a form of care. Me making sure that I don't tear any of her clothes, make sure that it's not overly wrinkled. So that's, like you say, so it's different levels of engagement. So you start by going, I have to do the job. So I'll start doing the job. Go do the laundry. Then it can evolve into, I'm doing the laundry because it's part of swabbing the deck. Then it can evolve to, I'm doing the laundry as my way of showing care. And eventually you can take, what would you call it? You can embrace everything as God-given in that sense. Every task you do in life can be a management of your destiny. You get what I mean? And it's that engagement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think if I may interject another aspect too, like, because I think that there's got to be this breath to it, this in and outness. You got, because if you stay down there too, well, no, just in even your mindset. Because if you stay down there, you can get lost, right? You can get lost in chasing the ferry, and then you lose sight of the bigger picture. And so your wife, and because I can do both, and I've had to learn how to do both, because growing up, I was very much a checkbox person. I still am. I mean, I carry all my notes. Look, the whole
I get what you mean, right? You're learning to be a little different, but it's the way you're aligned originally.
So your wife isn't not caring by doing the check mark. She's just caring at a higher level, right? So we should be breathing up and down the whole stack of care, right? And then that's where the unfolding happens. That was on the very last, well, it could have been another one I haven't seen, but the last talk with OG Rose is he talks about these different points, and why the Trinity kind of works is because you're able to fold these things in and back out. And that's kind of how reality, and they even use this word as unfolded before us, because it's these multiple layers at different levels where this thing is going through. So it's, you know, I think there's a time and place for all things under the sun, so to speak, and that there are times to get into that, but there's also times to back up, right? If you see the snake, you can't be thinking about the enchantedness of the scales on the snake, or you're going to die.
But see, follow me here. This is exactly, I guess, I'm definitely going to probably have to watch some OG Rose, because that's what I'm getting at here is it is a vacillation, and people don't understand this, right? Like I've seen a lot of people, you guys were talking about this, you know how people have this obsession with retreats, and that's so I make a joke that there's two kinds of Buddhists in the world. There's good Buddhists and bad Buddhists. Okay. Your good Buddhist will be honest and say they struggle every day to be a better person. The bad Buddhist would be like, I'm an awesome Buddhist, right? So the way I see it is there's two ways to operate in the world. It's to go, Leroy, and just go at it. Or there is, like I said, I think my mediated narcissism in the sense that, 2 step forward, 1 step back, 2 step forward, 1 step back, not as in, what would you call it? Recoiling, but integration. Does that make sense? How can I explain? I'm terrible at explaining this shit. So I don't mean you go so deep. What I mean is you vacillate back and forth. So what I say is you go really deep to realize how far you are away. Then you come back out, and then you go too far out, and you come back in. So I believe we're always dialing it in. Do you get what I mean? You're never going to find the target the way Peterson talks about. You know what I mean? I believe we're always staying on target. You get what I mean? We're tracking the target. You know what I mean? Not shooting at the target. Does that make sense? So we're never going to be on target. We're always going to be either too close where we lose perspective or out too far. Do you get what I mean?
I don't know. I think because I think that's well, I think we sometimes get it, but it's a fleeting moment. It's the flower in the field that's going to die. Like you have these moments where you can touch it and taste it and feel it in a I don't know what you call that, we have these profound moments where we go, but then it's going to go away. And the second you try to pin it down, that's when you start making these structures and it gets ossified and it's gone.
There's an old philosopher
or even grasp
you can't
it.
hold on to it. Yeah, you can't grasp it. It's close to your thing. I misunderstood. I was talking about the pedantic of every day. I argue that the deeper you engage with the pedantic, that's where the wonder will reveal itself. So, give you a little insight. So, I have an awesome professor. He's one of the foremost professors in Sanskrit and Vedanta and Trika Shaivism. And so I was battling when I was first, we were studying the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. And I was struggling with this idea of where do you see the divine in the world first? Do you work on yourself and see it within first? Or do you look at the world as another self, another I, and then you'll see the divine in the world, right? And you know what ended up happening? You'll never believe this. It was actually relation. So it's when I realized that it isn't me or them. It's actually when I realized there is no demarcation between the divine in me and the divine in the other. It's actually when I realized it was actually, it's not that you see the divine in oneself. It's actually, see, what I'm getting at here is, I don't know if O.G. Rose talk about this, but meaning doesn't actually exist in the world. That's very Albert Camus idea, right? We have to find our meaning. Do you understand what they mean by that? Like there is no inherent meaning to life. You get what I mean?
Okay.
So the idea is we uncover our meaning. It's not that we find it or create it. You discover it. This is where I think their idea of unpacking comes from. Do you get what I mean by that?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You can say a little more. Unpacking.
Yeah, so what I mean by that
reminded me of the unfolding of reality.
Well, yeah, sorry, unfolding, exactly. So what I argue is we are engaging with the real lowercase r. Do you get what I mean by that? It is mostly the simulacra. Is everyone pretending to be something they're not? And the only way you can reveal the truth, the capital R real, is by engaging with the phony world with that deep engagement. Do you get what I mean by that?
Yes. Yes.
So what I mean is yes. We have to. So what I realized is I wasn't going to see the divine until I changed how I engaged with the world. And so that's what made, my favorite quote from Carl Jung that actually made it understood. Made me understand it. He said that nearly every one of his patients that were suffering from an unattributable malaise, I call it the modern malaise. He said 20% of his clientele had some sort of anxiety, some sort of issue that was nagging at them, but they didn't know what it was. They had a psychological neuroses of some kind, right? He said to a person, just about every one of them cured that malaise by adopting a religious view in life. What that means is, if you look at the German, he's not saying adopting a religion. He's saying to have a reverence for life. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what I realized
It's what we've been talking about this whole 6.5 hours. Is
so
that
sooner,
reverence?
right?
Is that reverence live? Yeah.
Well, no, not even. That's what I came to realize is it was actually when I opened myself up to the possibility of this liminal transcendence. That's when I started to see little glimpses of the divine in the world. Do you get what I mean? So it was actually not seeing the divine in oneself, but it was actually seeing a transformation in oneself. Do you get what I mean by that? Reducing the ego and engaging with, whatever your responsibility is in life. You get what I mean? By fully engaging. Like actually what happened for me is I did what Peterson said to do. Was to do something and do it for a year, fully engage with that, right? So I did something, but what ended up happening is it permeated every aspect of my life, believe it or not, right? By focusing on doing something, this is what I'm going to do. It actually transformed everything. So it's what I'm getting at is you aren't going to see the divine, you're going to reveal or uncover it. You get what I mean in the world? By changing in you how you engage or what's the word I could say? How you reflect the world in yourself. You get what I mean? Like if you're cynical of the world and you're negative, then that's what you're going to have inside. So what I found was before I even saw the divine in other people, when I was still seeing how horrible people were to each other, I looked at the world again through the divine eyes that I had when I was young, right? As Eckhart said, right? The eyes that I see God are the same eyes that God sees me. This sense, this is what I think he meant. Not that, I am God, just this idea that when I open myself to look at the world with more open perspective, a less egoic way, that's when I started to realize that you don't see God in the world, you experience it. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I see what you're I see what you're getting at. I would say that it's both. It's both and.
Yeah. That's
it's not. It's not. You see him in the world too.
I guess I just hate to say that because I mean, what is God and like what am I? Yeah, I hate to come across.
That's kind of what I'm pushing back on. Is I feel like you're trying to put God in a box.
No, not at all. No, yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, right, but if you say he's this and not that, I don't know that, and I could be wrong, but I
don't mean it like that.
I see God in. I don't like. It's all these narratives and stories that we point to all the time, and it's out in the world. It's within us. It's in the relationship between me and my wife. It's in every that's what I've come to see, which is why I said I believe it was yesterday or the day before talking about God is the mountain too. Like God is the summit. He's at the top. He's the brilliant light that's going to reveal it all. But he's also the mountain, and he's also me.
More. Yeah.
And the journey itself, right? It's all those things. And the more, and to your point, the more you engage with that, as long as it's done rightly and with the understanding that God loves the whole world and wishes they all to be saved, right? As long as it's under that and you're understanding your reflection in it and it's not you, to your point, like you get to participate in that. And, can I continue? Can I continue? My big question is it in this thing I got locked up?
Your shadow again? Is that what you're pointing to?
Yeah. Is God in that thing? Or
I believe it is.
Like flesh? Right.
I believe that God's in everything.
That's my next question. Yeah. Right. Is it that? But I want to be pretty close to sure that he wants me digging around in there, because in order to get me to this point, I've had to keep that thing there in the cage as much as I can. And so, and it scares the
but remember what
everything
Jung
out
said,
of me.
Everything you keep unconscious will express itself, in your world. So I argue that people that don't engage with the shadow are still going to be experiencing it just unconsciously in the world. You know what I mean?
Well, so this is where I would say I have experienced it before to know it enough
Yeah.
that I keep it back there.
Well, that's all I argue. Like I believe.
Yeah.
So to give you an insight, one of my favorite, it coincides because remember that Nietzsche was a philologist, right? First, before he was a philosopher. And he talks about staring into the abyss, right? And you got to think about that abyssal, right? The
Yes and no.
the abyssal in the Bible, right? And so this is what we're talking about. Like, I have a lot of people who are misunderstanding that, thinking that you're not supposed to look into the abyss. Follow me here. I believe Jung got this idea of the shadow from this statement of Nietzsche. This, right? Like Nietzsche said when he was talking about the Superman, he said, "What would be the ape? What would be the ape to a man?" Right? Like, look at how ridiculous we look, or look at how ridiculous an ape looks to a man in comparison. Well, that's what Nietzsche was arguing, that our true potential, if we were to achieve it, how ridiculous would we look today to that better human being, right? So how can
Chad mentioned that earlier with the difference between him and a dog and the difference between him and God. That's Chad's statement earlier.
Levels of relation. I don't know how to explain. So the only thing I can explain is just to give you a little insight. I'm driving my wife to the hospital for an experimental procedure that if anyone knew what she was getting done, they would have freaked out, because the people that heard a little bit about it were like, no, don't get that done. Ended up being fabulous. We were so blessed, but she was stressed out. I was stressed out. And as we're leaving, there was a rabbit standing right in front of the front door as we stepped out. And it just sat there and stared at us. And my wife, I said, "Oh, look how cool is that?" Right? Because you know me, I'm I'm on the fence here. I'm happy to see God in every aspect, but my wife is a little less that way. So she was ready to just keep walking away. But I stopped her and I said, "Stop. Let's look at this. Like, imagine the odds that we're all stressed." And so follow me here. I don't believe that it's God with the rabbit in the sense. It's the divine experience that I had in that moment. Wasn't just that I noticed the rabbit. It wasn't just the rabbit was there, but it was that I noticed the rabbit, that I paused, right? That's Simone Weil's attention. She says prayer is attention. I argue everything is prayer. Therefore, everything is about attention. But I also realized, and I believe this is the divine, window. I also realized I needed to also have the wife slow down and take that moment of pause. You get what I mean? So it had very little to do with the rabbit, but it had more to do with that pausing, be still and know that I am God, right? It was her getting out of her own worries. And you get what I mean? So even if she wasn't completely convinced that it was God sending her a message to be calm and everything will turn out right, just the fact that she is able to stop and take a breath and we've studied this. If you stop and breathe for 5 minutes, it gives you essentially the same benefits as meditation. So I believe that is what I was getting at, that when I stopped and realized, hey, I need to pay more attention to what matters. That was the first step towards me seeing the divine in the world. And then that experience, stepping out of the house, seeing the rabbit just standing there staring at it and me stopping her. And the darn thing didn't move until we left. But what I'm getting at is the God being visible in the world was me realizing we needed to stop. If I had just gone right to the car and we'd got into traffic, we probably just would have heaped stress upon stress. But by taking that moment and appreciating, you get what I mean? That's what I meant by seeing God in the world. Like a realignment of how I look in the world allowed me to see something special. Does that make more sense?
And on many levels from the sounds of it.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, no, I can have experiences like that too. Maybe it's because I'm coming at it from a selfish kind of what can I do with that thing sort of kind of mindset. I don't, well, because I want to not necessarily, usually in relation. So for that story, I would have probably presented it in a perspective of your wife, and the joy and the peace that she got from that moment. That would have kind of been the way I would have kind of narrated that
Yeah.
story, because I'm constantly thinking, well, I'll just say it, that I'm probably not going to heaven.
Yeah. No,
And
I'm the
so
same.
I want those experiences to be for the betterment of the people in my life.
Oh, so you're see, this is the thing that I'm starting. So here's something you might
I
find
can't be saved because of that thing that I locked up and don't kill or don't know what to do with. And so I would say that I'm trying to live the best life, accepting the fact that I won't get there.
You're a write-off, yeah. See, what this is, follow me here. This is my theory, and I can give you some of my crazy theories rather than just quoting other people. But I have one big theory. When the reason why Buddhism in the West is a shit show and why they brought it over here is essentially the same reason. I started studying Eastern philosophy long before the West really denatured it. So I got taught proper Buddhism. Like, for example, there is a soul in Buddhism, right? It's the eighth consciousness. It's called the Alaya Vijnana. It's the storehouse of preferences. That's all it is. Like, the Buddhists see the soul as a storehouse of preference, but there is a divine soul. That's the ninth consciousness. That's called the Amala Vijnana. That means perfect consciousness. But in the West, they don't teach any of that. And I believe that the reason why people are attracted to this secular form of Buddhism is because they do not want to admit they're not the center of the universe. Do you follow what I mean? So just to give you an insight,
could it just because it's the new shiny thing?
No, it's actually.
I mean, could it be that simple?
They stripped it. No. It was the new shiny thing when it was proper Buddhism. When D.T. Suzuki and Vivek Ramaswamy brought it over in the 19th century. But what they're offering is a way to turn away from the world. Who said that? Oh, that's Nietzsche. I'm sorry to say again. So Nietzsche said, "What is man but a colored vapor before the eyes of a disenchanted or a discontented God," depending on how you want to translate the German. He said, God created the world so he could look away from himself for a moment. Do you get what I mean by that? No. So Nietzsche is it. Okay, this is from, just to give you an insight, this is my favorite chapter of Nietzsche. It's called Hinterwelten. And I think it should be translated as Between Worldsmen. So Nietzsche, if you want, I could read you one of these days. But the chapter is fairly short. And what he's getting to is there's two types of people in the world. People that are living this life and denying the next, that there can be anything else. Hedonists, right? People that are worshiping the body. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. And Nietzsche said the other side of this aspect, people are bifurcated, right? The other aspect are people that are denying this life, denying the body, denying pleasure for a Kubla Khan somewhere else. Do you get what I mean by that? So, like, you get what I mean? Like, people aren't embracing both. My argument is, if you truly believe in God, then this life here is God-given, as will be the next. You get what I mean? So you should embrace both. Denying this life, I think, is heresy. Do you get what I mean by that?
Mm.
Well, God gave you this life. Well, okay, if you want to talk about it in a Dante terms, I believe Dante had heaven and hell, and I believe the most important was his book Purgatorio, the Purgatory. I believe the earth is the place where we're refining our soul. In the Old Testament, are you familiar with this idea of the bosom of Abraham? This idea of a place we would go to and wait. But there's another understanding of it. The bosom of Abraham was for the people that denied God, and God would wait for them to turn back towards God. It was also for the faithful. They were in the bright side of the bosom of Abraham. That's where they would wait for the final kingdom. But Purgatorio is this idea that bosom of Abraham, purgatory, or earth, we're here to refine our souls, to do better, to be better than our previous self. Do you get what I mean by that? Mm-hmm. And so, well, I don't know if I'm explaining it properly. So reflect it back. Tell me what you understand so I can try to explain it a little bit better. I argue that Nietzsche was diagnosing the fact that we are either so arrogant that we think we're the center of the universe, so all there is the body, or we hate ourselves so much, or I argue in the modern world, we hate God and ourselves so much that we will deny it. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think what Nietzsche was criticizing was that aspect of us. Sorry, go ahead. Explain.
No, it's okay. I mean, first of all, first thing that comes to mind is there's but one way. There's many ways to fail at the thing. I think too that pride is the number one way we don't get there, right? And so even wanting a thing ends up putting you in a place of weird pride that is getting in the way of God working in the world. Yeah. Right. And so wanting to go to heaven and making that the goal is the thing that I push back on. I also know that the thing that gets in the way of everything is when I act in a selfish manner. For me, that is the root of all evil, is selfishness. It's not money. Money's just a tool. And it's a distraction from what really needs to be worked on, which is a degree of self. But even saying that the self is the thing that needs to be worked on, I have to push back against, because it's not just me. It's all the things in the world around me that make me me. Just like the environment has an impact on me, I too have an environment, which is, I think you've said that.
Yeah, linguistic relativity. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Language shapes our world, we shape it. Yeah.
So I am trying, and this is why I talk about, I mentioned the breath, and I mentioned the different perspective of the story, and I've mentioned, the different ways people are seeing the mountain. And I very much try to be both of the inner kind of divine spark that I see in there that I know has to be there because God created me, right? But then also in how that relates. So anytime I'm either too focused on me and not, especially when it's not in relation to the world around me, because they're married. It's a contract. It's what reality is. It's not just one or the other. It's always the andness. It's the bothness. And so that's kind of what I think you're pointing to, is that thing, is that relational aspect, and how it's both everything and nothing. Kind of all at the same time.
Even the pedantic stuff can be incredibly profound. That's Jungian's synchronicity. Like, just the smallest things can be the most profound transformative things.
Mm-hmm. I've seen both sides in my life. I've seen the many things get moved and shifted, and I've seen the littlest thing have so much meaning. I don't know, like an ant carrying a chip more size and just seeing it and hitting you in a way. But I've also seen, metaphorical mountains being moved that I got to take part in. Yes. That brought about a real awesome thing. Like, I don't know. And so I never want to be so focused on either myself or the other in two, like I said, the second you try to nail it down, it's gone.
That's what we're trying to do here. Yeah, we're trying to nail it down. Yeah.
Right. And I don't want to do that. And anytime I'm trying to get
literally,
close to doing
I believe this is literally fits to what, like, that's the thing. I believe in dancing circles around the thing because you can't identify the thing. All we can do, and that's the apophatic path to reality, right? If we don't know what the real is, if we don't know what we don't know, then we have to engage with, that's Martin Shaw's idea of the periphery. Like, are you familiar with Martin Shaw? He's a poet, philosopher. And he talks about being out on the periphery, right? The outliers, the people on, you know what I mean? Like, just to give you what I mean here, I won't read the whole thing, but right after, and I remembered pretty well. So this is Thus Spake Zarathustra. This is Walter Kaufmann, a great American, his translation. So like I said, the creator wanted to look away from himself, so he created the world. But the next line explains what I'm getting at here. Drunken joy it is for the sufferer to look away from his suffering and to lose himself. Drunken joy and loss of self, the world once seemed to me. This world, eternally imperfect, the image of an eternal contradiction, an imperfect image, a drunken joy for its imperfect creator. Thus the world once appeared to me. And now it sounds heretical, but remember what I said the opening is. It said, at one time Zarathustra too cast his delusion beyond man, like all the afterworldly. The work of a suffering and tortured God, the world seemed to me. A dream, the world then seemed to me. And the fiction of a God, lowercase g, colored smoke. This in German, it's actually closer to the Hebrew word ruach. They use the word ruach for spirit, wind. They use it as a smoke. It's quite interesting. And this is why Nietzsche used it, right? Colored smoke before the eyes of a dissatisfied or disenchanted deity. Good and evil and joy and pain. And I and you, colored smoke, this seemed to me before creative eyes. The creator wanted to look away from himself, so he created the world. But what he's actually saying is, I once, like you, denied God because of either my love of pleasure or my distaste for pain, right? So this whole chapter, and it's really a short chapter, this chapter is actually about people who realize it isn't denying this life to live for the next, or denying that heaven exists and living just this life. It's that superposition of truly living is to embrace both as a potential reality. Does that make sense? So he realized how wrong it was to see that the world was imperfect. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Nietzsche was outlining that he was wrong. You know what I mean?
To be honest with you, the whole reading did not land. I could not hit that. And then this, because the idea of God created so he can't look on him. He wanted to look.
No, that's
I don't know.
Zarathustra misunderstood. Do you get what I mean? He misunderstood. He thought God created the world so he could look away. But no, it is this refinement process I'm talking about. No, Zarathustra realized that God created the world so we could be, remember Genesis 3? They'd be as gods if not for eating from the tree of life. So Nietzsche is writing about this idea that Zarathustra, when he went up the mountain, I don't know if I mentioned that, Zarathustra went up the mountain to make these insights, to learn these insights. He realized he was wrong to believe that God was colored vapor, the world was colored vapor. You get what I mean? He realized that it's the opposite. Do you get what I mean? That's what he's trying to say. Thus, I too cast my delusions beyond man, like all afterworldly, right? Alas, my brothers, this God whom I created was man-made and madness, like all gods, lowercase g, right? Man he was, and only a poor specimen of man and ego. Out of my own ashes and fire, this ghost came to me, and verily it did not come to me from beyond. Right. So this is, and he's invoking Agni. This is the ultimate yogi in Indian philosophy. It's this idea of the fire yogi, because exactly like you've been saying, we need to burn away the unnecessary, right? To show the real, you know, and that's what he's getting at here. He's actually arguing that when he stepped away from the world is when he realized that the world may look like colored vapor created by a disenchanted God, but in reality, it's he that was disenchanted. That all he had to do was change how he looked to the world, and he was able to see the divine light. Does that make sense? You get what I mean? He was wrong to see it that way. He realizes it. You know what I mean? Okay.
I mean, I would hope he would realize it. But anytime I hear only, so most of what you're saying isn't landing with me, but I'm hearing these trigger words. Only, it's easy, if, like, these are all the words that I go.
Yeah, there is no always. Same with me. I get triggered with always every time, because that doesn't exist. Exactly. And you guys got to remember this. This is why I know a couple of philosophers, and I could give you the YouTube video where they both admit that they regularly talk about Friedrich Nietzsche, but they haven't even read Thus Spake Zarathustra, because they say it's cringe and it's difficult to read because of the biblical prose, but that's BS. It's because these ideas are so incredibly challenging to your average believer. You get what I mean? Because Nietzsche was writing very bombastically. That's the way I speak, and you've also run into it. Like, it is problematic because he is speaking in these grand terms, because that's what he said. God is dead because we stopped believing in him. So that means we need to carve for ourselves tablets to carry above our heads. Remember, we've talked about this. So Nietzsche was arguing, if you don't believe in God anymore, well, then where are you getting your morality from? So you need to carve it on tablets and hold it above your head. You get what I'm getting at? That a Christian wears the visible signs of his faith to show. Remember this pro-tribal stance that I was talking about? To show, hey, this is my alignment. You get what I mean? So Nietzsche was arguing that if these postmodernists were to continue along this path of secularism and anti-religion and all this sort of stuff, that it would denature their very humanity, and it would actually arguably create monsters. You get what I mean? That's what he was trying to argue, because he saw so many people turning from God because of uncertainty. And what I argue here is he was trying to make people realize that there is no certainty. What at the time, you want to talk about horizontal history. At the time, Nietzsche was writing in response. So he was reading Indian philosophy that was being translated. He was in love. But at the same time, you had Charles Darwin putting the doubt of everything into people's minds. So what I believe Nietzsche was realizing is there is no certainty in life. All we need to do is to find the path that we have confidence in. Does that make sense? And when we're believing in something, no, it doesn't make any sense at all. Well, it's what I'm talking about with doubt.
Because that's not the reality. A lot of times I don't see the path, and I think
so
that's
you're
what
not
faith
certain,
is.
right?
And I think that's what faith is, because there's been plenty of times in my life where and I believe the Bible says this, that the path is lit with a small lantern to show you what the next one or two steps are.
Exactly.
But sometimes the will of God isn't, not to say he doesn't reveal it in some prophetic manner to,
but it's usually
to some,
things, right?
But usually the seemingly more difficult times, the path is, I don't know the path. I can't even see the path. I'm just walking in faith.
You agree with Nietzsche then? That's what he's getting at. He's saying before this loss of faith, the reason why the Origin of Species caused this crisis of faith is because people were operating based on a certainty. They were being told. J. Krishnamurti said this. He said, when a religion becomes a place for you to come to be told what to believe, it fails. It should be a scaffolding to allow you to figure out for yourself what you believe. Do you get what I mean by that? So Nietzsche is reminding people
that's the problem with education. Yeah, well, that's the problem with the education system in general.
No.
We're not teaching people to think.
No.
And that was one of my number one kind of goals in my relationship to my son and his relationship to education, was to let him know that structure, right, was not going to teach him how to think.
No, you need to teach autodidactism, right?
And so my job as your father is to teach you how to think. But that doesn't mean you get to obfuscate that responsibility. You still have to go to school. They're the gatekeeper.
Oh, yes.
You still have to do the thing.
I didn't think of it that way. Yeah. Never would I have thought teaching your kids to teach themselves would think that they wouldn't go to school. That's weird. Yeah. I never thought of that.
Well,
Well, no, but see, here's the thing is, are they that? Okay. Here's the thing that I'm noticing. I'm seeing multiple generations now that are socially inept. Like I went to school. I told my wife this last night. I was a bit of an outlier, right? Because I played football, but I also, smoked and, I had other, extracurricular activities. So I was what was called a head. I listened to heavy metal music, so I hung around a bunch of different groups, but I was also very philosophically minded. So I had some friends that were what we call dramoids, the artsy fartsy type, you know what I mean? So, but that's literally what we're talking about here. Like we used to go to school, not just to learn, or not just to learn to think or learn facts and to matriculate. Is that what the term they use? We went to school to learn how to be people, how learn relation, and you get what I mean? And so I'm shocked to hear that kids don't see school as that anymore. You get what I mean? They don't look forward to going.
Well, so that's why that was my main focus in how he related to school, was who he was putting himself around. My focus wasn't so much for him on the grades. My focus on him was to relate to other people at the school
and
learn.
learn.
Who are you going to put in your network? I know you love this guy, right? And all the like that sort of stuff. And that came out of fear. That came out of fear because growing up, a lot of the kids that I know that didn't make it out of their young adult lives, were making decisions that put them on the path to that decision in middle school. Right. So they were already participating in the things that not to say that they couldn't come off those paths or that people didn't, but the ones that didn't make it, you could see them making decisions back then. And that was and that's how I wanted to think and make sure he was thinking in reality. Like that this is what matters. For a long time I have said, and this may link back to what you were trying to talk to me about with the Nietzsche thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
One reason why I think it's the idea of the simulation has been a thing is because I do think on this side of death, that's what we're doing. We're learning how to relate. We're learning how to be in the presence of God at all times. And that through that process, that this life in of itself is the sanctification process in which we learn, so that if I do have the opportunity to be in the presence of God on the other side of death,
you're already primed.
That we're there and that we're primed. And I think it's going to be a situation where we're going to look back and it's going to be like almost like a bad dream. This whole entire life, this whole entire arc.
We're going to look back on
it's
our
going to
life
be like
on
a
Earth.
twinkling, and we're going to say to ourselves, if we failed, it would have been so easy. And what you'd be willing to give up in this life, knowing what the life would be like on the other side, you would give it all up.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what he asked us to do.
That's a fascinating.
You would go through any kind of torture.
Yeah. But you're talking about
that is worth it. Yes.
Because we deny. Oh, yeah. See, and that's what Nietzsche, I believe, was getting at, is the fact that you have people that will deny heaven, even if it's a possibility it exists, and then people that will deny this world, even though we're in it, because of the potential possible better. You get what I mean? Yes. I'm arguing what he was arguing for is a wholeness. The pleroma is not seeing the separation between this existence and the next. You get what I mean? They're both a continuum, and arguably maybe even, like Emerson's circles, like maybe we keep doing this. Is that too Gnostic for you, that maybe we keep going back in circles and we keep repeating this refinement process? Maybe, maybe.
I mean, so where I land on that is whatever God sees as just to do, I'm going to let him do that. I don't know that I can even really entertain those things too deeply because of the potentiality of it denuding the importance of what we do. And this is where I think some people give such pushback against, doctrines and all these things and why they're so rigid in it, because they sense the importance of it.
Thought of it that way. No,
and it's how they're relating. Like if this is the most important thing in all of if the thing is to know God and to get to God, I got to do everything I can, no matter what. What are the rules? How do I do that? And so they plant these stakes in the ground.
Yeah.
And look, God uses, and this is where I say, look, God uses those things. It's not up to me. He uses I have seen God work in the dirtiest and filthiest of gutters. Like, I'm not going to beat my brother in Christ because God is leading them in a way that I don't understand. I'm not going to do that, right? But this is why people do that, because it's important, and God is working, I think, in everybody's lives. And that's not to say that I got to sit back and let things happen either, right? Sometimes God uses me as an agent. Sometimes he uses me as the arena for somebody else's life. Sometimes I'm just an NPC in somebody else's life, but sometimes I'm not. And I got to be willing to move and be. And so this is the interesting thing, to bring it back to the masks. Like,
Yes.
sometimes those masks are put on so that I can participate properly in the world
Yep.
that God has presented to me.
Sometimes they're
Right?
functional. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And God's willing to do that too. And so I'm just trying to be in every moment to the best of my ability, which I know I can do better, which is why I make the comments that I do about whether or not I get there, and why I put the perspective of the people I love, because I know there are so many points in my daily walk where I go, man, like the amount of effort the Holy Spirit, as a very practical sense, to zoom back out, to take a breath in the other direction. The Holy Spirit worked its tail off to get me off the couch yesterday afternoon, to take in the supplies, to mail the supplies back, because I didn't want to say goodbye to that world. Like I used to see 3 kids that I would have to see them once a month for nursing stuff. And I would have to spend 2 hours with their families, and we got to know each other. And I got to take a lot of joy out of the fact that I was participating in being a good thing in the world. And now that chapter has closed, and I don't want that chapter to close. And yesterday was a moment in where I was participating in the turning of the page by mailing that thing back, and I didn't want to do it.
Made it official.
And I was procrastinating, and the Holy Spirit was on me for 2 days
to get you to mail it, and you were
and I was resistant and pushing back, and it doesn't seem like much maybe, but when you're trying to be the fullest in every single moment, it matters.
And if it makes you feel better, that's literally what I was trying to get at. So in Buddhism, it's as I actually even have a friend of mine. He used to do tours with me, but he ended up becoming, he asked me a lot of questions. He's a seeker with a lot of questions and not enough answers, I guess. And so he always had this weird hang up about reincarnation in Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
And I've explained to him about the Flower Sutra, right, where the Buddha didn't really answer the question. And if you are going to understand what he said, he plucked the flower, telling you that this life is on your way to death. You get what I mean? So take the opportunity you have now. And I argue that that's why the Buddha didn't teach about reincarnation technically, because it's a 1 in 100 trillion chance that you're born today in this vessel. Like, embrace that today, embrace it. You get what I mean? And that's what I would teach, that's the lesson, that you're meant to liberate in this lifetime, not wait for the next time. That's what my buddy was getting at, is he was afraid of being reincarnated as an animal. And I was trying to explain to him, dude, doesn't matter what you get reincarnated as. If you're reincarnated, it means you failed this existence. You get what I mean? So when I was talking about maybe this journey is circular, maybe we make our way to heaven and back to earth and back again, I don't mean it as maybe that's the theology. I mean it as stop dragging your feet. You have one existence to get this stuff right. Do you want to stand up in front of whoever is going to meet you in front of the pearly gates and have to account for your actions or your inactions? So when I talk about that full circle, it's actually kind of like the idea of, do you want to go through this again? You get what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. And I can relate to that. Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like, kind of like if you ever run into, like, this is what I'm going through. When I found those medications, I am a jerk. I don't exercise as much as I should have. I don't walk like I used to. I don't eat as well as I used to, because the pills have allowed me to cheat. And so I know for me to get back into the shape that I was before is going to be a real hassle. You get what I mean? So that's the sort of idea. Like, if you have a patient who has been in the hospital for 6 months or whatever, and their muscles have atrophied, it's just reminding them, like, hey, you can get back to where you were, but it's going to be a struggle. You get what I mean?
Yeah. And there's different tools and different masks that you sometimes have to use to get that done.
Yep.
Right.
yeah.
And it's sometimes you need to give, and you got to be able to read the room and all these things we've been talking about. But you and it can be crazy with all the different ways in which you can do this thing, right? I think it's kind to tell somebody to get off your ass, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
yeah.
No,
So
I'm serious.
so
I mean,
knowing when and where and the discernment and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, and this is one reason why I think ultimately it relies on the relationship, right? Because I can't make all those decisions myself as to know when, how, why, and what jelly beans, when to hold up the sword and when to hold up the shield, like all the different ways in which we can interact in the world.
Yeah.
It has to, we have to have the lighthouse, right? And this is the certainty thing. You do have to have certainty, but what you put certainty in is that there is a God who loves you.
Yeah.
And that loving that God will lead to the best possible situation, even if that means crashing into the rocks.
It's pedantic of me, but I do not like the use of certainty because there is.
I don't either. I don't either.
Confidence. I would choose confidence. And the reason why I say that is what I found is people, and this is what I was getting at. Nietzsche was reacting to people that had absolute certainty that this is the way the world works. There is a God, yada, yada, yada. And when Darwin said, well, maybe there's evolution, it allowed people to actually question. So what I'm getting at here is this idea of, how can I put this? It's transforming your either nihilism or apathy into doubt. You get what I mean? It's not like,
well, here, let me read let's start from the elementary school level.
Sure,
and I'll just
yeah.
read the definitions because I Googled it.
Yes, I love that. Yeah. I'm pedantic like that too. I love it.
So assuming you meant conviction or confidence versus certainty.
Yes.
These terms describe different states of mind regarding what we believe or know. Certainty is a state of being completely free from doubt, often tied to objective fact or proof. Conviction is a firm, deeply held personal belief that may not rely on empirical evidence.
Exactly. So I argue.
So I think the distinction is. I do think the distinction is important to what you're saying, Al.
I don't disagree. You could use your certainty the way you would.
Yeah, no.
I just like us to outline that certainty technically is a path without doubt, and I don't believe anyone. Even Mother Teresa, if you read her diaries, she had plenty of doubts. You get what I mean? And I believe doubt is our first step towards understanding. So I hate.
And as both of us, I was just going to say that, as both of us have just articulated here in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There's
I think that doubt is necessary because, like you said, if you have too much confidence, this is the Dunning-Kruger. I love this. There was an article that just came out that may you live long enough to prove your detractors wrong, right? For years, I've been arguing Dunning-Kruger did teach us something, but it's not what everyone thinks. It isn't the fact that some people think they're experts when they first start to learn something. The real lesson is, believe it or not, is what Bruce Lee said. He said, no matter how good you are, you have to remember that someone could put you on your butt, right? So the real lesson of Dunning-Kruger is worse than the newbies who think they know everything are the elites who may be 40 years from their education, but they still think they're the foremost expert. You have to have, and this is why I recommend the book called Super Forecasting. It was this scientist who was studying human psychology, and he realized the hardest thing for humans to do is to predict the future. And you'll never guess why it's the hardest thing for us to do. Take one guess why, like in finance, for example, if you look at all these people who make forecasts, they're almost always wrong. And do you know why? Believe it or not, it's a human nature. It's one of our foibles. Take a wild guess. Let's see if you're close. It's because we think our our ideas are the best. It's like Socrates in a sense,
Pride.
right? Oh,
Okay,
I'm the best.
that's what I was going to say. I was going to say pride.
I wanted
or
you because I thought
hubris.
you'd be on board, right? That's that
Mhm.
doubt because you keep talking about this, that you
Mhm.
have to have a certain level. And this is why I say confidence, not certainty. Because confidence allows you to have that faith in your path, in your skills, but also allows for a little bit of doubt. You know what I mean? That maybe you're wrong. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
You know,
the first thing that pops into my head is confident in what, though?
what do you mean?
'Cause-
Well,
'cause-
okay, just to give you an idea, it's your religion. Remember what you talked about there earlier? So religion breaks down to two words, religio and religare. So it's either the path you follow with devotion and
that's
commitment.
nice.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's nice because it's not of myself. It's in
What do
the
you mean?
thing between myself and God that I'm having confidence in, where I'm participating, but so it's me, but not me.
No, it's the path that it's what you said earlier. It's the confidence that the next step will be lit for you before you even take the step. Do you get what I mean? It's confidence
Okay.
that you're on the right path. You
Okay.
get what I mean by that?
Okay.
That's what
Yeah.
I mean. So I point to St. John of the Cross. Like if I were to boil down his entire work into a sentence, it's these things are not understood when discussed. These things are only understood when practiced. And that's what I mean. Confidence comes in the practice. So I see a lot of Christians who may know their Bible and they believe this and they believe this, but do they go out and practice it in everyday life? Whereas some of the best Christians I've run into are the ones that know almost nothing of their Bible, but they engage with the world with that reverence that we've been talking. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And that's all I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's that alignment. I don't know if I'm getting loopy at this point, but
So I'm kind of feeling that myself. Like I'm feeling like I'm having a harder time keep up. And we have been going at it for 7 hours, 19 minutes, and 19.
unless you're looking for a record, yeah, you can call it whenever. It's not that I mean, I can talk.
Do we
to
have a record?
Yeah.
There's only 6 people watching according to the little ticker count there. Do we know what the record is for the longest live stream of TLC history? Does anybody have that info? I have no idea.
It's probably pretty long. It's probably like Grim Grizz did like a 12-hour, or Ezra did like a 12-hour stream.
I know they tried. I was around when they were trying to do the whole 24 like nonstop
really?
thing, and different people were
yes.
kind of picking
Coming
up
in.
and handing the baton, and
That's
it was
a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
I think you guys found a better avenue. Is that so? This is what I'm getting at. So what I think it is, confidence, not certainty. Confidence comes from. So remember the next step. So I realized that this morning. So I realized what your morning crew is about. Even if your members of the TLC don't show up, it's the fact that knowing that there is a cabal of members that are engaging with these ideas deeply every morning, even if it's, believe it or not, sitting in communion. Right, sitting next to each other or in relation, even not talking. And I believe that's what's missing. Like, I believe that's what so follow me here. I believe church on Sunday was meant to be like a touchstone. I believe you go to church, you get together, and it reminds you of the tenets that you're following. And you go out into the world through the week and you embody those lessons, and you come back the following Sunday to be recharged. You get what I mean? And I believe what you guys are doing every morning is a place for someone to, even if they don't show up to, is a touchstone so that they can, remember that certainty, right, is not a thing because you don't know that they're going to be on tomorrow, but it's the confidence that, you know what I mean? I don't know that someone's going to come.
That's literally what I felt with, because this all spawned from Chris. I've been trying to coin the term Papa Chris Howard.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Oh, because he was on every morning. Yes,
every single morning he was there. He was a consistent place where I could pop open my earphones and not be downloading whatever from, I could keep the habit going of I get up in the morning and these are the things I do, and putting Chris on was way better than, scrolling Facebook or whatever the thing was. And sometimes we just shoot the nonsense and then you jump on and you participate, and sometimes you just hang out in the chat, other times you oversleep and miss it, but it was this constant lighthouse, you could say a North Star, and the thing was Chris just decided that this was what he was going to do, and he committed to it.
Yeah.
And then that kind of spawned a few extra people. We talked about Ethan here shortly for a little bit earlier with Chad. He started doing his thing when he would pop on an hour before, and then he kind of disappeared or started pulling back or whatever the case was, and
Life got in the
because
way,
we were participating, then so really he was like the John the Baptist, so to speak. He prepared the way for the place, and he toiled the ground. And then it took 4 of us now, with Megan most recently being added to the thing. So me, Ian, me, Olson,
Brett.
Brett. Yeah, I kept wanting to say Beard. I'm definitely losing.
I actually had a friend. We used to call him Weird Beard for that reason. Yeah, because that's like every time you looked at him, that's all you saw was a weird beard. So we just.
I was imagining it blowing in the breeze the last time he was on this stream, probably an hour ago.
It was just sitting there like blowing the whole time. I know it was a little distracting even for me. Yeah,
it was so majestic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's funny you guys say that because. Yeah, I think that's what's missing. I see. So just to give you an insight, I stepped away from studying Buddhism because they have gotten so, I think, problematic. Like they will get together like you guys will, but they're just blowing smoke up each other's butts. You know what I mean? Like it's all small talk, or it's talking about a sutra. You get what I mean? Or like an example would be like book talk on YouTube and TikTok. They're talking about the book, but they're never talking about what the book meant to you, or you get what I mean? And so you guys are actually in relation, whereas I'm seeing a lot of live streamers are in performative mode. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I do.
I think that's why it's such
because
it
is something that pops up when you start doing this thing, like when you start hosting your own thing. And I think you used to host, did you not?
Years ago, before it was super popular. Yeah.
So, but there's this like kind of thing that grabs you. It's, you don't know what. I actually, I'm thinking about doing another one. I have the sausage making videos, and that's kind of going over kind of where I'm at and how I'm doing it, and where I think the spirit's leading me and what I'm doing. It's very much more narrative. And but there is this thing that kind of gets you when you get on this side of the screen. It's kind of weird, and you start getting new posts or new alerts that somebody's engaged with your content and how many views you got, and all this stuff kind of has a way of getting it. So we've discussed how that can be a capture, and how that then can manipulate you in your engagement with the screen. And so again, I think the really cool thing about it is that it's Megan, it's Brett, it's myself, and it's Olson. And we're actively relating to one another through that thing. That helps keep us grounded. We're not getting kind of caught up in the thing, because it's a relationship, not just with each other, but with everybody engaged in the chat. And now you've been coming on here over the last week, and it's been great having you. And look at this. If it's not a record, it's a record for me. So it's a personal best in the marathon. What is it? 32 hours?
Alex says it's 32. So I didn't think it had ever happened. But here's the thing that we all tend to forget, and this is the thing that I think you've noticed, is some live streams and I made it as a joke. I didn't mean it seriously, go for a record, because I mean the opposite. What I found, and when I used to live stream, there's two, you can see this on Twitch. Most people struggle, and I believe this is know thyself. Most people, have you noticed this? Most people struggle to live stream. And I've noticed you sometimes have trouble, but I think it's because you're editing your thoughts before you speak, right? But most people have trouble live streaming because they don't know what to say. And honestly, a lot of people don't even have that inner monologue. You get what I mean? So I think what is different here too is, say you do a 7-hour live stream on the TLC, it's 7 hours of content. It's not 7 hours of performative, digital, simulacra. You get what I mean? And I think that's I think the biggest difference. Like I was saying this to the wife last night. I'm seeing a change in the internet in relation. What I'm seeing, and they were calling it for a while, they were calling it the authenticity, whatever. There's a portion of the internet now, and I think it's the way humans work, is they're reacting to all the fakeness everywhere. Right. And I used to argue the reason why reality TV shows became popular is because everyone was looking for authenticity, right? The world is fake, everything's scripted. You get what I mean? And so I think now people are tired of these fake influencers and the ads and the ad copy, where an entire live stream feels like ad copy. You get what I mean? You know what I mean? Or even funnier, where you no longer feel the ad copy interrupts the content because the content wasn't even that engaging to begin with. You get what I mean? Whereas you guys are not about the simulacra. You're not about the branding and the sponsorship. It's about the ideas and not even about the personalities. I mean, you guys got a little bit of that. The only thing I maybe would recommend is don't feed the trolls. That's what I think you guys are running into. You know what I mean? Just ignore them and they'll just go away. You get what I mean? Because I think what they actually want to do is they're jealous that you guys are engaging authentically like that. And they're jealous of that. You get what I mean? They're jealous that you guys have this communion, this connection, this relationship, and they either want to reflect it, embody it, be part of it. You get what I mean? You know what I mean? And so I think that's what most of the naysayers are when it comes to this stuff. I see it all the time. You know what I mean? It's not that deep, bro. Well, that's just people who aren't prepared to engage with something deeply. You get what I mean? Or did I just waste your time? I apologize.
No, not at all. I would just say in terms of the trolls have a function in reality too, right? They're so we spent most of the stream talking about the mountain and the image of the mountain, but there's a whole valley, river system, jungle that's even beyond the mountain,
the swamp.
And yeah. And so I would like to have a pathway for them too.
I get you. Well, then that's what I would argue. Like there was one instance where, and this is what I'm getting at. So I have seen trolls realize that, hey, wait a minute. Like for example, there was one guy who mentioned, what was he arguing about? But he used a word that I don't think he understood what the word meant. So I actually asked, like, what do you mean by that word? And that would have been something we could have gotten into, right? Like it would have been an interesting discussion because I don't think the person realized, like, they weren't engaging with what we were talking about actually at the time, but also the word they were using, it didn't mean what they thought it meant. You get what I mean? And so it's so either don't feed the trolls or engage. Like I'll give you an example. I had a troll on my Substack. I'm exaggerating, but I had someone on the Substack who claimed that they had the answers to everything. Right? Yeah. And so right away I'm like, oh gosh. But again, I have to, so I'm trying to learn to be a nicer person because I'm the type of person that I don't have filter. I would just say, well, that sounds like narcissistic bullcrap. That'd be usually what I'd respond. So I just responded in kind with a Socratic, and I actually asked like, oh, okay, so what do you mean? And I actually asked them. And me just being honest and asking them like, oh, okay, so what is maybe the most challenging objection that you have foreseen to your theories? You get what I mean? And just by asking them, have you engaged with possible objections? Like, have you strawmanned your own idea? Just by asking them if they have, they went silent. You get what I mean? Because most of these trolls just want to make noise. And if you actually hear them and try to engage with them, they usually kind of fold up and go away. You guys seem to have pretty intense trolls. I don't know if it'll work with you guys.
And I do think there's some more than just attention seeking trying to be done. If I'm being honest, I think there's a little bit more. I'll just say it that way. So I think there's more to it than that. But
I wonder if it's a celebrity, right? Because you guys, lean heavily on your proximity to Vervaeke and Peterson and Vanderklay. I wonder if they're hoping to hitch their wagon. You know what I mean?
I think there's. I do think that that's not outside the realm of possibility. Yeah, as much as I don't want to sit here and try to ascribe a tent to another soul, but yeah, I do. It's plausible.
Yeah. That's a good question, though, because I've heard that most of what I say is just completely lost on y'all. So please, if I ever say anything that is just does not make sense, please tell me, because I do not want to be opaque. I am trying to be understood, believe it or not.
No, I get that sense, and this is what I was saying. It's worth the doing what it takes to bring your richness to it. So I appreciate you bringing it to us, and it's been fun. It's been fun the last few days, and it wouldn't have been that way without you. So I appreciate it. But I do think 7:33 is probably
pretty good, because you can say 7.5 hours. That's pretty. We almost hit the 8 hours. Remember we were talking about that? Like we almost did dialysis. Oh my God! But there's a perfect example, right? If you are on dialysis, just take up live streaming. There's your solution, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I kid. But yes,
all right.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for everyone that put up with our. But thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Al.
Yeah.
You have a good day.
Yeah, we'll talk to y'all soon. Cheers, all.